Let me just pull up Discord so I can compare audio. How you doing today, Sweeto?
I'm doing. How you doing?
Bro's doing? Doing what?
I'm doing.
That's kind of sus, not gonna lie.
I'm doing.
What you sussing, bro? What you doing?
You asked me how I'm doing. I told you I'm doing.
Who the fuck is How? Get that bitch out your house right now. I'm coming over. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have some good ingredients. Oh shit! So recently we just watched Alien Romulus, and
Indeed.
Unfortunately, I had the right idea to think of, why don't we do an Alien movie tier list? My entire life, I have tried to stay away from Aliens 3, Resurrection, Prometheus, and unfortunately, I saw Covenant in theaters, but I told myself I'd never rewatch it. Never. For anything. Here we are.
And now you've rewatched it.
Here we are. Let me tell you, there are some absolute classics, absolute bangers on this list, but there are also some torturous titles on this one. So today we are here to rank them from S tier to F tier. As you can see at the bottom, there is a thing for the AVP movies. Unfortunately, I did not want to watch those films for this tier list. It's just... I'm good. You know what I mean? AVP's got some good flash to it, but AVP Requiem, I mean, ain't nobody seen that movie before. You know what I'm saying?
There's literally no Flash. Flash would be welcomed in Requiem.
No, the thing with AVP Requiem, the Caravan of Garbage has made a great joke about it. The best thing about AVP Requiem is, even if you've seen the film, no one's seen it. So it's okay, because of how fucking dark it is. Okay, we don't need this shit in my life, all right? I'm not talking dark as in the subject matter. I'm talking dark as in that shit. That brightness is set to 10%, brother. You can't see shit. So I'm good. I don't need it. I don't want it. We're not watching Requiem, and I am not watching the OG AVP again because I can just look up the fight scenes on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? It's all good.
I want to rewatch both of them. I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Well, that's for you.
Yeah, that's for me.
I might watch them if we ever do a Predator tier list. So like the video if you want to see that. For fuck's sake. So I talked to Squeedo a little bit about how we should start and what order we should go in. And he immediately said release order. I was like, you know what? You're right. Let's start strong. And damn it, Alien is literally one of the best, if not the best horror movies of all time. And, you know, I hate to say the perfect film, which it isn't. It isn't the perfect film. Let's start out with the cons, because there's so few of them. One, I noticed that the audio tends to peak a lot. Squeedo made that observation a long time ago. The audio seems to peak a lot. And also, some of the audio capturing just in general wasn't that good. But you have to also realize that this was made back in 79. A lot of those 70 films had some really shitty audio. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
You can restore the video quality as much as you want, but that audio ain't never getting fixed.
It's impossible, brother. I remember I was trying to repair an old podcast that you guys will never hear now. It's great. Alien for me, I mean, where do I start? Where do I start with literally the best horror film ever made? You have a crazy good ensemble cast with a really good lead actress. You got an amazing premise with original creatures, original ideas. You have amazing cinematography for a budget that was as small as it was. You simply cannot do better with that budget in that time than Alien. It really is just the most subversive, innovative title of 79. I don't think you can do better. It really isn't.
And even then, you can't tell that the movie has a small budget because everything looks perfect. Like, visually, the big open sets of, like, the Nostromo, the planet that they land on in the beginning, it's like, that shit looks real.
Which is crazy, because this film was released damn near, 45 years ago? 45 years ago.
Yeah, that's insane.
You know, I always wondered what the theater experience would be for this film, correct? Thankfully, there was a 45th anniversary screening over at AMC, so me and Squeedo went out and we watched it. And when we sat down to watch the film, I expected to be surrounded by, like, you know, people that, como se dice, like, you know, maybe some younger kids, some people who talk over the film because it's boring, you know, like younger kids or something, right? Yeah, of course, I didn't think that it would actually just be Alien enthusiasts because, you know, I'm a cynic. Thankfully, when we watched the film, the crowd was great, got some great reactions, a little bit of jump scares, and just the interview they had at the beginning of Alien between Fede and Ridley Scott and how they were revealing little secrets, like how things were shot. It's just... Alien is such a comfort watch, brother. Like, it's a horror
Yeah.
movie, but still, Alien is just, you're good. At the function, when you're by yourself, no matter what, there is not a bad time to watch the original Alien. Just a fucking great film.
Yeah. And it's not even just like a nostalgia thing, because I didn't even watch this movie for the first time until a year ago. And
Yep.
I still think it's like, yeah, this is like one of the best horror movies I've ever seen in my life. It's just so tight from beginning to end. It is tight.
Damn straight. And the first time I watched this film is just a couple years ago. I never I seen it when I was a really, really little kid, but I had no idea like what was it about. I didn't comprehend it. Then years later, I finally watched it before playing Alien Isolation for my channel, and it was so fucking tight, bro. It was. I'm just saying this right now is that if you ever need a horror movie, you ever need to get your pants scared off. If you love the sci-fi genre, just anything along the lines of you like sci-fi, you like horror, you like monster movies, you like anything along those lines, Alien has that recipe and then some. It's crazy.
For sure.
Simply a 10 out of 10 film, and I don't think there's any other position that is justified here except S. Simple.
Yeah, facts.
You can't beat it, brother. You can't beat
can't.
it. The sequels tried.
Very hard.
Yeah, very fucking hard. But it is what it is. Alien is simply eternal.
Yeah, even Ridley Scott tried beating it himself. And he couldn't.
Bro did not do that. But that's later.
Yeah.
This clip, this part of the tier list is actually quite short because I don't really have anything new to say about the film that hasn't been said before. The film is literally just goated. And if you're watching this video right now, you've already seen it.
Yeah. I mean? And then the fact that the film has been around for fucking 45 years, it's like, Yeah.
And it still holds up. It still holds up. All it would need, like I said, is just a little bump in the practical effects department, a little bump in the audio department, and it would still hold up today. That's the truth. Period. What a great film.
It's a timeless movie as well.
A damn straight. You can watch this shit 100 years from now and it'll still hold up. That's the truth.
Yep.
I mean,
if you don't like it, you're just a bitch.
That's real. Bro, I've seen some tier lists where it's like, oh, Alien Covenant is above the original. Bruh, hold on. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. No. We'll get to that. Jesus Christ. One of the small things that I love about the film, I mean, there's so many little things that we can talk about, but one of the biggest ones for me, really, is the fact that you don't really know who's the main character till the back half of the film.
Yeah, when you get to the final girl.
Everyone gets the same level of priority until the very end. I mean, they even fake you out with the cat. The cat is associated with death. That's how one of the crew members died, as he was following the cat, and then the alien killed the guy who was trying to catch him. And so later on, Ripley has the cat with her, and she's alone. Meanwhile, there's two other individuals who are together, and they have weapons, and you're like, oh shit, Ripley's gonna die. But no, they fake you out, and it turns out the duo who are armed to the teeth and ready to go are the ones that die immediately.
Yep.
And
in quick succession.
Quick succession, absolutely. The xenomorph, the way he slowly stalks and kills... It's peak. It's fucking peak. If this movie had had doubled the budget, I think it would be completely timeless. It wouldn't need a buff anywhere. It wouldn't need a buff in audio. It wouldn't need a buff in anything. It would literally just be the perfect horror film. Yeah. But it's still... Go ahead.
Why I think it holds up so well is simply just because of the alien. Because, I mean, it's like, it's a dude in a suit. And yeah, there's a couple shots here and there where it looks funky. But besides, like, maybe just a couple frames, they don't show you much of the alien. And so a lot of it is just kind of left up to your imagination. And so with that, it's just kind of like, it holds up so much better. Because you're not seeing all of it. It's that mystery of like, what the fuck is this thing that's coming after me?
One of the greatest moments in the film is near the end where Ripley thinks she's safe and then like she hears like a noise or whatever and she's backed up into a wall. I was like, oh, what was that? And then the fucking alien just pops his arm out. It's like, damn, he was there the whole time? You didn't see it till he moved. He was there. It's crazy. I love those kinds of shots where you're just focused on one thing and then they pull something out of the blue. It wasn't CGI'd in. He didn't come into frame. It wasn't there in one frame and then not in the other. No, he was just there. And the fucking set design is so brilliant you didn't see it, you know?
Yeah. I loved it that like basically the entire last third of the movie has almost no dialogue. Because Ripley's alone.
Yeah, Ripley's alone. She's not going to be like, oh, I just have to press this button. Oh, I have to do this here. She's not doing the exposition. She's quiet because she know damn well she make a little bit of noise and it's over. Dude, that scene where she's walking down the hallway, mad claustrophobic, the set design going off, the fucking fog and the alarm, and nothing happened. Nothing happened. She survived. She walked through, no problem. But when she was walking, that shot where the camera's going backward and she's walking towards the camera, and you just have so much fucking tension in the air because like, where's he gonna pop out? Where's it gonna happen? And it doesn't. She gets through. Oh man,
the flashing lights, the sirens going off. You're like, what is happening?
Cinema,
Someone's
brother,
gonna get got.
Someone finna get got. Yeah. What I also love, I think one of the biggest things as well that I love about the film is the android reveal. Like,
oh yeah,
you didn't need to do that. This film was already a 10 out of 10, and then they throw in another twist. Holy shit. Because they had on rewatch, you see all the little hints that he is indeed an android. Like everyone knows, everyone already knew, you know. But then in the but on the first time you're watching it, it's so foreign to you. So when he gets his head blocked off, it's like, damn, wait, he's got white blood. Wait a minute, they're reconnecting him. Oh, you know.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's just. The film has so many twisted turns. There's so many ways that they completely circumvent the traditional horror film. Alien is literally the most innovative film of its time, period. You know? I can't name a single one that does so much more differently and so much better than all the other films of its time, you know?
Yeah.
Just a film that is simply timeless and will be talked about 50 years from now.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, they're still going to be making sequels 50 years from now, so of course it will.
You know
what I'm saying?
gotta milk that money, especially now that it's under Disney.
Oh, yeah. That's real. I mean, I don't really have much else to say about the film. It's just perfect.
Yeah. I think Alien's a perfect movie. I have no problem with it. And any problems I have, it's just because it's a 45-year-old movie.
Yeah,
there's going to be problems.
It's technically imperfect, but that's irrelevant. You know what I mean? It's just a damn fine film. That's it.
Yeah. If I went back in time to 1979, it would still be a perfect fucking movie.
Goddamn right.
Yeah.
Maybe 50 years later, it's still going to be perfect. 50 years from there, it's still going to be perfect. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Gotta love the sci-fi genre, man. You really do.
Yeah, I love sci-fi. Sci-fi when it's good, it's great. And when it's bad, it can be sci-fi can be really fucking bad. But when it's like when you nail it, like Ridley Scott did with Alien, and then he did Blade Runner, like as his next movie, like dude, back to back fucking badass sci-fi movies, that's insane.
Back to back like pop culture changing sci-fi films is crazy.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
And they're so wildly different in tone. It's insane.
You want to talk about wildly different in fucking tone? Aliens. Brother.
Yo, facts. You are not wrong.
Let's talk about wildly different changes in tone. Aliens is literally the polar opposite of a slow horror flick, okay?
Yeah.
Whoever thought it was a good idea to make Alien into a fucking action movie... if you gave it to anybody else except James Cameron, I know damn well this film wouldn't have been as good.
Oh, yeah. James Cameron knows how to do sequels. It's like the one thing he's good at.
But you gave it to the motherfucker behind Terminator, so you had to fucking make a good movie. All right? I'm a massive fan of the Terminator flicks. James Cameron, he knows how to craft them. And damn it, he fucking he blew my mind away with Aliens. I thought Aliens was going to be fun but dated, right? I thought that Aliens was just going to be, it's going to be fun. We're going to have some action, but like 7 out of 10. That's what I'm thinking. Fuck that. Aliens is literally, isn't it like the dawn of like the badass chick? It's literally the first one.
Pretty much. Yeah.
At least the first really popular one. I mean, a film where you have Ellen Ripley dual wielding a flamethrower and a pulse rifle is cinema. All right,
Yeah.
you can't beat it.
Yeah, when people talk about sequels going bigger and better, Aliens is like the perfect example of that. Like, it goes bigger, and they just do everything that they can with the fucking idea of Alien.
I mean, let's talk about the film, the film's budget. The film, one that is damn near timeless, if not timeless. All right, with all these crazy, cool fucking prosthetics and really fucking badass shots, was $18.5 million in budget.
Mm-hmm.
Even back then, that's not the craziest amount. You know?
Yeah.
All right. Now, the original Alien had 11 mil behind it, and Ellen Ripley got paid $36K. So Sigourney Weaver got paid $36K.
Yeah.
Aliens had an $18.5 million budget, but Sigourney Weaver got paid $1 million plus an unknown percentage.
Yep. As she should.
Yeah. Oh, man. She fucking cashed in on that movie. As she should have. Because she's the best fucking thing in a film that is filled with the best fucking thing. You get it? It's ridiculous. You gotta love it.
You needed Sigourney Weaver for Aliens. I think if this movie was about a whole different cast of people and didn't have much relation or any relation to the original, it would not be anywhere near as good. But because like you go from the first movie and you have that introduction to just one alien and that whole scenario in Ripley, it's a tense claustrophobic horror film. And then you go to Aliens, and so you still have Ripley, she's that connective tissue from the first one, and now you have more of an emotional attachment because you know what she went through in the original. And it just makes the story like that much more impactful with Aliens. Because it's like, okay, so she's been through this before, she knows what she's talking about, and no one else really believes her. It would have been so much better than, nobody not knowing a thing coming across the alien like in the original, and then just start freaking out all of a sudden. It would have felt redundant. But the fact that you have that one character that's already been through that experience in the past, and it's just like she's explaining everything and people just don't believe her.
Blowing her off, yeah.
Yeah, what did she say? Did brain cells drop when I was away?
Yeah. Yeah. When she's in that I was boardroom. In hypersleep. Did IQs drop? Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man. I don't think if I have the fucking... No, the line isn't there. It's just I have them in notes. Anyway, one thing to build off of your point is that, without Sigourney Weaver, think about it. Not only is she important in that way, but also think about the fans of the original. They're going to think this film is a blatant disrespect to Ripley because of what she went through and how she barely got out of it. Meanwhile, all these guys are big and tough and bravado, and they're killing hundreds of these aliens, So it would feel like a complete misrepresentation of what the alien is. But when you add Sigourney Weaver, somebody who's there and is probably the most competent out of all of them, and she's getting she's struggling, she's going through it, but she's also kicking ass. It doesn't feel disrespectful anymore. It doesn't feel disingenuous. It just feels like a continuation. It feels like an amplification. You know what I mean? That's which is what it's meant to be. So it's all good, baby. Sigourney Weaver was essential, and as you can see, the person who argued her contract completely understand that. You know what I mean?
For real.
That's it.
And I love the way Aliens approaches everything too. It's like you mentioned before, it's like a military crew. They're all so confident and cocky, and they go in guns blazing, and then so it's
breakers,
like, man. for them it's like no fucking problem. But then with this movie, it's not just one alien, it's a shit ton of aliens. So I love that that tonal shift of in the first half of the movie. It's like, oh, we got it. It's going to be no problem. And then by the time you get to the end, you're like, oh, we're dead.
James Cameron knows how Jesus Christ, English today. It's hard for me.
Oh, same.
James Cameron knows how to write camaraderie. He just does. And in the film, and in that scene where they all wake up from the fucking pod, it's like, okay, how do I differentiate the sergeant from everyone else? He wakes up with a cigar in his hand.
That's the funniest thing in that movie to me, bro. I love it so fucking much.
It's like, once again, it's like, it's unashamedly camp, but I love it. I take it any day. It's cinema is what it is. And then fucking when they're all sitting there at the table, the android, just to make sure that people know that Bishop is an android, it's like, okay, I'm going to play the knife game. And then somebody sneaks, what's that guy's name? The guy who said game over. I forget his name. Let me see. I think it's Hicks, but let me double check just to make sure. Private Hudson. Hudson.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Hicks was Michael Biehn. Cowries. Yeah. By the way, rest in peace, Bill Paxton. Dude is a legend. I don't care where
Facts.
That guy's fucking. Not only was he hilarious, but he could play a cool action hero. I love that guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway.
I believe he was in Twister as well.
Yeah. I gotta see that.
Yeah, he's the main guy.
I haven't seen it. I gotta see it, bro.
He's good in it.
So anyway, Private Hudson, gets his hand forced over the androids, and the android's like, just trust me, bro, trust me. And then he fucking hits all them fucking fingers. You know what I mean? Oh my God, nah, brother. After that, I'm leaving. Nah, y'all can dishonorably discharge me whenever you want. I'm not going nowhere with that motherfucker. Fuck that. Yeah. That's the truth. No, bro. Was I the only one that noticed that one of the fucking the soldiers was called Spunkmeyer? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
Spunkmeyer? I don't remember that fucking name.
No. One of the sergeants yelled over at somebody. He's like, "Hey, Spunkmeyer, come over." You're like, "What the fuck, Spunkmeyer?"
That's got to be a nickname. If that's that dude's name, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Daniel Spunkmeyer.
Bro, what the fuck?
That's fucking crazy, bro. I mean,
hey, he's got a nickname, Spunk.
You don't get to choose your last name, you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is.
Yeah.
Pobrecito.
But, going back to what you were saying, I do love that reveal of Bishop being an android, because it also ties back to the original of when Ripley's like, you didn't tell me there was an android on board, and everyone's just kind of like that, like it's normal for them. It's like, I thought that was like we forgot to tell you.
And then Bishop pleads the case. Bishop pleads the case. It's like, well, I don't fucking trust you. And it's like, well, what kind of model was it? It was an old android, whatever the fuck. It's like, oh, well, that makes sense. Those were always a little twitchy. I am incapable of hurting humans. It's like, and it's like, okay, well, you keep that shit on your side of the fucking boat. Yeah. No, what's crazy is that actually makes a lot of sense, because why was the android in the OG like flipping out so much when he was attacking Ellen? Mm-hmm. When Ripley was like, he got thrown away, the android was standing there like waiting, like calculating his next move, and I'm like, why is it taking so long? It's because he's malfunctioning. Yeah. He's not supposed to be attacking people, you know? Mm-hmm. And so immediately, it's not in his programming, but I guess Mother like kind of pushed him or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so he's immediately like just standing there coldly with no emotion, but it's not in his programming. And, they're really strong, but they're extremely fragile. We see that in Romulus. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's like, you just hit him with that taser once, they're over. You bump them like an alien bumped Andy over, and como se dice, he's just fucking fidgeting on the floor. It's just, they're pretty fragile, but they're strong as shit.
Yeah. They're glass cannons.
Yeah, you gotta love it. Not in the fucking Alien Isolation game. How many times you gotta headshot those motherfuckers? You know what I'm saying? Jesus Christ.
Jesus. That's not Weyland Yutani though.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
that's Seekson. That's a knockoff company. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So, one of the things that here's the thing, right? You always have two different cuts of this film. You have the theatrical cut and you have the regular like home release cut. I think it's like special edition or director's. I don't know, but it's a different cut. And I noticed when I watched the theatrical that they got rid of a few scenes that I genuinely liked. All right. One of the first scenes they got rid of was Ellen Ripley's daughter passing. They never mentioned it. They never showed a photo of the face. Nothing. So theatrically and probably canonically, Amanda Ripley, Ellen Ripley's daughter, is never mentioned except the video game. Mm-hmm. So my thing is, if you want to make a canon that she did die, a lot of people are saying it's a cover story, and I say go with that. You know what I mean? Just go with that. Or maybe it's not even a cover story. It's just, well, yeah, it is a cover story, but maybe the people who are relaying the information don't even know it's a cover story. You know what I mean? It's just something so embedded and classified. I wouldn't mind, because I definitely want to see an Amanda and Ellen Ripley meet up. Absolutely. Whenever, if it does happen, I don't want Sigourney Weaver to play a huge role. You know what I mean? Because we definitely want to make way for new guys. But I mean, hey, more Sigourney Weaver is okay for me. You know?
Yeah, true.
Como se dice? And once we get into the second act, I noticed that a lot was gutted from this second act. When Bishop is told to, okay, I need you to climb over to that relay so you can set up a ship so we can get the fuck out of here. A lot of the scenes where they're checking in with Bishop, be like, okay, how you doing over there? How long is it going to take? All that, they're gone. Completely stripped from the theatrical version. There's only one time where you see him dealing with the relay, and that's near the end. That's it. So I don't like that they took that out for the theatrical, but once again, it makes sense. Because, the runtime at theatrical cut is 2 hours long. And a 2-hour-long theatrical cut is like a perfect even number to have more asses and seats and more show times, right? So it's perfect.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if 2 hours was a studio mandated runtime, because it's like, we don't want this to go over 2 hours, so we can have more show times, more money.
Yeah.
And so that I think that's pretty much what it was, because even if studios are hands off with a movie, and you can tell that they were kind of hands off with Aliens, there's still some stuff like that comes up where it's like the runtime needs to be this, because you don't want James Cameron to be making like a 4-hour Alien movie, and then it's like that we can't release that. 4 fucking hours.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, so Aliens, I'm gonna say, so in the second act, they also took away one of my favorite scenes that actually gets resurfaced back on Romulus in a different way, where they set up turrets. They set up turrets in these vents or whatever way. Like, okay, the aliens only have these certain ways that they can get in. We're gonna put turrets on here, so if they come by, the turrets are gonna unload. We have 1,000 rounds, and so as they barely even show the turrets like shooting and the aliens being shot. They're just looking at the gauges and like, oh my god, 50%, 40%, 30%, and then the aliens, after getting shot at for so long, they start to retreat. Because the aliens understand that, like, we have a lot of numbers, but this is obviously not working. Let's regroup and find a different way to do it, Yeah. Because the aliens are really smart. Unfortunately, they cut that out of the theatrical version. Now, I don't think the film is lesser. The theatrical film, the cut, I don't think it's, like, lesser. I don't think it's worse. I just think it's enhanced by those extra scenes. And that turret scene is a great enhancement because it shows how smart the aliens are,
Yeah. Like, the interpretation I got is, in the original Alien, that it feels smart, like it's hunting them.
Right.
And it's a calculating killer, kind of.
Because it's one alien. Right.
Yeah. It's not a mindless beast. It can maneuver. It kind of knows, strategies and things. And so I feel like when you take that out, in Aliens, they just feel like a hive mind. Where it's like, they're not thinking individually. Whereas, in the scene that you just described with the turrets, I feel like that would show, it's like, okay, these are smart as fuck. Like, these guys, they know what they're doing.
Well, usually in a hive-minded scenario like that, they're communicating with the queen. So the queen's ordering them. Like, hey, go fucking over there and get them, right? And so that they're following orders, and then eventually they need to fall back. But yeah, I agree. It is that hive mind mentality, and it's also that kind of battlefield mentality where it's like, okay, I can sacrifice so many men on the battlefield to get from point A to point B. You know what I mean? Like, oh, push the beach. You know what I mean? It's like, we're gonna lose some guys, but we're gonna get to that position. That's what the aliens are doing. They're pushing to get to that position, but once they realize they're in there over their heads, they pull back and find a different way.
Yeah, and then when you don't have that scene and you don't show them retreating, just makes them feel like mindless creatures.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we're getting shot, oh, whatever.
Which I don't like, because actually, you know what, I take back saying that it actually made the film a little lesser. I do take that back, because the theatrical cut, it just jumped, like the first time they finally see the Xenos again, it jumped to where they were falling from the ceiling, which is a really cool reveal, but you also have to think about Ellen Ripley asked for everything. She asked for vents. She asked for subway tunnels. She asked for maintenance access. No one thought of the attic.
Yeah, right.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So Yeah, I agree. The extended version is the way to watch it. You know, it is the way to watch it because it covers all bases. It is a complete film that way. You know?
Yeah.
The theatrical cut I actually don't prefer, which is crazy because usually the theatrical cut is like, okay, this is the tightest the script can get. No, they just straight up cut shit.
Yeah. No, it happens a lot. That's why I feel like I tend to gravitate more towards extended cuts or director's cuts.
Right.
But then you do have some movies like The Fall Guy that came out this year had an extended cut. And I watched it, and I preferred the theatrical cut because I feel like the extended cut was too slow. Especially like for the kind of movie that The Fall Guy is trying to be, like an action comedy. I think it needs to be a bit more fast-paced. The extended cut took too much time, I think.
Well, a lot of scenes that get cut out are usually, like, redundant. You know what I mean? It's
yeah.
like, oh, we already learned about this before. We don't need to have it, right? But this wasn't redundant. This was, like, vital information. Like, I can get cutting the Bishop scenes, sure, but actually, no, I don't, because you enjoy Bishop way more when you're checking in on him. You know what I mean? It's you enjoy his character more and appreciate his character more in the extended cut than you do the theatrical. In the theatrical, you literally only see him one time after he goes into the pipe, and then it's the big fight scene at the end. That's it.
Yeah. Like, damn, where'd Bishop go? And then he just shows up with the ship, and you're like, oh, okay, there he is.
You're like, I wanted to see him climbing in the pipe. I want to see more of that because, I want to see him struggle. I want to see these guys barely hang on, drag it out longer, you know? So the extended cut is the superior version. The theatrical cut, I enjoy. It's a good film, but it's not the extended. The extended's the best. It is what it is. One thing I did want to bring out, Vasquez. Vasquez is a bad bitch, bro. The chick with the red bandana, she went hard, bro. That's it.
She was kicking ass.
She really was. The way she moved with that fucking smart gun was crazy, bro. That shot with the two Marines testing their form with the smart gun, cinema, bro. It's like, how do you think of this shit? How do you think of this shit? They got fucking formations. They're doing fucking like dance routines with the smart gun. It's like, how do you think of this?
Yeah.
You know? You gotta love it. And then when Vasquez was running around with that smart gun, meanwhile her buddy, the guy who's ripped to shit, can barely lift the damn thing. You know? Bro looks like Josh Brolin's Cable running around with that cannon. You know what I mean? That's it. You gotta love it. It's ridiculous. So yeah, I love the aesthetic of the film. The film looks so fucking cool and original. And this was released 40 years ago. It's still timeless. It looks amazing. And that's the kind of effect you can have when you use practical effects. You know, and we're not just talking about body armor and guns here. We're talking about how the aliens look. Yeah. And I think the best way to describe how the aliens look, the best scene to use, is the initial Queen reveal, bro.
It's insane.
The Queen.
She's like all strung up. It looks like something out of like a painting.
Yeah,
it's like freaky as fuck.
When the horror is so fucking scary, it becomes art.
Yeah, right. It's that lighting that they have coming up behind her, and then she's like strung up. It looks like she's strung up on the ceiling, like all over the walls. It's almost like a spider web kind of, and then she just has this lighting behind her, and it's like making God rays, and the lighting in the like big ass room, and you have this lifelike animatronic of the Queen. It all comes together, and it's so fucking cool.
I think one thing, you know what's crazy, right? Is throughout the entire film, is like they still managed to make you feel tension. You know, even though these Marines are cool as fuck, they start the film with having the team being completely wiped out. You know, which is crazy. I mean, they killed the sergeant, the guy that you felt the most safe with. They killed him right off the bat. Done.
Yep.
Out of here. In fact, he didn't even die. He got impregnated. That's fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. That's fucked up.
Should have had the xenomorph with like a cigar in its mouth.
That's real. Reincarnation is crazy, bro. But no, and that you think like, okay, these guys are badass. They're setting it up. It's gonna be a crazy cool action flick. But no, immediately they throw back that horror in you, bro. They throw back that, oh shit, there's only 5 of them left. You know, and then. And then it gets to the point where like it goes from crazy action to like, okay, there's some tension, but they're still shooting a lot. Oh, explosions, really cool. And then when it gets to the end, when Ripley descends into that hide, it goes full original Alien. It goes full, oh, fuck.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
very reminiscent of that hallway shot you were talking about. It
Yes.
has the same vibe.
Except now she's in their home. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. You gotta love it, brother. People have come to me in the past and said, like, okay, when she finally got Newt, and she threatened the alien, the queen, with, like, the flamethrower. Like, the alien queen was like, oh, shit, I'm finna kill you. I'm gonna open the egg. And then she's like, nah. And she shoots the flamethrower to, like, signify, like, if you fuck with me, your whole nest is dead. People said that's corny. I'm like, what do you mean that's corny? Have you seen the movie?
Yeah.
It's what the aliens do. They're smart. They understand that if you fuck with them, it's over. You know?
Yeah.
So, como se dice, throughout the entirety of both films, you've seen that the alien does not take conventional methods. The aliens do not act like zombies where they just run at you full force or whatever. No, they take precautions. They understand that they're not invincible, you know? And especially the queen, because she's attached to these egg sacs, and she is literally the only means of production here. If she fucks around and she finds out, the whole hive goes with her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and she understands that. That's the thing. The alien is capable to comprehend that. You know. But people see Big Dumb Monster and think, oh, that's just it's corny. Shut up. It's not corny. You're just dumb. It's okay.
Yeah.
You can be dumb. It's okay.
Yeah. The aliens are smart as fuck.
So
Simple as that.
So when she initially threatens the alien, the queen, and the queen like kind of acknowledged it, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? The queen can understand that? Oh shit! Imagine being literally 10 times smaller than your opponent and being able to successfully intimidate him. I'm just saying, Jesus Christ. So of course she starts walking away. She starts pulling back, and then right before she finally gets out, one egg opens up. And I guarantee you, the queen did not mean to open up that egg. Absolutely not. Without a shadow of a doubt, because she was almost out of the hive. She was almost out. She was just going to open it later. But that fucking egg opened up prematurely. And the queen looked over at the egg. Is like, oh, shit. And then Ripley went ham. Homegirl literally dumped the whole mag in there, and then she dropped 3 grenade blasts into the egg sacs. Like, holy shit!
Just for good measure.
You know what's crazy? This is the funniest part of that. The whole planet's about to be nuked.
Yeah.
So, like, why are you doing that? Because it looks cool. All right.
Because why the fuck not?
Yeah, that's literally what it is. Because why the fuck not? That's it. Just to be sure, right? Sure, why not? Okay,
yeah, right.
Fine.
Double tap.
Yeah. Homegirl drank a perk before walking in. That's wild.
Yeah. He was bloodthirsty that day.
That's real. No, that's fucking real, dude. Jesus Christ. Just cinema. So yeah. She walks back, you know, she's shooting aliens on the way back, and she finally gets to the elevator. Brother, you have no idea how far I leaned forward in my seat when the queen alien got up. Like, oh, the bitch can walk? Oh, she can run. Okay. Like, I didn't expect, like, you see how skinny her fucking legs are? Like, I did not expect her to be moving like that, you know? But, bro, the fucking queen got up and started running after him. I was like, no shot. No shot. This turned into a kaiju movie in the 3rd act. That's crazy. Yeah.
When you know you're fucked.
Yeah, that's real, bro. Oh my god, it's crazy. So, you know, starts running, and then como se dice, Ellen Ripley gets in the elevator with Newt right before the queen gets to them, and the elevator rises up, and it's great. Okay, we're saved, no problem. And then we hear an elevator ding. What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I can just imagine the queen getting on the elevator, pressing a button.
Ellen Ripley looks down and the elevator's coming up. Like, are you fucking kidding me? No shot. Come on. Oh, man. Nah, I would have given up right then and there. It's like, oh, they can press buttons now? Fuck.
Well, I'm dead.
Yeah, that's real. It's like when the zombies know how to open doors. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that.
Yeah, right.
Fuck that. So the queen alien fucking comes up the elevator. Ellen Ripley finally gets away, but then the queen alien actually like is a complete stowaway on her ship, which is crazy because like, how do you sneak onto a ship that's high? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it, but okay, whatever. So she gets on the ship. You know, they have the fake out ending as every Alien film should. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And once again, just another minute of utter cinema. Ellen Ripley runs away, you know, and Newt goes underground, and the blast door closes behind Ellen Ripley, and the alien, the queen alien, comes up and tries to break the door down. She can't; it's too big. Then she starts going after Newt, and immediately when Ripley understood, oh shit, she's going after Newt. Homegirl got into the mech soup that they just foreshadowed in the beginning. She gets into the fucking mech suit, comes out and says the baddest fucking line to ever grace that fucking silver screen. Get away from her, you bitch. Oh man, I did not know I needed a mech fight in my Alien franchise till I saw Aliens. That's the truth. You know what I mean?
Of course.
And I'm surprised they never tried to reinvent that. You know what I mean? Like, all these, like, cheap fucking Alien sequels, and they never tried to do that again? You know? That's weird.
Yeah. It'd be too on the nose.
Oh, sure. Okay. That didn't stop the other Aliens, bro. All right? Jesus. I agree. It would be too on the nose. And then the fucking ending where she gets the fucking alien, like, completely... what's the word? Like the airlock, and gets the alien completely blasted out into space. It's just so. You cannot beat great no matter what you do in that CGI room, in the green room, you cannot beat great set design. And that's what that shuttle is. That's what that hive is. Every single scene, every single bit of setup in this film, it feels so genuine, feels so real. And, you know, man, I'm a big fan of that late 80s, early 90s camp. And while that is present here, if you don't like those flavors, you'll still enjoy this film.
Yeah.
I mean, everything about it is just charismatic. Everything about it is just beautiful to watch and rewatch. And when it wants to scare you, motherfucker, it will scare you. Case in point, Ripley and Newt in that little med bay room when that fucking when the antagonist blocked off the door and it's like, yeah, you can't get out, and I'm gonna throw 2 facehuggers in there with you. Remember, in the first Alien film, we just saw the facehugger jump on some guy's face and that's it. Then it was dead. In the second one, oh, they run now?
Yeah.
They run now.
We never saw them roam around until the second one, which is crazy.
They played on my arachnophobia hard in that movie, bro. And they did another one of those shots where they have the camera there and the alien is in the background, but you don't see it till it moves. They did that in the hive when the first Marine got killed, which, by the way, that kill was a 2-for-1. The alien pounced on the guy and then he shot his flamethrower, which burned another guy. You know? Imagine getting a 2-for-1. That's crazy.
Double kill.
Yeah, right? That's what I'm saying. Bro got that score multiplier. So yeah, he got that one. But then you have this shot where Ellen Ripley, like, just tried to open the door. The door's not opening. Oh, we're fucked. We're fucked. And once that realization kicks in, there's a shot of the camera, like, pointing at her face. And behind her is a little bit of darkness. And then when she turns around, something pops out of that darkness, and it's the facehugger, bro. Oh, my God. And then once again, there's no, like, lead up to the shot. It's just like, it just seems like a normal shot. And then when the fucking facehugger comes in, he's like, oh, that's why they shot it that way. You know? You gotta love it. You gotta love it. That entire sequence was fucking scary because you don't know. Alien is dark as fuck. You know what I mean? So you don't know who's gonna die, when they're gonna die. Is Ripley gonna get impregnated and then gonna have to die near the end of the film? We don't know. We don't know. Thankfully, that didn't happen. And the Marines got there in time. God, that piece of shit. What was his name? Bishop? The bad guy? Yeah. What a piece of shit. It wasn't Bishop. That's the fucking android. Who's the bad guy?
Yeah.
Let me see.
I know the actor's name is Paul. I don't remember the character though.
I gotta look that up really quickly because I'm looking at Paul Reiser, Carter Burke. That son of a bitch. Burke was a piece of shit this entire film, Brody. One thing I do want to mention is the lieutenant and the sergeant angle they were pulling is like the lieutenant's very inexperienced. He just came out of whatever school they put him in. Very young, right? The guy who's sitting in the car giving them orders while the team is in the hive. He's very inexperienced, doesn't understand to do his job at all. And Ellen Ripley kind of had to shake him and tell him like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Let them pull out, you know? And then Burke, the way he was talking after all those Marines died, really pissed me the fuck off, which is what the movie's supposed to do. You know, Burke was saying, so everyone was throwing around ideas like, okay, I think we should throw some C2 gas in there and just smoke them out. Yeah, but we don't know if the C2 gas is going to affect them. It's like, well, I think we should just get the fuck out of here. It's like, oh, that makes sense. And then Ripley's like, I think we just nuke this entire site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure.
Yeah.
And then Burke was like, okay, hold on, Ripley, listen. This site is worth a multi-million-dollar site, okay? The bioweapons division finna go crazy over this. And Ripley's like, you think I give a shit, dude? You know?
We're about to fucking die.
Yeah. And it's like, listen, you're not even in command, all right? Hicks is in command. And Hicks is like, damn, yeah, you right. And then Burke is like, listen, Hicks doesn't know anything. He's just a grunt. No offense, none taken. Oh, man, yeah. You gotta love it. You gotta love the banter. Burke's is such a fucking asshole throughout the entire film. There's some other lines I gotta look for. Jesus Christ. Let's see here. The first alien... Sorry, Jerry, we can't do smart gunners. Oh yeah, what's hilarious is I'm gonna say he's on the way out. Drake and Vasquez, they're both the smart gunners. Immediately, I'm thinking, okay, one of them has to die because we can't have two smart gunners, you know. And I know it's not gonna be Vasquez because she's way too fucking cool. So yeah, Drake had to go. Sorry, dog. I loved him in the Shawshank Redemption though. Fuck me.
Yeah, he's hype.
Yeah, he's high. Yeah, I put down in the notes. This fucking business guy needs to shut the fuck up. This site is expensive. Fuck off, all right? We don't want to hear nothing, all right? He doesn't know anything. He's just a grunt. No offense. Yeah, fucking ridiculous. So yeah, they finally get back into the they finally like okay, we gotta call medevac. We all need to leave. Let's go. And the fucking alien finds its way on the escape ship. And brother, that one shot where they use projection in order to get it right, where the ship is crashing in front of them and they all have to dodge it.
Yeah.
You know, I can tell it's projection now, but I tell you right now, that looks way better than what they could have tried to do with CGI. 20 years later, like early 2000s, the CGI would have looked worse than that projection. So yeah. I'm just saying, right?
Yeah, I can only imagine how, like, sitting in a theater in 1986, that shot would have been like, holy shit.
Could you imagine? Because, like, as far as you're concerned, that actually happened in front of them.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? That's real. It's like, damn, y'all timed that? How much they getting paid? Wait a minute. That's real, dog. It's crazy shit to witness. I want to know how they got that initial shot of the ship crashing. Like,
yeah, it looks so good.
Oh, man. It's crazy. And like I said, practical will always be better. It is what it is. Practical is always better. Oh, what I loved was when Hudson was talking so much shit. It's like, it doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't matter what we plan. We're going to fucking die. And then Ripley's like, Hudson, this little girl survived with no weapons and no training. Stop bitching. All right? The fuck is your excuse? You know what I mean? And then Newt looks
up at him. Yep.
Yeah. Newt looks over and gives him the salute.
Yeah.
He's like, you know it, dog. I'm out here. Jesus Christ. Yeah, and so one of the things I wanted to mention with Ripley's daughter's death not being in the theatrical version, it significantly takes away. It doesn't significantly take away. It just doesn't add as much. It doesn't reinforce the relationship between her and Newt. You know, the relationship's still there and it's strong because the girl's cute and she's a mother figure, sure, but it's not anywhere near as heavily implied as when you mention that Ripley's daughter is dead. So now all of a sudden she's like trying to be the mother that she never could have been. You know what I mean? So I feel like the inclusion of Ripley's daughter is way stronger of a tool to make that relationship between Ripley and Newt stronger. But it's still decently strong in the theatrical cut. It's definitely not bad in any regard. You know? I just wish they kept that. I just wish they kept that scene. That's the thing, right? It's like, God damn it, what the... money. All right, then. You know what I mean? Stupid. Whatever. So, yeah. Overall, just a great fucking movie. I'm glad that Burke got in the end. I just wish his death was more glorious. You know what I mean? It just kind of cut away.
Yeah, right.
You know? But,
yeah. Soft screen.
I really don't have any negatives for this film, except like once again, like you can see some of the technical aspects like more obvious now, but that's a non-issue. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That really is a non-issue.
Yeah. No, this movie really just takes everything that the original does and makes it bigger. I mean, literally, like the entire third act is the same as the original, but bigger.
Which is crazy because a lot of people look at Alien Romulus and think that just because they made it bigger and they they added new ideas, all of a sudden it's just leaning too far on the OG films. Oh, get out of here, bro. All right, Aliens did a similar formula just without the egregious line stealing, which I think that is kind of a con, but still. I enjoyed it, so it doesn't matter, all right? That being said, Aliens, a fucking badass film, a badass sequel. They caught lightning in a bottle twice, and damn it, it was glorious. Gotta put it in S tier.
Facts.
Now, when it comes to subjective viewpoint, some people prefer action than horror. And you know what? That's a fair criticism. Some people like the action more, but some people like horror more. And damn it, if Alien didn't leave me with my jaw dropped further than Aliens, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Alien for me is the better film, but that is highly subjective. They are still both 10 out of 10s. Easy. Next film on the list. Yeah, this is where everything starts going downhill. Fucking off a cliff downhill. Like it's listen, I understand that there's a lot of fans of Alien 3. They watched it, they appreciated the darker tone, and they found it intriguing. And I find the tone intriguing. I do not find the film intriguing at all. All right. Now, maybe not at all. That's a little strong. Let me just preface this by saying I did not watch the theatrical cut. I know Squeedo did. Did you?
I don't remember what cut it was.
You watched the special edition, actually. It was like a little over 2 hours.
Yeah.
I watched the special assembly cut edition. I think that's what it's called. And it's like 2.5 hours. So one of the things I want to mention is that the version I have is the complete version of Alien 3, as in complete versions of characters, complete a couple extra scenes of the Xeno, just the complete version of the film. And me judging it as a 2.5 hour film, dull as fuck, ridiculously dull. And I'm not saying dull as in dark. I don't mind the dark vibe. Alien has always been dark, all right? But the thing with dark is that you need to give me something to grab onto, And Alien 3, unfortunately, just didn't have anything for me to grab onto. And Ellen Ripley, while I love her and she's great in the first 2 films, does not save this film for me. She just doesn't,
Yeah.
One of the decisions that I could respect, because I'm a big fan of films that have balls, when they just completely subvert your expectations. And it's like, no, what, fuck you. I'm going to do something that you didn't think we could do. We're way too bold, right? I want to do something that you don't think is possible, right? So they have balls and they make a crazy decision. And the crazy decision they did with this one is killing off Newt and Corporal Hicks in this film. Off screen even, which is crazy.
Off screen.
Yeah. So I don't particularly agree with that decision, but I wouldn't exactly be opposed to it if they did it correctly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do I think they did it correctly? No, not really. Not at all.
It's off screen.
Mainly, yes. Mainly because it's off screen, and mainly because it makes the storyline of Alien 2 seem completely useless.
Mm-hmm.
What was all that for? This film basically deads everything that they did in Aliens, And I'm a big fan of mind canon and Alien 3 doesn't have to be canon. It could be an elsewhere story. And you know what? Fair. I hear you. But let's be honest with ourselves. This is meant to be the canon. This is what happened.
Yeah.
Alien 3 not only deaded Aliens, but Alien 3 also has a very dead storyline in and of itself, a very depressing storyline, where Ripley finds herself crash-landed on a prison working camp. Now, for me, people always say, the med doctor, he was an interesting character. And the priest character, he was cool, he was decent. For me, I find those characters completely one note and stereotypical. Those characters have existed in the past and have been done better in the past. And I feel like the worst opener to your side characters that you can possibly fucking give is to tell Ripley, the only female on board, like, these men are child, SAers. These are murderers. These are all crazy things. Like, these are the worst of the worst scum that you are surrounded by. It's like, okay, and we're supposed to like these individuals? We're supposed to care when these individuals die? And I know, mainly the film tries to like push it as like, okay, they're cannon fodder, but I will never take cannon fodder over actual substantive characters. It just is what it is. All right. Now, one thing that I also want to add is that they definitely tried to push certain characters that were prisoners, except every single prisoner looks the same because of their shaved head and their attires.
They're all bald.
So it's hard for me to differentiate between them. So they all just kind of gel in together. And the thing about Alien 3 is there's almost no camaraderie, which first Alien, both first Alien films are great at. That the cast has chemistry, they talk to each other, they make jokes, whatever, right? Even if these are bad people, if you can make them lovable bastards and they do nothing too egregious throughout the film, I can enjoy their presence. But when you make a scene where Ripley is literally about to get SA'd, all right, by 4 different dudes, you lose any love that I have for these guys, period. I don't enjoy any of these characters in this film. The only character I care about is Ripley, and she's stripped away of any kind of emotional foundation after this. After Alien, after the beginning of the film. With everyone dead, it didn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter what happens to her. It doesn't matter what happens to these prisoners. Nothing matters. Why do I want to watch a film where I don't have anything to grab on and nothing matters? Mm-hmm. Another thing I want to point out is, ¿cómo se dice? Is that stereotypical, the prison warden. Once again, another stereotypical, boring, dull character where they try to have an antagonist and then they kill him off really quickly as a little bit of dark humor. It's just not anywhere near as substantive or great as the original 2 films. It just isn't. The Xeno special effects in this film, barring the finale, are horrid. I mean, I have a few stills that I'll pop up now of the CGI alien that they really tried to showcase. And it is painful to be viewing, brother. It really is. I want to share a number with you. The movie has a budget. Alien 1 has a budget of $11 million. Aliens has a budget of $18 million, and Alien 3 has a budget of $50 million.
Yeah, where'd that shit go?
I have no idea. You know where it went? It went to the troubled production. Unfortunately, Fox was so far up, what was his name? David Fincher's ass, right? Yeah. That they spent so much money just going back and forth and forcing him to do things that he didn't want to do. I hate when studios feel the need to constantly intervene with a creative vision. It's disgusting. And now I understand that David Fincher wasn't exactly as popular, as he is now. He wasn't proven yet. I think it was his first actual theatrical film he ever worked on. Was that the truth?
I don't know. I think it's one of his first. I don't know if it was the first. It might have been his second.
Let's say it's one of the first. All right. Either way, what Fox wanted was not a director. Fox wanted to go for James Cameron originally, but now that James Cameron wasn't going to do it, Fox wanted a director that they could puppeteer. They did not want a director that had his own separate vision. They wanted a director that they could puppeteer and basically just tell what to do. And that's not how David Fincher operates. And we both know that David Fincher is one of the baddest motherfuckers to direct a film. That guy knows what he's doing, So Como se dice? When I saw that this film was directed by him, I was initially intrigued, like you were. You know, I thought that this film would be a bit on, of course, darker humor, but I thought it would be substances and the characters would be cool and there would be some really cool twists. Alien 3 delivered none of that. It really didn't. I want to add something here. So in the special edition that I watched, the initial alien came from a cow that was on the planet, and they gutted him in the showers, whatever, and the alien chest bursted out of him. In the theatrical versions, Guido, that scene doesn't exist.
In the theatrical version?
No. Apparently, the scene does not exist. You watched the special edition that was a little over 2 hours. The theatrical's an hour 54.
Yeah, no, apparently I watched the theatrical, because I just checked the runtime. It's at an hour 54.
Okay.
I have the version I watched on my
Was
computer.
the ox scene in the theatrical?
No.
Yeah, so they never showed the... What was the origin of the alien in the theatrical cut?
A dog.
A dog. Yeah, a dog. Okay. So one thing I want to bring up is that they were cutting out the ox and then the alien was popping out and they had these really cool practical shots of him popping out. But then at the end of the fucking scene, it's a fully CG alien and he runs off. And it's the worst fucking looking thing I've ever seen ever. All right? It was ridiculously bad, which is crazy because the practical shots of him popping out of the ox looked really cool because the camera was really close, you know, which it should be, you know? And so my thing is, and I know you already know what I'm going to say, where the fuck did that chest burster come from? Where? It wasn't on Ripley's ship because the one face buster that was there was attached to her. And then the alien, and then the face buster, the face hugger dies right after. So was there a second face hugger on the ship?
In the theatrical cut, there was a face hugger still on the ship after Ripley had already woken up. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was the same one. It was a bigger one than, you know, like the normal face huggers we're used to.
Right.
And so they have a shot of like in the beginning, you know, when they first find Ripley and they're taking her out of the ship, one of the prisoners has a dog with him, and then the dog is just barking in the ship, and then so all the other prisoners leave, and they're like, they take Ripley out, and it's like, okay, like, you know, we got what we need, let's go. And then the dog kind of stays there, and the dog is still barking in the ship, and as soon as like all the prisoners are gone, and it's just the dog barking into the ship, they show a face hugger on the ceiling, like kind of revealing itself, and then it shows the dog barking, and then it cuts away, and next time you see the dog is like on his bed, except it's got like scars and shit on its face, like it's bleeding. And so the dog owner sees him and he's just like, what happened to you? Like, who the hell would do this to a dog? And then it's because the dog had a face hugger on him.
Holy shit. So you're telling me the film that is meant to be the complete version literally skipped that, because it's not in mine. It was the ox. So that means that the face hugger literally came from nowhere in my version.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It just appeared.
Well, at least they addressed it correctly in the theatrical. Okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
The theatrical actually got it correctly. Thank fuck.
Yeah, like they showed like a build up to, you know, the alien eventually coming out.
See, that's the thing. In mine, it was an ox. He came out and then he started killing people. But where the fuck did it come from? Where did it?
Yeah.
You know. So I don't know. Maybe they never filmed that scene with the ox. Fair enough. What can you do? But at least they did it with the dog. I'm happy they went that way. Shit. So,
yeah, I think in the theatrical cut, I could be wrong here, but I think it's implied that the face hugger that impregnated the dog is the same one that impregnated Ripley, because like I said, it's bigger than usual, and I don't think it was dead, because they didn't show a dead face hugger on the ship. So I think it's implied that it's supposed to be the same one, and the fact that Ripley had a queen in her and that face hugger was big as shit is like, okay, I could see that's probably gave her a queen.
Sure, let's assume that like a queen face hugger can do it multiple times. But
exactly.
See, I don't really like that dynamic. That like like the one that pops out, the bigger alien is is able to do multiple, because it's like it should be the other way around, don't you think? Well, like a face hugger can do multiple regular Xenos, and a queen face hugger can only do one. You know. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, like technically, I would change that to where it's flipped. You know what I mean? But
yeah, like I could be wrong, but I feel like that's what's implied in the movie, because it's the only facehugger you see in the entire fucking film.
I just, if it's either way, I find it cheap. It's like, oh, there was a second facehugger. What?
Yeah, it's like, where did that one come from?
Yeah, right. Like that's kind of cheap.
Why didn't that one attach itself to like Hicks or something? He was also on the ship, or Newt.
Yeah, or Newt, which is who I thought got facehugged in the beginning, you know, and then it turned out to be Ripley. And what's crazy to me is throughout the entire film, how long is the span of the entire film? Because the version I watched, it looked like it was days.
Honestly, for me, the theatrical, that shit felt like it happened in like 48 hours or less.
2 days.
Yeah, like it went by quick.
So my thing is, the alien doesn't take that long, but let's say maybe it's the queen. You know, let's just say it's the queen. Let's just imagine that the queen just takes way longer to build up. Fair. I just wanted to point that out. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people like to look at the Alien 3 and think that, oh, that's just how long the alien pops out. So in Romulus, when the alien bursting out was almost instantaneous, it was unrealistic. Bro, it's like you never watched the first one or the second one. You know what I mean?
It's just a couple hours.
It's just, at most. You know what I mean? And we'll get to that point later when we get to Romulus. But I'll make it brief here. In Romulus, they brought up a fact that the aliens were being experimented on. You don't think that it's plausible that the aliens were being experimented on and making the change faster? You know what I mean? It would make sense. It's plausible. And if they use that excuse, I wouldn't be against it at all, because it makes sense. Yeah. They're making them better. So
and also for Alien 3, in terms of like the time span, it feels like, so you have that first day where Ripley shows up, she wakes up, and then that one dude the doctor starts like showing her around and kind of explaining like what that place is. She meets the prison warden, and then you have the dog being impregnated by the facehugger. And then so, when they show like, when she asks about like Hicks and Newt and all that stuff, and then they burn the bodies, and the priest is giving like his speech or whatever, that scene is played alongside the chest burster coming out of the dog. So it's like it cuts back and forth between the priest giving like that speech for Hicks and Newt, and then at the same time that's happening is when the chest burster is coming out of the dog, which makes sense why there's no one around the dog when that shit is happening, because they're all in the boiler room.
They did this exact same shit with the Ox. Yes.
Yeah, and then so the alien comes out, and it like kind of runs off, and then it feels like still kind of the same day but later in the day, and then it really feels like only 2 days passed for the entire movie, because then it feels like the alien just starts killing people on that second day.
Right.
Like it really feels like not much time passes at all between, like, from the beginning to the end.
But you also have to think about the other Alien movies. Alien 1 happened. Alien 1 happened within like 6 hours, 8 hours, like less than 24 is what she said. But it was, it's real soon. Aliens takes. Of course, you have the beginning scene, but when the action finally started, it took place within 2 hours.
Yeah.
And then Alien 3 is 2 days, so that's a really long span compared to how it was before. And then Alien 4, once again, is just a couple hours. And then Alien Prometheus is like a day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A full day. And then Covenant is
a day.
Yeah, a day, pretty much. And then Romulus is just a couple hours,
Yeah.
So, como se dice. So Alien 3 has the longest time span. That's crazy. Interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It does feel like the Alien in 3 is more of like, I mean, they're all... they always do hit and run tactics, but for 3, it really feels like the alien spends most of its time hiding rather than killing people.
Yeah, and that's another thing, the alien really tries to kill a bunch of people and is eating them, and that kind of thing. So there is no hive mentality here. The alien is back to killing. And it's basically the alien is also in his best interest is to make sure that Ripley doesn't die because the queen is within her, and he's like the lone guardian, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, I wish, you know what? I just said that. I wish they played around with that idea. For example, when she was about to get assaulted by those 4 guys, they were all
the alien.
Alien saves her, not the guy, the preacher man. If the alien saved her, and he's like, oh yeah, you got the queen within you. I can't. Or no, they don't even have to make it obvious. You know what I mean? It's just the alien comes, slaughters all 4 of them, and fuck off. You know what I mean? Hell, you could have had the moment where the alien comes up to her face, right then and there.
Yeah,
that's what
I was literally just thinking that.
That
too.
is literally like, bro, hire me as a writer. It's that. Come on.
Yeah.
Do it. Play with it, man.
Yeah,
What's going on?
You would have had that close up with the alien, and then the alien fucks off, and you're just like, what the fuck was that?
Damn.
Like, why didn't it attack her right there? What the fuck?
Yep. Very much so. So I got some notes here, some small stuff, that kind of things. So I one thing I put down is this film has all the dated aspects of the early 90s camp. And not the good ones. Not the good ones. A good version of 90s camp would be The Fifth Element. This has none of that. All right? That's it. Come on, say so. So I was confused about how the facehugger inhabited the planet, but thankfully the theatrical version didn't have that problem. Let's see here. Yeah, one thing I did put down is like it would have been better if it was just a fully grown Xeno from the start and that it followed me or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, because having the face hugger scene in the theatrical voids that point. I do like that. That is strong. Yeah. So there you go. Let's see.
Yeah. How were the opening credits for you? Was it correlated with another scene, like in between?
They did show someone getting face hugged right then and there, and I thought it was Newt.
Okay. Got you. Yeah, because it's like showing the facehugger like fucking around on that ship.
Did you see the autopsy scene?
There was an autopsy scene. Yeah.
Wow, come on, say so. And in the autopsy scene, which is crazy, bro. Like, to be honest, once again, it's one of the good points of the film, which is crazy to say. But
it weirdly is, yeah.
Yeah, but it's actually one of the good points of the film because it hammers home the idea that, like, what a dark fucking world we're in. You know what I mean? This little fucking kid is laid on this table, and you see her eyes are open, and they're cutting into her to check if there's a face hugger, and it's just that slow, cold, sterile process. And it, once again, it's depressing, but it's achieving what it needs to achieve. It's like this this world is fucked. We're fucked. Everything is meaningless, that kind of thing. And it's real cynical. So, like, once again, that's a plus for the film. It's very depressing, but it's a plus for the film because it had the balls to do that. So I'm okay with films trying to have balls, and that scene is definitely that. Balls. So, but once again, it's just another thing that I have a problem with. First of all, I like the Newt scene, but one thing I have a problem with is that Ellen Ripley has been here all of a day, and she's surrounded by these horrible inmates that are literal scum of the earth, yet she feels comfortable enough to have sexual relationships with the doctor, who's a prisoner himself.
Yeah, I mean, that didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, like to me, like me personally, right? It's like maybe because Ripley's such a badass, it's like, I'm not saying it's impossible for Ripley to feel comfortable enough here to have relations, but it's a bit far-fetched, no? Like, let's be honest. Because, like, first of all, she's asking him, what's that barcode on the back of your head? Just like all the other prisoners have. Isn't that a sign enough that he's a fucking guy who's done something that bad? Like, why the fuck? It's been a day. You just lost your surrogate. You just lost your fucking your second daughter, right? And your love interest, Michael Bean. You know what I mean? So you lost Hicks and you lost Newt literally a day beforehand, and now you have relations. It just felt so contradictory to the tone. It really felt like they were just trying to build that romance so that they could kill him off. I mean, as soon as he dropped his backstory, he was murdered.
Yeah.
And like I would say usually that's subversive, but in this particular instance, considering that nobody else is even worth a fuck in the film, it felt cheap.
Yeah.
And the romance felt extremely cheap. Once again, like I don't hate, but I disagree completely with people saying it's like, oh my god, these characters were so cool and like so in depth and like they had great storylines. It was just troubled production. It's like, no, they did not have great storylines. They were boring. They were dull. And the best character there that wasn't Ripley was the preacher, and he was a one-note stereotype.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I hate to be intrusive and to rain on somebody's parade, but that's what he was. He was the Temu Samuel Jackson. You know what I'm saying? We don't, like, I'm okay with somebody, I don't mind his lines and I don't mind who he was, but I'm saying that that's when that's your best character, when that's the only interesting character in your entire film that's not the main chick from the previous two films, something's wrong, okay?
Yeah.
This film has so much wrong with it, but it's crazy because it comes from such a talented director and some talented cast members. There are some cast members here that I've seen in other films and they're amazing, but they're giving nothing to work with here. You know, it bothers me because I look at Alien 3 and I'm thinking it's like, this could have been good. Especially with the minimalist style that they were going for. It goes from Alien 1 where they have flamethrowers but they're helpless against one alien, right? And then it goes to Aliens 2 where it's like, oh, we got pulse rifles, we got miniguns, we got all this. And then Alien 3 was like, we have fucking fire axes, dog. You know? You know? Like,
you're in maximum security prison and you don't have weapons?
Right! No, that's literally the next note. That's literally the next note. It's like, this is a maximum security prison. There's no shotguns, riot shields, nothing. You know what I mean? But, you know, fair. I mean, it makes sense that Weyland-Yutani is like, we don't give a fuck about these guys. If you die alongside them, we don't care either. You know what I mean? Because Weyland-Yutani
they're basically in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah.
It's the definition of bumfuck nowhere.
Bumfuck Italy.
Planet that
they're on. Yeah, that's real, dog. So, yeah, it's just... Yeah, I tried my hardest to enjoy this film. I really did, you know, because I heard the interesting premise, and I hear that some people think this is the best film in the franchise, which I don't know what they're huffing, but, you know, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a lot of those people are people that grew up with, like, the box set, right? And they were watching Alien 3, you know, a lot at home and rewatching it. It's like, oh, well, there's a lot of misunderstood aspects of the film. It's like, well, yeah, sure, there's some highs, but the lows are extremely low.
Mm-hmm.
And the highs... they're like above average. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, is there anything else for this movie that I have? It's just nothing but negativity, this one. Oh, dude, I hate that line where it's like, okay, Ripley, lay down. I'm going to give you one of my special cocktails. What? What? Are you drugging her? What's going on? Special cocktails? What? And then she started saying that she was sick, and I'm like, is it the special cocktails? I bet it's the special cocktail. You know what I mean? It's like, I bet those needles are killing her, but it wasn't. So what that led me to believe was that guy, it looked like she was initially supposed to portray her as like, oh, I'm just sticking her with the needles. Because they're constantly like pushing, is like, don't you remember what you did? Do you know why you're here? Like to the fucking med guy. And it's like, okay, he did something horrible. And like, you're not supposed to trust him. But then it turns out the special cocktails weren't anything and he was just being weird. It's like, okay, you know, fine. But it just lessens his character. You know what I mean? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Like, make him a villain. Make him... If they had literally every other prisoner except that priest be a bad guy, I'm okay with that. You know, and I actually probably would have preferred that. You know, because at this point, if all these guys are written to be good, except none of them are actually likable. You know what I mean? And like, they're not, like, there was literally only one scene where I chuckled, and that's when two prisoners knocked into each other. They were running, and then they bumped into each other. It was like, damn! Oh, you scared the hell out of me. I thought you were an alien, and the other guy's like, roar. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, damn, that scared the shit out of me. You know, it's like, I thought you were that fucking alien. It's like, that's the one time where I was like, you know what, I like these two. You know, and then they killed him off right after. But it's like, just have more of that. Why isn't there more lunchroom banter? Everyone's so depressed and fucking reclusive and closed off. It's like, have some banter. I want them to talk some shit. You know, and nothing
Yeah.
overly disgusting. Like, yeah, you see that one chick? Yeah, I'd hit that in a minute. It's like, that's overly disgusting. What? Stop. Let's talk about, like, funny shit. Have some fun. If you guys made these prisoners fun to listen to with witty jokes, then we would actually care about them, but we don't. Because they've given nothing but horrible fucking things to say. You know? So, yeah, I think it's an absolute joke that people tell me that these characters were actually great and como se dice, they were the best parts of the film. It's like, no, they weren't. They're dull. And the one character that's decent is stereotypical as fuck. So it's like, who cares? You know? That's it.
Yeah.
Can you believe, as a studio, thinking that the one shot where the alien is hugging up against Ripley's face was a waste of time?
Yeah. That shit is baffling.
That is wild.
That was the money shot of the movie.
Yeah. They marketed the entire film. Like, that shot is used and replayed over and over. That's the one shot from this film is worth watching. Seriously. Mm-hmm. The film isn't worth watching. Just watch a lore breakdown. Shit. Jesus Christ. I told myself since I watched Aliens 1 and 2, I'm like, I'm not going to watch 3. It ruins the second one. I'm definitely not going to watch 4. Fuck that, you know. But here I am.
Yep.
Here I am. Shit. Do you have anything to say about this film?
Honestly, I didn't hate 3 that much. Thought it was just fine. But like you said, it's just the characters aren't really interesting. I was just there to see an alien fuck people up. I can't imagine watching the assembly cut.
No, it was.
I don't need an extra half hour added to this movie.
It was such a pain in the fucking ass. And to be honest, the alien killing is the weakest in the series so far. 1 and 2.
You don't see anything.
Yeah, you don't see anything, and the stuff that you do see, it's like it's what's the word? It's slapstick almost. You know what I mean? Like, it's just cheap.
Yeah.
The only time where I was genuinely like, oh, that looks fucking cool, is at the end when Ripley dropped the hot lead on him, and then he climbed up while he was covered in hot lead. Like, those shots and the music were fucking sick. But that's it. That's the only time I was ever like, oh, that looks cool, except the big money shot. But that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And just a complete waste of potential here. Waste of budget. $50 million down the drain. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Ridiculous.
Yeah. Also, this film had way too many fucking characters.
Absolutely. Way too many people. If they dumbed that down to like a crew of like 10 prisoners.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, I can see it. But 25 is like, okay, these are cannon fodder. You know what I mean? This is just joke. You know, one thing I wanted to point out is the differences in the theatrical cut. So, of course, you have the autopsy scene, but I think that was in the theatrical as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, it fleshes the characters out a lot more, but they're still dull as hell and boring. The ox is the means of the facehugger, not a dog, and we don't know where the facehugger comes from. Some slightly polished special effects, yet they still look like shit. Ripley, on the way down into the steel pit, like when she sacrifices herself, in the theatrical, she gets chest bursted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the special edition, that doesn't happen.
I don't know. I kind of like the chest bursting.
I agree.
When she falls.
I agree. I like that. Do that.
Yeah.
Do something to differentiate yourself from just falling in a pit like Terminator 2. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Come on, guys. And
I think it was a cool moment, and then it shows that like it's that ticking time bomb of the movie, right? Where it's like the alien's gonna burst out of her at any moment. And then right when she's about to kill her, bam.
Yeah. Now, my question to you is: did they ever trap the alien in the theatrical cut?
Did they trap the alien? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It was in that little pit. And then, you know, like they trapped it in like that little corridor, and they were going to fill it with hot lead, and they had to climb out, except the alien was like locked in on the preacher dude, and he was like, go, go, go.
Right, so that was the end.
I got this, and then, yeah.
Right. She gets up there, and she does the cool slow-mo shots. That's cool. In my version, they actually devised a plan to set up a bunch of fire, because aliens are afraid of fire, and have the fire lead the alien towards a nuclear vault where there's no way out of except the big door. So they devised a plan. A bunch of guys got killed, but like half the team still survived. And the alien got trapped in a massive vault door where there was no other way out except the vault door. And so like they were safe for a while, and they called Weyland Yutani. It's like, okay, we have the alien trapped, and we're gonna kill it. And Weyland Yutani's like, don't fucking do that, don't do it, don't kill him. And then Ripley was like, oh, they don't want us to kill him? Oh, so they want to keep him? Fuck that, And so it's like, okay, well, we got to go deal with the alien. Meanwhile, one of the prisoners, who's I guess likes the alien now for some reason, goes and kills the bodyguard that was covering the door and opens the door. And then he walks up to the alien like, oh my god, I saved you. Hello, Jesus. I don't know, and then gets killed immediately. So
I don't remember if my version had that. No, I know they talked about locking the alien in a vault. But I don't think they ever actually did.
Yeah, that's the thing. They did it in this one. So he was able to get stuck so people could talk about it. And once he got unstuck, it's when he killed off the doctor character. So it was not a good movie. I did not enjoy myself watching this one, unfortunately. There were some cool moments, but overall, I think it's a solid 4 out of 10. It's not average because of all the negativity. Yeah. It's not average, and it's not slightly above average, a 6. So I give it a 4.
Okay. Yeah, I think I gave it let me see what score I gave it actually. Yeah, no, the version I have, I'm looking back at the footage and I'm skimming through it. They did talk about locking the alien in the vault, and then they were, forming that whole plan with the fire and everything. But then the alien kills one of the dudes.
Yeah.
And it makes him drop all the shit, and basically sets the whole place on fire, killing a bunch of people. But they never actually trapped the alien in the vault.
Oh.
The alien kills one of the dudes, and so the plan, before they even get that plan started, they were still setting up, and it causes the dude to drop the fire, sets everything on fire, and then
was he on a ladder, and the alien was obviously above him, but he never noticed it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then after that, the alien just runs away, and then they don't, they don't do that plan.
So yeah, that version of the film is still intact. That scene is still intact for me, but it's what happened afterwards. What happened afterwards is after everyone was getting killed and the explosions, they all grouped up and they were retreating. And right before, there was one last guy that was trying to rejoin with the group. So the whole group was going, and they're on the left side of the hallway. The guy is on the right side of the hallway. And the alien splits up, comes out the middle, like an event somewhere, and he's in the middle now. So you have the big group on the left with Ripley, and you have the one guy on the right. And the alien looks over at the group, and the guy on the right's like, I know what I must do, and starts yelling, hey, bitch, come at me. So the alien turns around and chases after the one guy. And so the one guy starts running full force into that fucking vault and sacrifices himself. He runs into the vault so they can lock the door behind the alien, and he gets killed, but the alien is now trapped within the vault. So is that an apt description? Did I get that? Yeah, so one guy runs in, so the alien chases him, and the alien cannot get out of the vault now because there's no fence, there's no nothing. So that's it. And so, they were able to draw out the story a little longer and push the whole Weyland Yutani being a son of a bitch, you know what I mean? Just a little longer before the alien finally got out and was able to wreak havoc again. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, for me, they didn't trap it. The alien just killed the dude, ran away, and then they just never caught it.
No. Man, I wish I just watched the theatrical. I probably, 30 minutes less of suffering would have been nice.
Yeah.
I'm being honest. So, Alien 3, while I do give it a 4 out of 10, is not as bad as the next film we're going to talk about. So I say solid
D.
I don't know, man, because you got to think about. Actually, shit. Okay, hold on. Let me think about this entire list on a whole. You know what? Yeah, you're right. Because I'm thinking about the other film, and it's well, at least I had a little fun with that one. Alien 3, I had no fun whatsoever. Yeah, D tier. And I know we're breaking hearts. Yeah. I know we're breaking hearts this evening with this ranking at D tier. But unfortunately, Alien 3 for me, I can see some of the objective value, and that's fine. But I will never watch this film again unless it's for content. That's it.
Yeah.
It is something that I've dreaded to watch and something I've always avoided. And now that we came up with this idea, it is the only reason why I watched this film. And I watched the longest version, the quote-unquote complete version.
Mm-hmm.
And it is dull, boring,
Yeah.
not exactly unoriginal to a degree when it comes to the alien premise, but definitely something that you could see that was made simply for the dollar value. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And it sucks because I know damn well this hurt David Fincher's early career. It must have. At a film like this? Shit, I don't know. You think? Because it made a decent amount of cash. What?
Yeah. So you were right about this being David Fincher's first movie.
Mm-hmm.
He did 7 after this.
Oh, okay. I'll shut up then. So it did nothing. Good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad. He did 7 right after, which is I think it's the best detective film I've ever seen. Like, going
It's
after a
up there.
killer kind of thing. I got to see Zodiac and Mindhunter. Like the Manhunter. There's a few, right? But 7 is definitely cinema. So yeah, thankfully this movie didn't affect him at all. I appreciate that. I'm glad you clarified that.
Yeah.
What a piece of shit. What's crazy is, once again, it's like, it's a cool premise. Being locked away in a fucking prison where it's like, now you got to deal with the humans are a threat and the aliens are a threat. And Ripley is all alone. Like, okay, cool. But they don't play with the idea enough, and it just becomes generic, count them up bad guys. You know what I mean? Like, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Just a film that I never plan on watching again. Simple.
Yep.
Anything else you have to say about David Fincher's Alien 3? Let me rephrase. Fox Studios' Alien 3.
I got nothing.
Roger that.
Real quick, I'm going to see... I think there's a spider in my room. I'm going to see if it is. I'm going to kill it.
It's a face hugger.
I'll be right back.
Hey, yo.
Be a small-ass face hugger. I have returned.
No, you haven't. Shut up.
You're right, my bad.
Leaves. One more thing.
I was right.
Oh, good. I'm glad you got it. Was it a big one?
Not really. But I just saw like a weird like shape in the corner like of my wall, like on the floor.
What's all that movement back there? Huh?
Saw that movement. Yeah, no, it's like there's something in that corner. I don't know what it is. It wasn't moving at all. I think it was sleeping because it didn't move until after I sprayed it with bug spray.
Good job. Bug spray. Hey,
and then I drowned it. Drowned it in fucking bug spray. I kept spraying it even after it stopped moving.
Bro's a little bougie, not gonna lie. Bug spray? What happened to the chancleta? Come on, man.
No. Then they fight back,
You're right.
Bug spray immobilizes them, and then you slap them with it.
Responds with left hook. What? Hold on.
Turns into a Rocky movie.
Remember that one clip where it's like the guy tries to crush a spider with his finger, and when he tries to hit him with the finger, the spider grabs his finger and just slams him through a table. Fuck that. Jesus Christ. One thing I wanted to add before we finish here is that scene where the guy was killed on the ladder.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably the weirdest probably the dumbest thing the dumbest fucking kill in the Xeno universe, and there's some dumb ones, right? There's some dumb ones. So the guy is climbing down the ladder. He drops a flare, right? So he climbs down and he gets it, right? And midway while he's climbing down, the alien looks down at the grate. His alien is at the top of the grate looking down. And, of course, there's like, okay, well, he doesn't see it because he's looking down right now. But once he grabs the flare, he never looks up.
Yeah.
Never looks up. Why in the world, when you're climbing a ladder, when you know that there is an alien around that is going to kill every single son of a bitch in here, you would not look up where you are going? There is no tension whatsoever. You just know the alien is there. What they should have done is have the guy look down, right, and it's like, okay, the alien's there, and then have a shot of him looking up and nothing's up there. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's up there. And so, like, now he thinks he's safe. And then when he goes up, that's when he gets jumped. They didn't even do that.
Yeah.
They didn't even do that. The most basic form of, actually, no, I am here, gotcha. Like, the most basic form of tension is just completely danced around here. Ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I could tell that David Fincher, he wanted to do this, but then how he was being treated by the studio and how poorly, he's like, man, fuck you. I'm going to give you, I'm going to give you the shittest version of this scene I possibly can. Fuck you. You know what I mean? That's it. He didn't care. And you know what? I wouldn't either. If I was in that position, I wouldn't care either. Fuck them. Shit.
Yeah.
Imagine treating imagine treating the director of Seven that way. Bruh, that's crazy.
Indeed. I can't imagine, bro.
Yeah, fuck that.
It's like, imagine asking for studio mandates on fucking Oppenheimer. You can't.
You don't do it. You just don't. You let it fly. And if they ask for more money, you write them a check. All right, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Oh. Next film on the list. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I've seen a lot of takes on Reddit, on Twitter. Some people really like this movie. I have no fucking idea why. I don't. How about you? You know what? Squeedo, you had an amazing tidbit about how you saw the movie twice, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I've seen the movie. So I watched the entire Alien franchise in the lead up to going to see Romulus in theaters. And then after that, I rewatched the franchise again after seeing Romulus. So I've seen Alien Resurrection twice in the span of a week. And I still don't remember the movie. I remember parts. Very vague parts.
If I have to think about it, I'll remember some visuals.
Yeah.
That's it. So they reconstructed her, from her DNA. And then initially I'm thinking, well, she fell into a fucking hot lead vat or molten steel, either one.
Where was the DNA?
Right. And so, but then I relaxed myself and I realized that, well, maybe the blood work that she did when they initially did her diagnosis, you know what I'm saying? Like, they kept the blood,
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could think of, like, maybe there's a strand of hair in one of the prison cells or something, you know what I mean? Like, it makes sense. I just wish that she wasn't killed in that way, because then it makes it a lot less plausible,
Yeah.
It is what it is, but fair enough, who cares? Yeah, we got Sigourney Weaver back, right?
Mm-hmm.
She was crossbreeded with the Xeno, and now she's picked up a lack of emotions, and she's gotten strength from it.
Yeah.
I
really don't like that.
Corny, yeah. You know what I mean? Corny.
Yeah.
Just the fact that she's a clone is fucking stupid. I'm just being honest. But once again, it's an excuse to have Sigourney back. So, if they're able to make it decent, then I won't mind too much. Like, we're not mad that it's clone Gamora in Guardians of the Galaxy 3, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, let's see what they do with this. They didn't do much.
Yeah.
So, I think one of the greatest moments of the film is when Ron Perlman makes his entrance, and Ron Perlman, he's up on the second floor and he's making monkey noises, and he drops a knife on a quadriplegic on his leg. And, I just thought that was probably the funniest part of the film. You know what I mean? Just over here making monkey noises, and he drops a fucking knife on some guy's numb legs. And then the numb guy looks up and is like, you son of a bitch. Yeah. Come on, man. He's like, okay, well, at least that made me chuckle a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then, one of the things that I hated the most was that Sigourney Weaver, Ellen Ripley. Sorry, they're interchangeable.
Right.
Ellen Ripley has acid blood.
Yeah.
No, the fuck she doesn't. You do realize that she does not have the skeletal frame nor the skin of a Xeno. The acid would just pour right through her.
Yeah.
She still has the organic makeup of a of a human being. And they never explain that, like, oh, well, her acid blood, there's like the insulated layer of her skin is resistant or something, right?
Yeah.
No, they never mention that. So it's like, okay, I guess she has it. I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Once again, it's like, fucking stupid. It's like something out of a bad fad fiction. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just ridiculous.
Yeah, to me, Alien Resurrection just screams like cash grab horror sequel.
Oh, don't even get me started.
Like it's like a Jason Takes Manhattan. That's like it's like okay, well we have a franchise, we need a movie, we need a summer blockbuster this year. What do? Well, let's do another Alien. That's how Resurrection feels.
Which is crazy because you can tell that, like, when it came to, like, okay, who are we going to get to write this? Okay, Josh Whedon, he's decent at writing a summer blockbuster, a comedy, action, whatever. And then we're going to get a director that has no business working with this fucking franchise. The director has made some decent stuff, but even he was surprised when he got the phone call. Like, you want me to make an Alien movie? Me.
Yeah, because, like, Alien 3 isn't good, but it had David fucking Fincher.
Yeah! And you can notice, you notice that, you know?
Yeah.
But here...
It feels like the director of this is like a telenovela director.
Yeah, because he is. Oh no, you know, not exactly a telenovela, whatever the fuck, but it's like the similar subject matter. You know what I mean? He's never done something like this. It doesn't, you know what I mean? It makes no fucking sense why they chose him. But all right, sure. You know, he can't turn down the bag.
Yeah.
The fact that this has a 6.2 on IMDb is crazy. I should point that out.
That's way too high.
That's way too high. Like a 4.5 is more like it. Just being honest. Anyway, and that's not the rating that I would give it. That's just what I think everyone would rate it collectively. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Alien Resurrection for me was something special. I mean, we're going down the list of the small stuff. Let's see here. The scene where the dude was like, you know, like fucking with the alien, and like the alien was like copying him, and he tries to kiss the Xeno through the glass. Is criminally bad. Yeah.
It's not good.
It is ridiculously stupid. And then I put down, this is Jason X levels of parody, except it isn't intentional at all.
Except it's not a parody.
Jesus Christ. What I do like is that they signified the red button with the like, for example, the alien tried to get at him. And he notices, like, okay, I need to teach you how to not do that. And he presses the red button and, you know, causes the alien pain. And then the alien no longer does it. It's like, I like that little thing to show that the alien's smart, right? Just more of that, please. We didn't get more of that.
No.
So, you're telling me that the Xenos were able to break out of the shell because it wasn't acid-proof?
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me? That is like the first thing you should be thinking is we need to get acid-proof stuff because God forbid they cut themselves in some way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's over. First of all, I like how the alien got out. You know, it's like, okay, I'm going to turn on another alien just so the acid can, you know, go over and go through. I like that. But the fact that it worked is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Because these guys have been going through generation after generation of Ripley trying to prepare, and they know about the acidic blood. They know. Yet, Ripley's chamber doesn't have acid flux reinforcement, and neither does the Xeno. It's like, what's going on? She could have broken out whenever the fuck she wanted. You know, I mean, of course she didn't want to because, you know, it's like, this is my home. I don't really need to go nowhere. Makes sense, but I'm just saying, it's like, she could have. Come on, guys. Just the littlest of things. Please help me. Help me help you. You know what I'm saying? Help me enjoy your film. Please. Because that's when my suspension of belief completely went away. Went out the fucking window. You know? And that's my thing, right? Is the suspension of belief is important in a film that tries to ground itself within its universe. It's like there are rules. There are this, that, this. And when you have a researcher who's been spending the majority of his fucking time here working on the Xeno, you're telling me they didn't think the fucking prison cell or whatever cell that has the Xenos in should be acid-proof? Oh, but at least you have the fucking plexiglass. Fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Ridiculous, you know, and I'm supposed to take this seriously.
They put all the Xenos in the same room.
Yeah, which is another red flag. You know, it's like, are you kidding me, dude?
Wouldn't you separate them so you can experiment on them differently?
Yeah, because God forbid you need to restrain the alien. It's fucked now because you have 12 of them in there. You know what I mean? It's just stupid. It's really stupid. So now you're never going to be working with a living alien because you have 12 of them in the same 6 of them in the fucking same room. What are you doing? Have one in each room and then have like Alien versus Predator, the video game, was able to do this better. You know, where they were experimenting on them. It was one alien in a dark room where they would throw humans in there and they would study how the alien stalks its prey. And then at the end of the day, they would knock it out with whatever gas, and then, como se dice, it would wake up restrained. Why the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, that's the most obvious fucking way to do it. But no, we got 6 in the same room because we're edgy, bro. What the fuck? You know? Just stupid. Stupid. So let me see here. What also bothered me is the Xeno, when it escaped, it roared like it was a Jurassic Park dinosaur.
Yeah, they don't do that.
They hiss. They do that, and you can hear it. It could be loud. You know what I'm saying? But they hiss. They don't roar like a fucking T-Rex. Guys, come on. Tell me you haven't watched the original films without telling me you haven't watched the OG films. Come on, you know? I know what you're thinking. Oh, that's a little nitpick, brother. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of nitpicks.
And they build up.
Yeah, very much so. And this is just another fucking brick in the pile of this absolute train wreck. Ridiculous.
Yeah. I'll say one positive that I enjoyed with this movie. I like that the Xenos swim. Like, we see them physically swim.
We're going to get to that. Absolutely. I agree with you. I like that. We're going to get there.
Yeah.
So, when the prisoners... Not the prisoners. Yeah, I'm thinking it's Alien 3.
Same shit.
When a bunch of the crew members are evacuating, the alien actually, como se dice, like, follows them into the escape pod and kills all of them. So, like, I guess the captain of the ship or whatever sacrifices them. And what's crazy is there's another alien, so the alien pops up behind him and head bites him. And what is ridiculously stupid about that is he gets head bitten and he's still alive. He's like, oh shit, what happened? And he checks the back of his head and he has a piece of brain meat on his fingers, and then he turns around and gets killed. I'm like, what the fuck? This is a joke, right? This is a parody. This isn't... You know, like, come on, man. It's a complete contradiction of itself, because they're trying to make you feel something, like with that female short-haired character in Ripley. They're like trying to make you feel something, and it's trying to make this film serious. But then comedic shit like that is a complete contradiction. It's parody.
Yeah, this movie's too quippy.
Absolutely, which is
way
crazy.
Too quippy.
Which is crazy, because this is written by Josh Whedon. You know what I mean? It's like, you think that like it wouldn't be so contradictory, but it is. It's ridiculously contradictory. And Josh Whedon's like, oh, they just took my script and they did whatever the fuck they wanted with it. And it's like, you know what, man? I don't know if I believe you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, I'm just being honest. It just sounds...
I mean, I'm sure he wrote it for the movie to be one way, and the director made it a different way. But even then, it's like, your script is still bad. Yeah,
dude, it really is. And it's not Ron Perlman's fault, man. Have you seen him in Hellboy and the fucking... what? You know, and Ron Perlman, every time it came up on screen, you know what I was thinking? Is like, can we just skip to Blade 2 already? You know what I mean? Like, can we just get you into Blade 2? I want to watch that movie, right? I want to watch Blade 2 instead of this shit.
Yeah.
Have you seen Blade 2?
No, I haven't seen any of them.
The first 2 are cinema, and the third one's it's okay. That's another tier list, hey.
No, this movie has a great cast. I mean, you have Sigourney Weaver, you have Ron Perlman, you have Winona Ryder, who she's in Stranger Things and Beetlejuice. She's great. And you have Tuco from Breaking Bad,
which is crazy. Oh my god! You also have Leland Orser, who's the guy who had the chest burster in him initially. They like kind of wrestled. I like him too. You know. But once again, it's just a matter of like, okay, you have the cast, you did nothing with them. They all played stereotypes or nothing. That's it.
Yeah. So, and then also, like, you know, speaking of this movie feeling like Jason X, the dude that, like, he had to open the door with his breath, like, come on. That's ridiculous.
Where? When did that happen?
It was like the captain dude. Like, the door was locked, and instead of like putting a passcode or like a handprint or something, he had to like breathe on the fucking console.
Yeah, that is fucking stupid.
For the door to open. That was ridiculous.
Like, why? Yeah. He might as well put his ass on it, like in fucking Monster vs. Aliens. You know what I mean? Just that'd be better. Shit.
Yeah, he put in a code and then he had to breathe on the thing for the door to open, and it didn't work.
Stupid.
And they lingered on that for like, God damn it.
So one of my actually one of the best parts of the film, which it's not a crazy high, but it surprised me, was when that guy in the beginning like gets killed. Like he gets dragged halfway through the floor and he gets killed completely. And then later on, the Xeno's going to chase a bunch of the group. The Xeno's going to chase the group down, but the Xeno turns back around and is like, "Oh shit, there's something in the floor." And then Ripley pulls that revolver and puts it through an alien, the dead alien, and shoots the other one in the fucking face. Oh no, she doesn't shoot through a dead alien. She shoots through a corpse. Either way, she shoots through something and shoots that fucking alien's head through. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, that was cool. And they immediately ruin it with, who do I have to fuck to get off this boat? Bruh. And the crowd goes mild.
Yeah.
That was such a weird fucking addition to add. Who do I have to fuck to get off this boat? It's like, okay, so you're busting jokes now, apparently? Okay, sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just a complete contradiction. The entire thing is trying to be serious, is trying to be scary, and it tries to be comedic. It's just ridiculous. So I hated the line.
Yeah. Same.
Put that line in another movie, and I would have enjoyed it.
Yeah, at least Sigourney Weaver's having fun.
Yeah, right. At least she enjoyed herself. And she got... Yeah. Oh, did I mention, film has $70 million budget. She got paid $11 million for this film.
For her.
Damn straight. Shit.
Yeah. A good paycheck.
That's real. That's real.
Yeah, this film is rough.
I agree. I'm looking at my notes right now.
I'm looking at the movie.
So
I'm like trying to pull up scenes as you're talking about them, like you talking about Ripley putting the gun through the floor. Like I'm on that scene.
Well, now you want to go over to the scene where they're bioengineering a bunch of different Ripleys. It's like the human Xeno hybrids. And then she comes across this one fucking version of Ripley. I think it's Ripley 7. And she is just a fucking... Whoa. I saw that and I was genuinely disgusted. I'm like, damn, that's fucking crazy. And I'm like, kill that shit. Whatever you got to do, kill it. Kill it. And they pull out the flamethrower. It's like, yeah, burn it. Yeah, no one needs to see that. You get rid of it. It was crazy to witness, and I liked that like Ripley they hovered on it for a while. It's like, damn, this could have been me. That kind of thing, right? It's crazy and really trippy to see yourself in those kinds of scenarios and in that level of pain and whatever the fuck, Imagine you being you and then having another version of you asking you to kill them.
Yeah.
That is a crazy thing. So, yeah, I did enjoy that little bit. And what's hilarious is Ron Perlman afterwards is like, why the fuck she burn up the whole place? Waste of ammo.
Yeah. That's a good line.
Ron Perlman is not the problem here.
Yeah, no. Honestly, I don't think the cast, like, in general is.
No.
It's just what they had to work with.
Definitely. Without a shadow of a doubt, Como se dice? So I did like... Let's see here. So I drew a little comparison to when Ripley was burning down that little those experiment pods. I drew a comparison with Alien 2 and how she was destroying the eggs with the fire. That shot of her backing up as she's burning shit. You know what I mean? Like, I like that little comparison. It was a wink, and I enjoyed that. You know. And then I put down in the next scene, they swim now. Swim now. See, bro, seeing the fucking Xeno get blown up with that grenade launcher was kind of hot, not gonna lie. I enjoyed that. You know?
Yeah, I really like all the underwater stuff, and I was just like, I think this is what the movie needed more of. Yeah. Was like unique shit like this.
Yeah, innovation. Where's that?
Yeah. And it's also worth mentioning that I think like the alien effects in this one are generally pretty good.
They're pretty decent.
It's a lot of practical, Xeno work, which is good. It definitely looks better than 3.
It definitely looks better than 3, but I don't think it's on the level of 2. Or
definitely not.
Sometimes even 1.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, it's definitely not the greatest here. You know what I mean? But it's not insulting like 3 was. 3 was insulting. It's like, oh, I see they hired the fucking interns to work on the CGI here. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry to whoever worked on the VFX there, but brother, y'all were not cooking. Jesus. I understand that. I understand the technology wasn't there at the time, and they were forced. It is what it is. I'm sorry, guys. I take it back. Yeah, I'm serious. It's not their fault. It was rushed.
It's not their fault, but it is.
Yeah, right. It is. Fuck them. So yeah, the Xeno, they swim now. Xeno getting killed. Dude, they killed the bad bitch right at the beginning. Bruh, come on. They killed like one of the only things I enjoyed to look at. They killed her right off the rip. And what's crazy is she was the one afraid to get into the water initially. You know? I was like, damn it, just, man, you know what I mean? She was fun to look at. Now I have one less thing to look at, bruh.
Yeah,
God
right.
damn it. You know, yeah, she had no substance. It is what it is. What can you do?
Eye candy.
What was hilarious to me was, first of all, I really liked how the aliens led them into an egg trap. You know, it was like that circle of eggs, and they swam up, and it was like, oh shit, we're trapped, we're fucked. It was a trap, you know, and so they have to swim back down, but the aliens are chasing after them. What is really stupid though is when the guy who you know, he ricochets bullets. Ricocheted a fucking grenade launcher round. Come on!
He ricocheted a grenade launcher round off another grenade launcher.
That is fucking wild. So yeah, he shot the round, it hit the roof, and it fucking hit the fucking eggs. You know, as you know, at this point, I'm not even too mad at it because now it's at least the film is starting to lean more into the comedy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least, you know. So I wasn't too mad at that. I just thought it was funny. Yeah. So yeah, he shoots the thing, and then they finally climb up. Man. And then we lead to, I think, the funniest moment of this entire film, which is crazy because there's a few. Funny in a bad way. This was meant to be like a serious moment, like, oh my god, no. And
yeah.
So the main villain. The main villain or whatever is like, oh my god, the door lock, it won't break. Give me your weapon. And it proceeds to give him the weapon. And then he's like, you're too trusting, and shoots her in the fucking chest.
Yeah.
Immediately, I'm like, oh my god, no way they just killed literally the quote-unquote, because she isn't, but quote-unquote, the heart and soul of the group. Like that. Yeah. It's like, that's how they kill her? They just shoot her in the fucking chest? You're too trusting. Bam. And then slow motion falling into the water. Fuck off. Fuck off, brother. I was dying. It was meant to be serious, and I couldn't breathe. It was so fucking funny. I had to replay it. Jesus Christ. And then, como se dice? What was crazy was that the Ricochet guy, he's climbing and he has the paralyzed guy on his back, and when he has the guy on his back, an alien, the acid the acid falls on his face, and apparently that face acid was so debilitating he no longer can climb, even though like it's not that strong in this movie, like at all.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't go through his cheek or anything. You know what I mean? It just scarred his face up a little bit. But apparently, he's so fucked up, he can't move. So now the paralyzed guy has to climb, right? Yeah. And so, you know, the Ricochet guy, apparently he can't move. Apparently he's not. He's just fucking dumbfounded. He's just yelling for Ron Perlman to help. So Ron Perlman does a fucking Laura Croft and... and leans back and starts shooting at the alien at the bottom of the ladder. The thing is, Ron Perlman is aiming at nothing. He's aiming at literally nothing. And 10, 12 rounds completely missed the alien by a mile. And then one headshot. Like, okay, sure. It just looked really bad. Maybe the CG department didn't get the memo. Maybe Ron Perlman didn't get the memo. Because the gun was not pointed at the alien at all. All right?
Yeah.
So, but then afterwards, Ron Perlman climbs back up, and then he sees this spider, and shoots the spider with his gun. Once again, complete contradiction, but I appreciated that one. That was stupid, you know what I mean? Yeah. I love it. And then afterwards, this is what pissed me off a little bit. Apparently, the face acid was so debilitating that the dude says fuck it and sacrifices himself because there's another Xeno, right? It's like, oh well, I'm just gonna land on him, or I guess he landed and there was an explosion. I don't know what, I don't remember, but he's had to sacrifice himself.
Yeah.
My thing is, the face acid was so debilitating that he can't climb, yet he's still strong enough to unbuckle himself and cut the strap. Because the alien is grabbing onto his shoe. I remember now. Yeah. The alien is grabbed onto his foot, and he's like, I have to unbuckle myself so I fall with the alien. And so, like, okay, you're not climbing up, you're not strong enough to turn back around and climb, but you can, you can cut the fucking strap, you can unbuckle yourself. Like, that takes a certain level of strength. But sure, whatever. Let's say he's weak enough to just cut his strap. You know what I'm thinking? Brother, just kick with your left foot. Just kick off the shoe on your right foot. What are you doing? Just kick off the shoe. Just kick off the shoe. What are you doing? It's like when a fucking zombie's trying to attack you, and you just let the zombie take your coat, and you keep running. You know what I mean? Like just do that. What are you doing, bro? Self-deleted for no reason. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. So once again, just pointless contradiction, and I think man, I'm really trying to find good things in this film. And it's got little cool moments, but not a lot. Not a lot. Como se dice? And then after, when they get to the top, it's like, oh, well, we're kind of fucked. The door is locked. And then the door opens, and the short-haired chick is back. It's like, oh, my God, she's back. The music is triumphant. And I put down ... like we give a fuck. The music is way too monumentous, bruh. Like, calm down. We don't care about this character at all. And then it turns out that, oh, how does she survive? She's an android. And it's like, okay, well, at least now she's a little different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I didn't care that she was an android because it didn't fucking matter. First of all, she's way too emotional to be an android. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? It's like, oh, she's an old second generation. Oh, so she's an old android and she's emotional. At least you could have said something like, oh, yeah, after the last 50 years or whatever, synthetics have become whatever, right? You could make an excuse. No, they said old model. So now there's really no fucking reason why she's so emotional and sad and shit. It sounds like a script idea that was put in last second or was simply not portrayed at all in the beginning, you know? Mm-hmm. It wasn't thought about. It was just written and thrown out. It's as if it's the first draft of the script. And all the plot holes and contradictions, fuck them. It doesn't matter. We're here to make money, you know? You know? I think it's ridiculous. And what's crazy is once they found out about the android, Tuco actually became Tuco. I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this bitch is an android? Bah! You know? Oh, you gotta love it. I did not like the one-on-one conversation her and Sigourney had afterwards. Sigourney was like, how do you feel about being an android? Do you feel fake? Whatever. I'm like, okay, this is kind of cheesy. But one thing I wanted to point out, you can actually see the ring lights on the android's eyes when they cut to her. Yeah? No shit, you can see the eyes. And you know what's crazy? You don't see it on Sigourney, and you don't see it on that girl in any other shot.
Oh, I see it.
Crazy,
see it.
Right?
Yeah.
That immediately took me out. Immediately. He's like, guys, come on. It's the most obvious fucking thing not to do. You know? Jesus Christ. Maybe, and what I was thinking is like, well, maybe that's her android eyes. Maybe that. And then I saw it in Sigourney a couple times. I'm like, okay, fuck off.
Bad production.
That's it. Jesus Christ. He's like, yeah, maybe the android eyes, maybe they flash a little, No, just fucking stupid design. Stupid fucking production. Jesus Christ. Let's rush this as quick as possible. Ad takes, you know what I'm saying? Ridiculous. I did like the when Ripley and the team, they're running to the ship. Oh, we gotta get out of here! And Ripley gets dragged through the floor and falls into like a bed of alien goop and like just falls onto a queen pretty much, And she molds with it, and so she gives the alien the ability to have like to birth a child. Like that's pretty cool. Yeah, I liked the idea of her falling into a vat and then her abilities being added to something else. Like I like that. What I don't like Well, first of all, I just want to point out, I want to point out how absolutely batshit this was, okay? Oh my god, bro. Remember that fucking scene where the main villain finally comes back and he's holding the android hostage? He was like, hey, I'm going to fucking blow her away. If you fuck with me, I'm going to blow her away. I'm like, dude, it's an android. It's an android. Wouldn't the android just say, fuck you, grab your hand and crush it into a million pieces? Like, it's an android. Did the script forget she's an android? This was added in last second. There's no way, right? Like, there's no way. And so, of course, she's being held hostage, and the guys are holding the fucking guns on her. And one of the guys, who I didn't even mention the scene because this is how forgettable his role is, he finally pops out the chest burster. And when the chest burster is like about to come out, he's like, oh, I gotta sacrifice myself. So he runs directly at the guy, grabs him, puts his head right where the chest burster is supposed to pop out, and the chest burster gets a double kill. That is the most batshit thing I have ever seen in a fucking alien movie, and it is literally the only reason why this film isn't a 1 out of 10. When I saw that shit, I'm like, oh, we are not in Kansas anymore, bro. What the fuck? Dude, when I saw that shit, I'm like, you know what? Perhaps I was too harsh on you.
Perhaps I treated you too harshly.
Yeah, that's real. You got the line perfectly, yeah. Jesus Christ. So yeah, double kill, face hugger thing, or chest burster thing, love it.
Yeah. And then they just unload on the guy as the chest burster's just like screaming.
Yeah. yeah, they put like 12 rounds in him. Oh, man. So, and then afterwards, we finally get the xeno-human hybrid that we've all been waiting for. I do not like how the alien looks, but at least they tried something new. Goo goo gaga, whatever the fuck.
Why's he got titties?
Yeah, that's another thing. I did like that the alien was born and immediately killed the mother. I like that. A little flip on the head. I just wish the Xeno actually looked terrifying. Yeah. Does not look terrifying at all. Looks really fake. It looks like something that was practically done in the 60s. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It just doesn't look good. Or early 70s. It looks horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Como se dice? The entire scene was complete batshit, though. Like with with Ripley holding the alien's head and like them putting their heads together, like, "Oh, you're my son." Yeah, and then the fucking the scientist or whatever is looking is talking shit, is like, "Oh, he thinks you're the mother," and all this. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? What is this shit? If I had to sum this fucking movie into one word, suggestive, brother. What the fuck is going on? I'm sorry, this shit was weird. So yeah, and then finally the guy gets his head crushed. That was cool, whatever. One thing that I pointed out, imagine thinking that the traditional human way of birthing is superior to the alien's way of birthing. Why do you think in Aliens it seemed a lot more dire than in the first this alien than in this alien now? Because it's the eggs. The eggs latch on to humans, and then another one pops out, and another one pops out, another one pops out. It's literally said multiple times in the first two films that this is like the perfect way to like spread an infestation. This is the perfect way to do whatever. Imagine trading out literally the best birthing method to spread your population as fast as possible to be able to pop one bitch out, and that's it.
Yeah.
It makes literally no sense. Why is that superior? Why is that the perfect evolution? It's not.
It's really not.
Just because that one alien is tougher doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Now, you could say, oh, maybe that's how queens are birthed. When the queen is about to die, the another queen is birthed. Nah, bro, because we got Alien 3, dog.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Showed same way.
So, once again, why use this version? Oh, I know, because we need a new alien and we need shock value. So that's what we're going to do. When my suspension of disbelief is constantly being stepped on, you do not get points. It is what it is. So, the alien, the baby alien, finally gets its way on board of the escaping ship. Ripley's there too. Everyone's there, and of course, Ripley. I guess Ripley has like a little connection with the alien in like the cargo hold, and that's because the android was about to get killed. She has a little connection with it, and then Tuco comes out and is like, "Damn, what was all that? What's all this movement back there? What's all this
movement back there?"
Yeah. And then they got my boy Tuco. He got his head crushed.
Yep.
What's up with this movie and head stuff, bro? You know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous, bro. Everyone got their head blown up or eaten. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And then, como se dice? I'm sorry. Was I the only one that was laughing his fucking ass off when the alien died at the end? Like, I'm sorry. The way he died was so fucking stupid. People are saying... I remember people saying, like, oh, I remember watching that movie and, like, The Scream. It was so scary. What? Scary? What? I thought it was fucking hilarious as fuck because you got this little hole and then you get sucked through it. That's not the problem. The problem I have with it is that he looks like a fucking kid and his scream sounds like a human. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's gonna die. And all I was doing is like, this is so stupid. This is literally... This film is the most batshit film in the franchise. And this is Alien we're talking about.
Yeah.
It is so batshit that I had to give it another point. Because it's just so batshit, you know?
Yeah, and then like looking at the clip now, the effect of just having his guts and intestines fall out just to get sucked back in through the hole.
Yeah.
That's so wild, bro.
And then you just see, like, soup on the other side of the ship, bro. God damn.
Why did a nuclear bomb go off on Earth?
No, it didn't. The little thing that they... Yeah, like, I guess they ejected their cargo hold because of the opening in the window. That cargo hold, that room they were in, they ejected it. And so that room fell onto Earth and blew up, like, half of Earth.
That's insane.
Like, that's not what they're going to say if they ever did an Alien 5, but that's what I saw. Just like how in Alien Romulus, when they said there were pieces of the ship left. Fuck off, there's pieces of the ship. That thing got atomized. What? You know? But, you know, it is what it is. So, yeah. And so I put, damn, we blowing up Earth with this one. You know? Jesus Christ. And what's hilarious is... como se dice, while like they were like trying to land into the atmosphere or something. I don't know what it was. I think they were like about to crash into the atmosphere and like everything was really hot in the ship. And so it was like, damn, Ron Perlman turns over to the paralyzed guy and is like, oh, damn, what's burning? The paralyzed guy, us. Shit, you're right. You know? God damn it, Ron. You know? It's just so stupid. This is easily the worst film in the franchise. Bar none. I feel lesser for having watched it. I told Squito this a long time ago. I do not want to watch these films because I know they're bad. I don't want to waste my time. And, you know, I wasn't wrong. I can tell you this right now, guys. If you're thinking about, now that you've seen Romulus, if you're thinking about watching Alien 3, Alien 4, and Covenant, it's just any movie besides 1, 2, and Romulus.
Yeah, just don't.
Just don't. Watch a YouTube lore breakdown that sums everything out in 30 minutes, because those are way more entertaining. You know?
Yeah.
And that's the truth. You don't need to watch these films. They are a complete waste of time. Not to mention, 3 and 4 take place after Romulus, so...
Yeah. And 2.
It's just not worth your time. And 2, but 2 is great. That's the difference. Yeah. That's it. So yeah, Alien Resurrection for me is absolutely F tier.
I've heard it being called dumb fun, and like, there's some quips and stuff that work, but the movie's not fun. I didn't.
It's not worth it. There are a couple dumb things that you could look up on YouTube in the future to show a friend. That's it. Mm-hmm. It's not worth watching the entire fucking movie. You want dumb fun? Go watch Jason X. That's dumb fun.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm a fan of Jason X.
Go watch The Happening. Go watch.
Alien Resurrection is if Jason X took itself seriously.
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
Like, come on, guys. Just for the love of God, do not lower your expectations so much as alien and or horror fans to think that this film is actually something that you enjoyed watching. Just because you enjoy a few scenes doesn't mean you enjoy the movie as a whole. Just because there are a few moments that were funny or that stand out doesn't mean that the film itself was good. Those 3 to 5 minutes of actually decent film, there are still another hour and 55 minutes that you need to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And that hour and 55 is dull. When you find yourself fast forwarding through the film to get to the good bits, it's not a good movie. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not. You know, I think what it is a lot of people who look at Resurrection and think it's a decent flick is because they grew up with it, right? And they were watching it a bunch. Or is that they haven't seen this premise done better, you know? And, you know, I was like, hey, I can show you a couple things that will make you look at Resurrection and think, get the fuck out of here. We don't need this, you know? That's it. Guardians is a good one. Yeah, I was watching this. I'm like, I'd rather be watching the Guardians movies right now. Not gonna lie.
Facts.
Mm-hmm. And if you want good '90s camp, The Fifth Element, brother, it's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
So, all I have to say is, Alien Resurrection is probably the biggest waste of 2 hours you could possibly imagine. And if you disagree, that's fair. I'm not calling you dumb. I'm not calling you anything. I'm just saying that, brother. Trust me, not a lot of people agree with you. It is what it is. And if you like the film, that's cool. But I don't. And unless it's for content, will never watch this film again. That's it.
Same.
Complete waste of my time. You? Anything else?
No.
Disgraceful. The next film, finally, we can get to some positivity. Not total, but some positivity. Alien Prometheus.
It's height.
It's all right. I'm not gonna lie. It's definitely not great.
Yeah, no.
Not at all. But it's not horrid either. It's really not.
Mm-hmm.
Let me look at my notes and let's break it down little bit by little bit. I want to break down this note point by point by point. So let's just go down and talk about all the little things. First of all, I want to say that the design for the Promethean looks cool as fuck both times we see him. I like it.
The engineer?
Yeah, the engineer. I like him. I think the engineers look cool. Dude is ripped as fuck. You know what I mean?
Bro is built.
Yeah, and then, you know, at the beginning, he swallows something and he just fucking dies. It's like, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
I like the fucking transition at the beginning where it's like the DNA strand into the title card. You know what I mean? I really like that start. One of the things that this film does really well is cinematography. There are some great shots in this film. It's crazy good looking at times. Like, that I don't have a problem with. And what I also don't have a problem with is the casting. Great casting, you know? I mean, Michael, what am I talking about? Michael Fassbender is, in my opinion, the best android, period.
Yeah, I agree.
I love Michael Fassbender. I think he does such a great job as Andy. Is that not Andy? Jesus Christ, what's his fucking name? David. As David. Yeah. He's so fucking great in this movie. Yeah. And, you know, como se dice, I understand that he's probably controversial as a person. We're not talking about him. We're just talking about his performance. Get out of my comment section. All right? That's it. So, I pointed out, like, as soon as Michael Fassbender was talking, like, like his little, like, wake-up routine, I'm going to part my hair. I'm going to watch this movie. I'm like, damn, this android's a philosopher? Wild.
Yeah.
And I didn't look up the cast before watching the film. Charlize Theron being in an Alien movies is actually a peak idea. Bro. Yeah. I had no idea she was in this movie. And then I saw her, I'm like, are you fucking kidding? No way. You know what I mean? Shit. At least now I have something good to look at during the film. You know what I'm saying? He says...
It's funny that you said that as it like showed the close-up of her doing push-ups.
No, but she's a great actor too. That's the thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's a great actor. I loved her in Fury Road. Oh my God.
Yeah, she's great.
Her playing Furiosa is peak cinema. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see here. So I liked that there's an older form of cryostasis now. The older form really fucked with their bodies. We're making them puke. We're making them all this shit because it's just not perfected yet. You know?
Yeah.
They felt
They're all
like
wet when they come out.
Yeah, they're all fucking just. They feel like death. Yeah,
Yeah.
So that's cool. And then I saw Idris Elba. I'm like, what the fuck? Wait a minute, damn! What the fuck? You know what I mean? Just it surprised me. I really, all of a sudden, I'm like, damn, what's this casting, bro? You know?
Yeah.
I thought that his accent was a little inconsistent, but it got there in the second act. You know what I mean? No, it's okay. They got Logan Marshall. Was it Logan Marshall Green? Yeah, I liked him in a couple things. He's the main guy in Control, so that's cool.
Yeah. He looks like Tom Hardy to me.
Yeah. Guy Pearce, he's the guy who plays Wayland. You know, the villain in Iron Man 3. Sean Harris, who was he? Oh yeah, Sean Harris. He was the guy who turned into a zombie later. I liked him. And Benedict Wong, I saw Wong. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. Dude, this casting is crazy.
The cast is great for Prometheus.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was genuinely surprised. However, I'm also surprised that this film has a 7 out of 10 on IMDb. More like a 6, to be honest.
Yeah.
But still, fair. 6 IMDb-wise. I rate it a little lower.
Yeah.
All right, so these engineers created all life, huh? Man finally being able to reach the gods that created us is a very intriguing concept.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So I'm like, okay, this movie gets off to a really good start. You know, it's got a crazy cool cast. You know, como se dice, we're gonna reconnect with those who have created us, and they talk about how in history there's always been like a similar form of art or whatever about this constellation, and they all match up to these coordinates and this planet. You know, so it's like, damn, all right, no, we got some lore going on. I like this. We're starting off strong, and. What I thought was extremely egregious, but it's fine, is when the main character, her name's Elizabeth Shaw, when Shaw walked up to the med pod and is like, oh my god, what is this? I've only seen however, there's only 12 of these. And then Charlize Theron's like, don't fucking touch that. And he was like, all right, my bad. My thing was like, okay, that was overly obvious. That's going to be used later, but that's fair. Whatever. You know, how do you intro that, right? You know? Let's see here. So, another point, what's crazy is that they immediately kind of went a little bit more of a generic route. Weyland-Yutani wants to profit off of an alien species. Shocker.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Yutani, basically they were telling her is like, at first contact, you are not to fuck with the creators. You just have to come back and report. It's like, oh, so you want no shit? Yeah, it's just kind of tired. It's like, yeah, I understand. Weyland-Yutani's bad. Anyway, right? Skip, quick. So far, I'm liking the flick. However, I did not like the exposition dump. It just felt uninspired. When they were all, the whole crew was just sitting there, looking at a briefing. It's like, yeah, sure, but that's the most basic way to do it, don't you think? You know?
Yeah.
Instead, talk to us while we're in the action. You know what I'm saying? While they're walking underground in those tunnels, that's when I think they should have started talking about this a little bit. Have somebody who is not briefed on the issue be there, and so they can explain it to them. You know what I'm saying? Have that. But they don't do that. They don't use that tool, you know?
Yeah.
So it seems a bit far-fetched. You really have to keep up, you know? You have to try hard to listen during that exposition dump, and that's not something that I like to do. I like for it to be seamless and to get this information seamlessly. It is what it is. I like immediately I was getting villain vibes from the android. You know what I'm saying? I was like, okay, the villain, the android isn't a good guy, so that was kind of really obvious. You know?
Yeah. I mean, it's David.
Yeah, of course, but we didn't know that yet. I did really like the suit design. I really liked the suits they were in. And Michael Fassbender rocked the fuck out of that. I don't know about you. People are complaining about the suits. It's like, oh, well, they look more advanced than the OGs. And you know what? I agree with them to an extent, except these suits are meant for, the richest of the rich, the elite in that time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it makes sense that these suits look better than the crew members' crew member suits like 150 years later, because it looks better. But it's also, as we come to know, it's also weak as shit. Yeah, it's like a glass cannon shit, you know what I mean? Because later on, they get broken through, that kind of thing. It leaves you exposed, Oh, I liked when they finally went underground in those subway tunnels, quote unquote. They went down in those tunnels and they threw up scanner grenades. I really liked how those looked. Holy shit.
And they just start scanning through the entire fucking tunnel.
Beep, 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 beep. Oh, any life forms? I love that shit. It's so cool. Once again, like little things like that. Give me more of that. I'm glad they did it. It shows that they're not creatively bankrupt. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. There was a clear vision behind this, and you can tell.
Absolutely.
It's always good.
Absolutely. It's not perfect in any means, but you definitely see that, like, okay, Ridley Scott had a plan. He had a decent script to work with. Let's go to work. You know what I mean? He wrote it, didn't he? He co-wrote it?
I think so.
There you go. One thing that absolutely bothered me, right, is right before they were going to jump into the tunnels, right? They decided to remove their headgear.
Yeah.
Talk about a massively unnecessary risk. I mean, I understand that the air is breathable, but you have no idea what might happen down there. And on top of that, are you really sure there's no such thing as contagion down there? There's no sicknesses you're going to pick up? Nothing? That is the dumbest fucking idea to do. So once again, it's like, okay, suspension of disbelief. It's really teetering right now. Why would you take your fucking mask off? I know they wanted to like, oh, the air is breathable down here. Okay, then just say that. And then we're like, okay, but still, we don't know what's down there. It's good to keep your helmet on, Maybe one guy does it. It's like, oh, I don't fucking need to. And then other people decide to keep it on. That I would have liked. Like
like a mix.
Like the husband character takes it off, and then maybe the wife, but then the geologist who's really scared, don't have him take his mask off. He's fucking scared. Let him keep his mask on. His buddy keep his mask on. You know what I'm saying? Like, have some of them have it on, some of them have it off. It just makes more sense. But, whatever. Yeah, my suspension of disbelief's kind of teetering, but I'll let you have that one. Just thin line, buddy. All right? The geologist overreacts once he finds, like, the corpse. They find the corpse of the alien. And it's like, oh, come in here. We're going to check out what's inside. It's like, man, fuck that. I'm leaving. And I'm like, that's the only guy with a good head on his shoulders. Fuck that. I'm going to leave. You know what I mean? And his buddy's like, God damn it. Okay, fine. I'm coming with you. Yeah. He just fucks off. What? That might, no, okay, let me rephrase. He's actually not the only guy with a decent head on his shoulders. I understand he has a decent amount of self-preservation, but he knew what he was getting into alongside all of these other guys. It's that, dude, we're here to find an alien species. This is what we're looking for. Now, what I don't like is that adage, oh, this is a science trip, so we don't need any weapons. You know how fucking stupid that sounds?
Yeah.
That is the dumbest fucking thing I have ever heard ever. You are dealing with alien species, and to be frank, there are such things as hostile alien species. All right, this isn't the first alien species ever discovered, so there is such thing as hostile alien species. You don't think it'd be a good idea to bring weapons just in case? What, you think that just because you have guns that you have to shoot everything automatically? What are these, fucking sentry turrets? No! You have agency over the weapons. What are you doing? So that's why my suspension of disbelief was so teetering. Now I'm remembering is it wasn't the helmet. It was the helmet, but it's also the fact that they don't have weapons. What the fuck are you guys doing? And it's not, if they gave me an excuse like, oh, these weapons, they're not advanced enough to work in like these conditions, like, okay, maybe, whatever, something like that, right? But no, they just, oh, we're not gonna bring weapons. That's stupid. Well, then what the fuck is the point? You got, what's the point of bringing them? You know what I mean? It's stupid. If I was the captain, like if I was Charlize Theron, and I heard that, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Give them guns right now. What are you doing? They need them. That's such a joke. Imagine not bringing guns. At least Alien Covenant did that.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. So yeah, they went down there. They didn't have the guns, and the geologist fucks off. And I'm kind of like, the geologist is just a little bit of a bitch. You know what I'm saying? He's being a little bit of a bitch. I mean, he is running away, and it makes sense. You know, someone's scared, but you guys are here because you know that there's an alien species. You already briefed on everything. So I don't know why you're so scared now. This is not what I signed up for. Yes, it is.
Literally.
You know? Yeah, so once again, like, kind of unnecessarily scared, but okay, whatever. Once again, my suspension of disbelief is it's teetering, but it's there. It's still there. So the objective here, como se dice, so of course they fuck with the royal jelly, whatever the hell it is.
Royal jelly.
Whatever it's called, right? Yeah, it's what it is, you know? And the jelly, como se dice, once they get back onto the ship, Michael Fassbender gives the husband character a little glob of that black goop just so he can turn into a mutant, I guess what it was, like, because that stuff does kill him and get him sick. So I'm like, okay, so Wayland Yutani wants him to use these guys as test subjects. He really doesn't give a shit about these guys. It makes sense. I was in disbelief when I noticed that the geologist and his buddy never came back. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You're a geologist. You guys are one of the smartest fucking... you guys are intelligent. You're not fucking dumb. You're not stupid brain. You guys are decently smart. And you're telling me that you didn't just follow the footprints back to the ship?
Yeah.
You guys didn't... Oh, we got lost looking for... Brother, you guys... As a group, we're walking in the same direction. Why not just follow the footprints? Oh, but what if the footprints got knocked over by the wind? Okay, all right, sure, even though that's not how it works. Okay, sure. Don't you think they marked the fucking way in? And if they didn't mark it, then they've never gone caving before, ever. Even though the main characters, the husband and the wife, they were caving before, so they know that marking their way is a very smart thing to do. But they never thought to do that? Another thing, don't they have they had the radio and the GPS. I think the radio wasn't working when they were on the way back to the ship. Is that true?
I think so, because there was the storm.
Right. So let's just say the radio was... No, because they radioed them in order to let them know that the storm was coming.
Yeah. That's true.
So you're telling me that they never like, I can't... What was the way again, guys? So that's the third way. And then the fourth way is... Isn't there, like, don't they have an access to a GPS or a map? Like, don't they have that? A little tablet on them that's like, okay, where am I?
That's what the scanner things were for.
Yeah! So what the fuck? You have 4 fucking ways you could have gone back.
Yeah.
And none of them was on your mind. None of them. Come on. That's when my suspension of belief was thrown out the window. It's like, fuck off. You can have 1 or 2 of these, not all 4 of them. You know?
Yeah, also, I'm looking at it now. Idris Elba was talking to the 2 guys while they were still in the tunnel.
Yeah!
From the ship.
You can't guide them out. He was looking at the map while they were there. Why the fuck did they think it was a good idea to head back to the jelly room where the geologist didn't want to be? It makes no sense. You know, like, my suspension of disbelief. Once again, this is a horror movie. You have to let some things go. I'm not letting everything go, though. All right? I can buy the taking off of the helmets and the geologist not wanting to be there and running away. I cannot buy the geologist not knowing the way back and then going into the jelly room. And I could not buy them not having weapons. Fuck off. All right? Fuck off. It's stupid. It's overly stupid for no reason. You know how you could have done it? If they got, let's say they're running back, right? And then they got cornered by something, whatever it is. Let's say they got cornered in something, or even better yet, they were in a cave-in. Something happened, and they were caved in, and they eventually got out of the cave-in. But the storm already passed, and the other guys already left. And let's say they weren't able to get the radios because their communication was fucked up. Something, right? Something like that. And then them not being radioed at all. You know, and just like having the, okay, they're alone now. Those two, there's no radio back, nothing. And then and then they're while they're walking around, they find themselves in the royal jelly room or whatever, because you know they don't know where they're going, and so they see it. It's like, oh fuck, okay, now we can use this to triangulate. But then that's when one of the mutated warrens comes and attacks them. But no, they went with the dumbest fucking way possible, and had the friend. Oh my god, look how cute he is. No, let me touch him. Here, snakey snake. let me pet you. Ah, and fucking gets attacked and breaks his arm, which looked really cool. Breaks his fucking arm and then fucking spits acid in the face of the geologist, and then the snake shoots through the hole in his arm, up through into his suit, out his fucking like shoulder or whatever, and into his mouth. Yeah. Like that was really fucking cool. You know? Like, that death was crazy. But once again, it's the lead up. What's going on here, guys? Why are they exploring this room? Why do they give a shit what's in this room? They wanted to leave because they cared about their own life earlier. Now, all of a sudden, they're, oh, let's touch it. Oh, let me grab... You know? It's stupid. It's a complete contradiction. And why it pisses me off and it makes me so much more passionate than in Alien 3 and 4 is because this film has original ideas and it has great bones with an amazing director behind it. You know? God damn it, guys. What's going on? Why is this so overly stupid? I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe the ways that I mentioned actually were the best ways for them to survive, or some dumb bullshit, but I doubt it. Do you see any holes in what I'm saying so far? Any holes? Do you disagree with anything?
No.
No. So we got two dumbasses or I'm right. All right. It's just, you know, I saw all that and I was just thinking, it's like, okay, suspension of disbelief, teetering, gone. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, now it doesn't fucking matter anymore. It's no longer grounded. It's just, it felt cheap. Now it's like, okay, now these characters are no longer human beings. They're plot devices to get to the next bit of plot. That's it. I no longer cared about the characters. Which is crazy, because at the beginning I did. I liked the casting, you know, they had some cool quippy lines, they seemed to be decent together, but then after that whole sequence where they finally got the royal jelly and she got the head and whatever, I didn't care. Yeah. I didn't care about the characters anymore. Do you reflect that, or was that a little later?
I liked the characters throughout. They were fine. They just weren't, you know, anything revolutionary for me. That was mainly what it is. It's just they didn't really stand out to me.
Yeah, I was invested in the characters until the second act. And once I got around to the second act, I was like, okay, you know what, man, I'm done. It's just, I didn't throw them away. Like, for example, the main girl, I like her. You know what I mean? I like her. I think she's fine. But my thing is, she's just, you gotta give these people better writing. You gotta make them human. Because in films like the first Alien, where they feel real and they're making real smart decisions, you are doomed to be compared to the original, and you have to come with better written characters, and you just don't have that here, you know. So anyway, I did like that moment between the husband and the wife, where I was like, oh my god, it's crazy how, like, simple, like, everything can just create life now. Weyland-Yutani can create life with synthetics. Engineers can create life, whatever. And then the wife is like, well, I'm not able to create life. What does that say about me? I'm like, damn, that hurt. That hurt. And that's when she said that. I'm like, okay, she's the only person I care about. Everyone else can fuck off. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only, her and Michael Fassbender, but Michael Fassbender's a villain. You know what I mean? So it's a different relationship, right? It is what it is. What I thought was hilarious later on is that Idris Elba was just chilling, like watching the two guys, whatever, right? And he's on his little accordion, whatever the fuck, harmonica, and Idris Elba gets interrupted by Charlize Theron. He's like, "Oh, how you doing? Like, what's going on here?" He's like, "Yeah, no, they're stuck in there. You know, I'm just watching over them, making sure they're okay." And Idris Elba was flirting with him, and I was like, I'm gonna get in your pants, right? It's only a matter of time, or something like that, right? And Charlize Theron is like, word? My office, 10 minutes. Yeah! Idris Elba was dancing like, you gonna get some, baby? Yeah! Once again, little humanizing parts like that films like Alien 4 and 3 simply did not do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's it. So once
a little levity.
Yeah, indeed. A little levity to a really fucked up situation is what I enjoy. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I did feel like the chemistry between them felt a little forced, but it's nitpick.
Between those two, Idris Elba and
I felt like
aren't they like butting heads the whole movie?
Right, but also there could be sexual tension there, even if they're like for example when you're younger and the girls are bullying you, it's because they like you. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's a similar thing here. You know what I mean. But I just saying like that conversation. Maybe it's just Idris Elba's accent and how much it throws me off. But it felt slightly forced. All right, just a little, not too much. I don't mind it. I just wanted to point it out. You know what I mean. That's it.
His accent, is he British in this?
No, he's country. He's a Texan.
Oh, that's what it is.
See what I mean?
I don't remember that.
It's completely left field and like.
Yeah.
Oh man. So anyway, what I love is that the distress call, the whatever is like, oh my god, we're gonna get killed. The buddy and the geologist. Idris Elba's getting some ass while they're while they're calling. Oh shit, we're gonna die! And like they're just fucking in another room. Really bad timing, guys.
Yeah, for real. You should have died later.
Yeah, that's real. Oh man. Yeah, I don't think the friends fucking with the alien life form is on brand for these guys at all. They're scared as shit, yet they're over here poking the fucking snake. Oh my god. Like, stop it. Just corner them into it. You know what I mean? It's like, let's say the door shuts behind them, and they have no choice but to stay in the room. Oh, fuck. You know what I mean? That once again, just little things that you could do to make this fucking scene more believable, and you're just not doing it. God damn it. What's stopping you, right? What's stopping you from doing that? Just to make it a little bit more believable. Just a little. It goes a long way, especially for viewers like me. You know what I mean? So yeah, they finally establish that, okay, the liquid coming out of these vases mutate whatever comes in contact with it. I like that concept. I like that there's a Promethean jelly that they use to just mutate any kind of creature. And that really this is all about experimentation. And that's what the Xeno is. It's experimenting with multiple mutated species until finally realizing that, okay, we can finally make a face hugger, and we can finally, once it fuses with a human, turns into a xenomorph. It's cool. I like it. Okay, so not allowing the sick guy. So of course the team goes back and they finally, it's like, okay, we got to go check on the two. Like, they're already dead. We know that, but we got to go check on them. So they go into the tunnels again, and then of course the husband is really sick. So they go back to the ship and they try to get the husband on the ship, but then Charlize Theron is out there with a fucking flamethrower, and I'm like, yeah, not allowing the sick guy back on the ship makes a lot of fucking sense. Yeah. That being said, his death felt kind of rushed. I didn't really care about his death, but they made it look like it was something that was, important. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I found his sacrifice kind of funny, not gonna lie. Do it! Just fucking do it! It's like, bro, just shoot me. Just shoot me in the chest and then burn me. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't just burn me. God damn it. You don't have a pistol? Yeah. All right, fine. That's what I would have done. I mean, I don't know. I guess who cares, right? That's what it is. Let's see here. What was hilarious is that when the husband... No, it wasn't hilarious, but, what was cool is that the husband and the wife, they had a sex scene beforehand, and so afterwards, it's like, oh, shit, so the dude impregnated her with an alien life form. Fuck! I like that. I also, I like that, of course, Michael Fassbender's character's turns on her and is like, yeah, no, I saw whatever on your dreams. I saw, like, how your mother was in the dreams, whatever the fuck, and that you can't have a child. Well, now you can, so we're just going to put you in a cryo chamber, and then we're going to wait for the alien to pop out where we can surgically remove it. It's going to be great. And, of course, the woman says, fuck that. She finna get an abortion. Let's go. By the way, I like that you're able to watch somebody's dream in a pod. That's really cool. You know what I mean? Like, what are they seeing while they're in there? That's really cool. But my thing is, why would you implement that feature onto a cryopod?
Yeah, it's weird.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. You know what I mean?
What reason is there for it?
Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, I mean, maybe he like, which is something I could buy is like, okay, maybe he put like a piece of hardware, like a fucking flash drive, into the side of the cryopod and installed it. Yeah, something, right? He downloaded the update. Yeah. Whatever the fuck. So like maybe, right? But I just find it a little weird if that comes like stock with a cryopod, right? This is kind of weird. Still, I like the concept. Sure. Shit, she finna get the baby aborted. Shit is wild, brother. So yeah, she goes in there, which is definitely like the scene of the movie.
For sure.
The scene of the movie where she goes and she sits in the med pod that was introduced earlier. And, you know, she's trying to tell the med pod, cesarean section for a woman. And the pod's like, actually, we only do men. Sexist pod is wild. So it's like, okay, fuck it. Alien life form, alien foreign body. Midsection, extraction, whatever the fuck. And then she goes in there and like, okay, hurry the fuck up. And it's cutting it out. And you can see it bounce in her fucking stomach. It's like, oh, God. You know what I mean? And finally, the fucking alien pops out. The alien gets cut out, you know, and it's just holding the alien. I like how the alien's fumbling, trying to get bigger. You know? And it's like, oh, fuck, get me out of this fucking pod. They close it, and then she hits the fucking red button, which is meant to decontaminate. In other words, kill the alien. Of course, it doesn't. But, you know, he tried. You know? And so now the alien... Yeah, right, I agree. And so now the alien is stuck in there, and she's just covered in fucking blood and walks back into the original room she was to check on everybody. It's like, listen, I'm sorry I elbowed you in the face, bro. I just had to, you know, my bad. That's it. But I really liked that scene. I thought it was crazy cool on the body horror. That's something that Prometheus was decent at, man. They really amped up the body horror to 11, and I like that. You know. Let's be different. You know what I'm saying? Let's crank it up a little bit. Let's go a little extra R-rated. I like that. Use it.
Yeah.
Let's see here. And so
that abortion scene, it's almost like, you know, when you see the chest burster for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. Because all of a sudden it's just wildly different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you gotta love the little things. You really do. And that's what this scene is. It's a great fucking scene. I like how it was shot, how claustrophobic you felt, you know. And plus, you don't really know this character. So, you know, you don't really know this character too well. So, like, she might die. You know what I mean? Like, she might die.
Yeah, exactly.
This is aliens. You know what I mean? She might die. So there's genuine tension there. I knew she wouldn't because of Covenant, but, you know, it's there, and I could tell it was translated well when it came out. So there you go. Oh, shit. Fifield is still alive. The geologist. And I put ... I bet he's mutated, though. And then, he was just a big old fucking zombie. Came in, mollywopped some guy. He bitch slapped the fuck out of somebody. They did like a backflip. It was crazy. And then I put alien zombies is wild. I mean, alien zombies. Bro killed a bunch of people, then got burned. Makes sense.
Yep.
My thing is, if you think it's... Other than showing that, like, okay, humans can be affected by the mutation too, did the zombie alien do anything?
Not really.
That's my thing, right?
Yeah.
He could have done something. You know what I mean? Other than just kill a few cannon fodder guys, right?
Yeah. No, it didn't really do anything.
Wish he could do more. I wish he could have done more. Let's be honest. I wish he could have done more. I don't think it's a bad thing what they did. You know, the mutant zombie, it looked cool. You know, he's real strong. You know, fucking kill some guys. But that's the thing. It just looked cool. That's it.
Yeah.
You know, wish he could have done more. That's all. Like, imagine a xeno-human variety where, like, he looks like a zombie, right? But he's not just a zombie. He's got some human traits. I want to see him open a door. Do it. You know? I want to see that. Little things, that's all.
Yeah.
So later on, como se dice, the main character is dragged along with Wayland Yutani, who's still alive apparently, and the android. And they're all gonna, and of course a couple of bodyguards. They're all gonna go over to the one living engineer that Michael Fassbender found, which I didn't even put down because it wasn't that interesting. So I did like the cinematography of it, though. That's the thing. The cinematography in this film is really fucking good. Really good. So of course, the thing happens, and when they open the engineer's pod, they try to communicate with it, and so Michael Fassbender, David communicates with the engineer in his native tongue, which is similar to the tongue that he was practicing in the beginning of the movie. So that's cool.
Yeah.
So he was speaking that language, and the engineer looks down and is like, "Oh, you speak my language?" Ha ha! Smacks down the entire crew, bro. God damn,
Yeah.
bro, layeth the smacketh down.
Should have rock bottomed somebody.
I'm serious, bro. Jesus Christ, he was laying everybody out, right? And then fucking kills Waylon. And while Waylon's on the floor, he says, "There is nothing." Yeah, I like that. I like that line. Is like, after all these years, turns out the gods really don't give a shit and are just creating things because they can. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was like, okay, fair enough, cool. Fassbender was beheaded. I liked that effect. I like that it was the first thing to happen too, because you almost forget he's an android. It's like, oh shit. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. And so one thing, like now when they point it out, and I didn't even notice this, it's a cool twist, is that the tunnels weren't tunnels. The reason why the air is regulated is because it's a ship. It's a fucking ship. I'm like, damn, that makes sense. And the suits that the engineers were wearing were their little fucking pilot suits. You know what I mean? The little fucking, their jockey suits. It's like, oh, okay.
It just makes sense.
Yeah, indeed, right? So like, once again, it's like, this movie's not bad. It's got decent bones, and it's got some good twists. You know what I'm saying? I like it. Let's see here. So, of course, the alien ship's about to take off because the engineer's alive. And so... This whole sequence was kind of stupid to me, especially one part of it. So the captain and his two crewmates the captain's like, okay, we need to make this ship and we need to turn it into a fucking warhead because they just got a call from the main chick. Oh yeah, you need to use the ship, make sure that the ship does not get out of the ground because we know damn well that like if this ship gets out, there will be no Earth to get to. He's gonna drop all these fucking aliens, whatever. He's like, all right, cool. I mean, there's a lot more of them, but okay, sure, cool. Right. Let's see here. And so, of course, the captain's like, okay, I'm talking to the co-pilots, I'm talking to Charlize Theron. All right, everybody, I need you guys to leave so I can turn this ship into a warhead and throw it into the ship. Throw it into the alien ship. And of course, Charlize Theron is like, oh, I'm getting the fuck out of here. And she runs, right, and immediately goes to the pod. But then you have the two co-pilots. He's like, man, you're a shit pilot anyway. We'll help you out. And I'm thinking, is like, y'all are way too happy for this self-sacrifice. He's like, I know your lives are miserable. Oh, shit, it's my moment. You know what I mean? That's all.
They raise their hands and everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like they're on a fucking roller coaster.
They were way too fucking casual for this, yeah. I wish that the characters who sacrificed themselves like made me feel something. Not gonna lie, they didn't. It's just like, oh, okay, got the ship now. Happened. Yeah, that just happened. Right. I didn't care about the characters who died. Not even Idris Elba. Like, it's just like, who cares? You know what I mean? Who fucking cares? You think of something like where it's like, okay, we're gonna sacrifice our lives and throw ourselves into the ship. Like, well, maybe give us a little bit of attachment to them. You know what I mean? Give us something to like grab onto. And it's like, oh man, I don't want to see him die. Not even Idris Elba, and he's a great actor. Nothing to do with him. You know, it's just he died. Well, shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, you know. And then, well, of course, oh my god. This is the worst part of the entire film, in my opinion. The part where, first of all, I like how it was shot. It's cool. Once again, that goes without saying. The ship falling down into pieces, and Charlize Theron and the main character are running. They're running fucking fast. Oh my god, it's coming. It's gonna crush us. Brother, just run to the left. Just run to the left. What is going on? You are being chased by something that is falling forward. Just run to the left. The main character runs to the left, and Charlize Theron continues to run forward. And Charlize Theron, the biggest star in the film, gets crushed off screen. Are you fucking kidding me? That's what they did with her? She was literally something to look at. Had a couple of reprimanding moments, and a nice joke scene with Idris Elba. That's it. I'm sorry, but you do not cast Charlize Theron for a role like that. If you want to fucking cast someone like Charlize Theron, you need to have her sacrifice, okay? You need to have her do something crazy. She just died like a fucking cannon fodder. You know what I mean? She died like someone that didn't mean nothing. What the fuck? It's like, if this film was trying to go the more dark humor route, could have fooled me. You know? Just, it's like, do something with that character. Please, do something. Have Charlize Theron survive until the Promethean comes to attack the main character. Something! Fuck! But no, they just killed her off in a fucking, you're running and you die in the dumbest way possible. I think that's literally, it's the second dumbest way possible to die. The first one was them fucking with the snake. That's it. Just stupid, And Charlize Theron, like, just devolving into an absolute coward at the end of the film. They're like, oh, fuck this, I'm gonna leave. It's like, really? All right. Meanwhile, all these other guys are gung-ho. I'm like, okay, it just seems like lazy writing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, isn't she, like, not military? She's, like, corporate?
Whatever the fuck. But, come on, say shit. Throughout the entire film, they're building her up as, like, extremely disciplined. I have everyone's best interest in mind. Like, she's willing to flame a guy on the way in. You know what I mean? To fucking protect everybody. You know what I mean? So it's like, she's shown as disciplined, this, that, so. And then at the end, she's running like a little bitch. I'm like, okay, fair. She's going to survive. Maybe she's going to try to help out the main character. No, she just fucking dies. Like, what the fuck is going on? If she stuck around a little bit and got killed by, let's say, the Promethean, or did something at the end where it's like, okay, I'm going to press the button and the alien's going to burst out and I'm going to die alongside the Promethean, but, you'll get out. Yeah, something like that, right? At least use her as a plot device. You just did nothing, God damn it. At least do something with her. You could have taken Charlize Theron out of the film, and it wouldn't have lost much. I'm being honest. She could have added her in post. I swear to God, that's what this was. They just put Charlize Theron in post. It's ridiculous. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Do you feel that way? Though, like, her character really didn't do much.
Not really. I mean, she was just there to be like the corporate head.
Yeah. It's like just dull. Yeah, that's all it is. Absolutely dull. So yeah, como se dice, the baby, of course, is still alive. The classic fake out ending. You know what I mean? So the Promethean is pretty pissed off, and he goes to attack the main character. I like a very pissed off Promethean. He looks cool. The engineer, right? And so, como se dice, he comes out. He comes out. He's gonna fucking attack her, and then she presses the button, and the big octopus comes in to kill him, and it's like just like a massive face hugger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's basically what it is. Gotta love it. So, let's see here.
Yeah, that's a great scene.
Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was really cool spectacle wise, and of course the engineer dies. Makes sense. And so at the end of the film, the main chick and David fly away in an alien ship. And at the end of the movie, they do a scene where a new kind of alien has popped out. Looks a little different out of the Promethean. That goes absolutely nowhere. So, yeah. A very mixed bag for me. I think that this film suffers a lot from lazy writing and the lack of care for the writing of the characters. I think that a lot of people say, like, oh, well, the film, what's the word? It chased after so many massive things. What's the word? It chased after such, like, the philosopher thing. We're like, oh, we're trying to touch God. We're trying to find existence when really it doesn't matter and it's all just chaos. I'm like, yeah, it did that well, but what about the rest of the movie?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's still like another like hour 15 minutes here. You know what I mean? What's going on, guys? Hour 30 here.
Yeah.
I think the film was fine. Would I ever watch it again? Maybe. You know what I mean? Maybe. But that's one time, and then I'm sure I won't change my mind on it because it's just not, you know what I mean? It's just not that crazy of a difference. And people saying that Prometheus is better than Alien 1 and 2 is, man, I can't imagine. You know, I disagree. I would like to hear somebody's reasoning. If you have that argument, please let me know in the comments. Talk to me about it. I'm open-minded, but I don't think you're going to change my mind. It is what it is.
Yeah, Prometheus that's all right.
It's all right.
It's
And
good
for me,
prequel.
it's not even, for me, it's not good. It's not even good. It's just like, for me, it's like, it's got some decent bones, and I appreciate the cinematography of it, and I like some of the themes that they follow, but overall, this could have been an email. Alien Covenant. This film, for me, I feel like there's not really a better way for me to phrase this film into one term than wasted potential. Now, I spouted that line a little before the podcast just for Squeedo to get, what's the word, acclimated to the term, because I'm going to be saying it a lot during Covenant. Oh, boy. I suppose I should just expand on what I mean by wasted potential now. Usually I like to go into a breakdown little bit by little bit with this film, but to be honest, I just want to get this part of it out of the way right now. And what I mean by wasted potential is I feel like Alien Covenant should have been the third film in this Ridley Scott trilogy. When it comes to...
You would think so.
Right. Because it seems like it's the end. It seems like all of the momentum in Prometheus was completely halted for Covenant. Now, what I don't like, even though I like the imagery of it and I see what they were going for, I do not like the fact that we go from Prometheus to Covenant, and in Covenant, the Promethean's entire existence is boiled down to a flashback sequence. Now, I like the decision for David to kill all of the Prometheans, but I do not think it should have been something that was exposed in the middle of Covenant, but at the end of a second film between the trilogy. I would have liked to seen, como se dice, Elizabeth Shaw and David go out to that Promethean planet. Maybe learn some things, go into a separate adventure, something like that. And I want David to actually want to help the main person, a new purpose, a new directive. I want him to actually help Shaw, and then they figure things out little bit by little bit until near the end of the film, or as it builds up, Shaw is maybe going for, well, maybe the Prometheans are right. Maybe the Prometheans are doing this for a reason. She still has hope, while David has lost all hope. And, of course, Shaw, being human, doesn't understand these things and is acting irrational. So David betrays her and then kills all of the Prometheans on that planet at the end of a second film. That would have been a way better, interesting payoff than just a boiled down flashback sequence and a corpse near the end of the film. And that's just me. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, but he's an android. He already knew that there was no hope. I agree. And you know what? If we're looking at it purely practically without any kind of story writing prowess whatsoever, I do see David going and just killing all the Prometheans based off what happened to Weyland-Yutani. Absolutely. But is that really more entertaining to watch than what I've just described? All of that momentum that was built up through Prometheus, that we're going to go back, we're going to check the alien planet, and we're going to see what they're really all about. Is this just a chapter that's gone rogue? Is this the entire race? We need more answers. And they went with the most boring one, that all Prometheans are bad, those aliens are bad, and David had no fucking plan on actually working with Shaw and was just going to betray her immediately. It's boring. I'm just saying, because I understand where they're coming from with the whole android, he's set in his ways thing. But can you give us some suspense, some illusion? David is built up to be more than just an android. All right? He's built up to be a creator, somebody who wants to break out of his android skin. Someone who looks at the androids made after him as slaves. They can't build that up more. He's just all of a sudden, he goes from servant to visionary. I feel like there was so much room in between Prometheus and Covenant that was not covered at all. And Covenant suffers for it heavily. It makes the entire film feel hollow, and it makes Prometheus feel like an entirely, almost entire waste of time. Because what the fuck was the point of Prometheus if they're all just going to get killed at the in Covenant, and Elizabeth Shaw gets no satisfying ending in any way, shape, or form? She doesn't even need a crazy satisfying ending where she survives. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Elizabeth Shaw, we should feel that betrayal. We should feel like David, maybe David's actually turning to our side. He's really a nice guy. Make us hurt. Make us believe something. Give us some hope just so you could smash us down near the end of the film. Do that. I am 100% okay with that because it shows a really good storytelling with genuine care for the Alien franchise to try something new and to test its audience. What we got with Covenant was a cardboard cookie cutter Alien experience. It's as if he heard the criticism from Prometheus and just says, "Oh, okay, so you guys didn't like that. Okay, so I'm just gonna pivot and I'm just gonna go straight for the Xeno instead of actually fleshing out my interesting idea. I'm just gonna go straight for the Xeno, as if it's a fuck you." You know what I mean? To either his universe, maybe the studio wanted it, but it felt like it was a personal fuck you to the fans, this one. I'm being honest, because everything built up through Prometheus was just spat on in this one, and that's the truth. So yeah, Alien Covenant, massive waste of potential, in my eyes. How do you feel about that,
Yeah, Alien Covenant was the first Alien movie I saw. It's not a good introduction to the franchise at all.
The first Alien film that I watched in theaters.
Same. It's the first Alien film I watched, period, and in theaters.
Yeah, right.
I saw it with a couple friends of mine because I've always been a Predator fan growing up. And so, you got Alien versus Predator. I'd never seen any of the Alien movies. So when I hear that there's a new one coming out, it's like, oh, okay, let's go see that. Because, from an outside perspective, it's like, yeah, the Alien movies are just nothing but, like, cool horror movies. So, let's go and see it. And then we went to go watch it, and we were like, what the fuck was that? And I remember I was the one that suggested the movie, and my friend's dad was like, who the fuck suggested that? That was a shitty movie. And me sitting in the back all quiet, like,
Oh, that's awkward as fuck. Yeah. My dad took me to see Covenant. He wasn't exactly wowed. I was younger at the time, and I actually enjoyed it for what it was. It was definitely boring, but I loved the concept of the xenomorph. I loved the slow burn that they tried to do, and I liked Michael Fassbender. I really did. I mean, who doesn't, right? But see, that's the thing. This was like, what, 80 years ago? I'm a young guy. 8 years ago means I was back in school. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's a completely different way to look at it now. And the way I look at it now is just a complete waste of my time. I don't know why I went back to rewatch this one. I'm being frank. Because I learned...
For the tier list.
I learned nothing. No, but that's the thing. I didn't learn anything new.
Oh, well, I didn't remember the movie, so...
Yeah.
I kind of had to watch it again.
I hear you. Yeah, same. But when I got reacclimated, the only real thing that I noticed was some of the casting. For example, Bob, Marco the Mexican from The Hateful Eight is here. Is underutilized woefully. Absolutely. Just some generic guy who survives near the end. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Complete waste of my time. Telling you. Yeah, I don't really have much else to say about this film in its general scope. I would like to talk about it more in detail and break it down, but I'll just nail some highlights, all right? Because we're short for time. It's already been 3 hours of recording this, and I'm sure I didn't cut much out. So, yeah, all right. So let's break this down little bit by little bit. Some of the dumbest shit that I remember from this movie. I remember when the main chick, her name was Daly, was talking to the captain and was saying, is like, I don't really know if we want to go to this alien planet that we have not identified ever. We don't know what the fuck is out there. And then the captain retorts with, maybe we just missed the planet when we were scanning for years and making sure that we plotted the course correctly. Maybe we just missed the planet. Why don't we go? I don't know how stupid you have to be to risk a colony of 2,000 colonists and like hundreds of eggs or so, whatever the fuck it was. Thousands of people's lives, an entire fucking planet's worth of people to go to a new planet that you have no idea what's wrong, you have no idea where the signal is coming from, and you have no idea if the signal is friendly or hostile. Let's not even bring up aliens. What about space pirates? Huh? Where they coming from? All right? Listen. You don't know where it's coming from. You are not a rescue vessel. And Mother is not forcing you to land. Right now, you are making a dumb decision, a consciously dumb decision, to go to an alien planet where you have no idea what's what, who's who. You should just report the signal so it could be someone else's problem and go to the goddamn planet where you're supposed to be. Now, if this captain wasn't hyped up to be somebody that didn't believe in luck and didn't believe in 1 in a million errors, then maybe I could believe it and understand. Maybe he's a man of faith, or maybe he's a man where it's like, oh, well, you know, maybe there's a chance I'll just probe it. I'll just, something like that. But no! He's a man where we're told that he's a man of reason. No matter what, he's practical. And so grounding that character in that way puts you in a chokehold because he's the one making the final decision to go to an alien planet where we know damn well you haven't scouted in any way, shape, or form. What would have been a good twist is if he was an android in cahoots with David, or he was just in on it with Wayland Yutani. I don't know, something like that, because that level of stupid is on Paramount, okay? That's it.
And that scene where he's sitting at the fire, like after a bunch of people got killed, and he's all sad, I did not feel bad for him at all. I was like, this was your dumbass's fault.
Yeah!
You're the one that got those other people killed. I do not feel sorry for you at all.
Of course not! Bro lost his wife, bro lost everything. And it's like, no, I don't fucking feel bad for you at all. And there is no redemption arc for your dumb ass. You risked the entire fucking colony for this? For a song? Stupid. Stupidest fucking decision possibly. It pissed me off because it wasn't forced. If it was something to where like, okay, we gotta go. Like in the first one where nobody wanted to do it. Nobody wanted to do it, but Mother force landed them, and they had to do it no matter what. It was like, oh, shit, all right, well, I guess, But that's not the case. Nobody was forced, they just went and did it. What they could have done, oh my god, I should be paid as a fucking Hollywood actor. You know what they should have done? Oh, the flare has fucked up the ship, and it's not gonna be able to get to the planet that we're trying to get to, so let's land on this one. Boom! Why not?
Easy.
You know how fucking easy that was? I've thought about this for 2 minutes and I've already made a better excuse. It's logical. It makes sense because the solar flare is 1 in a trillion, whatever the fuck it was, so nobody planned for it.
1 in a trillion.
Exactly. And it's backed by the fact that, oh, we did some scans. Yeah, we'll try it. We can't really go anywhere else, so we're just going to have to make do on this planet. Like, how stupid do you have to be to just make that decision consciously? And I like how they try to say, well, nobody's really urging to get back into the pods. I'm like, okay, I understand that. But does that have to be the best motivator? What I just gave you is the best motivator. We won't make it to that other planet. Did nobody think of that? Come on, guys. You know,
yeah, the script needed another draft.
That's real as fuck. Listen, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. In fact, I am damn near the bluntest. And the fact that I brought this up tells me that you guys did not question Ridley Scott at all. You just let him cook, quote unquote. And it's a joke what he cooked.
I can already tell you what that meeting was. It's like, well, he did the original. He knows what he's doing.
Nah. He directed it. He didn't co-write the motherfucker, all right? Shit. In fact, I mean, did he co-write it or was he the only writer?
I don't even know. That's a question for Google.
Yeah, I'm checking right now. IMDb. Writers. Dan O'Bannon, Ronald Shusett, Jack Paglin. Oh shit, there's a few. The fuck? The writing credits. Based on characters. Story by Jack Paglin and Michael Green. So Ridley didn't write this one. Well then what the fuck is... Oh my god, so it's even worse! You hired some other people and you couldn't fucking be bothered.
John Logan and Dante Harper. You guys fucked up.
I'm looking at Jack Paglin and Michael Green. The screenplay. John Logan and Dante Harper, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael Green and Jack Paglin. That's story by. So when I hear story by, I always think like, okay, so they got like the premise or they did like the first draft, you know.
John Logan and Dante Harper finalized the screenplay. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they fucked up majorly. Jesus Christ. Like, guys, I'm sorry. Listen, I've talked about this a lot when we were going off on Prometheus, but I'm going to bring this up here again. My suspension of disbelief is not to be, like, fucking trampled on, all right? I can believe a lot of shit, all right? I get myself immersed into a world. As long as it doesn't contradict itself too much, I'm fine. But just like in Prometheus, where they made really dumb decisions over and over and over, and I stopped caring, it's the same thing with Covenant. And let me explain. Let me show you another point that was fucking hilarious. So a person gets infected with the transmission, whatever the fuck, up the nose or in the ear. I don't know. I don't care. And he gets brought back to the ship that they arrived on. Thankfully, when they arrived, they all walked out with guns. Something that Prometheus should have fucking learned from. Yeah. You know, so they walk out with guns. But yeah, so one guy gets infected and he's brought back with two other people, and one person has already been in contact with him, and the other person is outside of the locked door that she put those two in. So while the backburster is coming out, the girl outside is, oh my god, what the fuck? She's so scared. She grabs a shotgun, she comes back to the room to kill that little shit. She sees it, and then she slips like a fucking Looney Tunes character onto her back. Whip, fucking, oh shit! It shoots the sky, shoots the ceiling, finally gets up again and starts running. Como se dice? Then she starts missing. And then at the final shot, she shoots near the alien, but she also shoots propane tanks in the ship and blows the entire fucking ship up. Like, the entire thing. It was a fucking Looney Tunes episode. She was just fucking, she slipped, she was fucking up. She caught her she caught her leg on a door that fucked up her leg so she couldn't run. She was limping, and then she blew up the ship. Like, come on, guys. Like, you can't find any better way to not make your characters look like utter fucking idiots and blow up the ship. Is there not a way to do that? Is that not possible? You know?
I guess not. Not according to Alien Covenant.
It's ridiculous. Like, I'm telling you, the screenplay was written as a comedy. Why do you think they casted James Franco and Danny McBride? It's a comedy. I'm telling you, it's the only way. Which, by the way, no shade on James Franco or Danny McBride. James Franco didn't do anything in this film, but McBride, he sold it for me. He sold me as a.
I liked him a lot in this movie.
Yeah, he was the best part of it, in my opinion. Besides Fassbender, Fassbender was the only bit that's better. But besides Fassbender, Danny McBride, baby. You know what I mean? Like he's just solid. He felt real. You know what I mean? He felt like one of the only real characters in it. You know?
Yeah, he's the most down to earth guy in the movie.
Yeah, and you feel that. You know what I mean? Throughout the entire thing, whenever he's on screen, you know, it's like, oh, at least I can breathe now. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck, you know, because at least when he's on, I can tell that he's putting in some work. Danny McBride, I can tell he's putting in some work. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with him because. He was more, like I said, like the best human character in the entire thing, which is crazy. Crazy.
You know what I'm just realizing?
What?
That scene after the ship blows up, and then like there was a second guy that was infected, and so the alien pops out of his mouth, and then everyone's trying to kill it, and they're getting their asses kicked because obviously it's a fucking alien.
Right.
Why did the other android just stand there?
What, like waiting for shit to happen? What, like?
Yeah. Not David, the other one.
Walter.
Like they came, Walter. He didn't do anything. He was just watching them get fucking murdered.
Well, Walter doesn't shoot. It wasn't a thing to where androids were killing yet.
Well, I'm not saying he has to kill, but he can't tell them like, oh, it's over there, or like I see it coming from this way. Like he's just watching them get fucking murdered.
That would have created. Oh yeah, because he had like didn't they do like a POV shot and he saw it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wouldn't that have been like a really cool dynamic where it's like, okay, guys, everyone get together. The crew is like trained to like work together, which, you know, makes fucking sense.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, everyone, 12 o'clock. Yeah, okay, everyone back to back. Okay, I see something at the 3. He's going around my 6, you know, like it would have been a really cool, like slower moment where like the music just cuts and you can hear like the pulse monitor as shit gets closer around the grass and you see stuff running around. I'm making the ideas for you guys. What the fuck? Come on, man. It would have been
I'm seeing it now. Walter tackled the alien and then he got his hand melted off.
Right.
But even then, I feel like he still could have done more.
I feel like he could have done more, and that scene that I just fucking mentioned would have been a cool fucking dynamic because it would have made you way more scared of the aliens. Instead of a bunch of fumbling idiots with assault rifles, these guys are actually trained to work together, you know? So it's like, okay, everyone together, back to back, you know, because there are some like genuine like security guys there that like know how to use guns. You think that they would step up, but no, they're just bumbling idiots. They're bumbling idiots that have no coordination and no teamwork at all. So what the fuck? You know, what's the point of even having security guys? That's the thing. There are guys literally there just to protect the crew members. That's it.
Yeah.
And they have no teamwork.
And also, this crew is like not interesting. I would have liked if there were at least 2 guys that were like, you know, like the military from Aliens, where it's just like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, we're gonna kick this alien's ass, no problem, and then they get fucking murked like right away. Yeah, a little
camaraderie, right? Nothing here. No subverting of expectations. Nothing. Every single person that is on that alien planet, except the androids, are completely boring.
Yeah.
Which makes me think, okay.
It's ridiculous.
Which makes me think, okay, these are all cannon fodder. Complete waste of my time. You know, like, I really couldn't care less about the main chick, or I don't even remember her name. What the fuck was her name again?
I don't remember her name either. I only remember Danny McBride. He's Tennessee, and then, of course, David.
Yeah.
As the android. That's it.
I like Walter. I like Walter a lot, the other android. I think he's great, not just because he's Michael Fassbender, but because of his dynamic with the main chick. I really wish they did more of that. Just saying. You know, they had like 2 lines together and that's it. Yeah, I'm gonna build that house. Alright, cool. Don't talk about it till the end of the film. Like, come on, guys. Give me more. You know what I'm saying? Give me more. You know, apparently there's like this whole short on YouTube or whatever, like a little short film, like for you to get to know the cast. I haven't seen it. I'm not going to. I shouldn't have to watch a short to get acclimated with your film. It just doesn't make sense. It feels like that was a deleted scene. You know what I mean? It's just not an entire thing there. It's just deleted because we want to get straight to the action. Oh, do we really care about these actors? Yes, we care about these characters. We want to anyway. I always prefer actually good character work rather than cannon fodder. I think that goes without saying, you know?
Yeah. It's like I mentioned in my Alien Romulus review on my channel, that Alien Covenant falls heavily into this category. A lot of horror movies, especially slashers, don't bother with their characters because, well, they're gonna die anyway, so who gives a fuck? And Alien Covenant is 100% that kind of movie. It's just like, oh, these people are here to die. You don't got to care about them. They develop like 2 characters, and that's it. And one of them's fucking David, who's an android.
Yeah. It's a joke, is what it is. It's a complete joke. And once again, this movie completely ruins the momentum for Prometheus. Absolutely just nips it right there. Because at the end of Prometheus, I was like, damn, there really should be a movie after this one. But no, we get Covenant. I mean,
especially with the way Prometheus ended,
yeah,
it felt like a cliffhanger.
That is a massive cliffhanger. We're gonna check out this alien planet, and we're gonna do the thing. I'm gonna say it one more time. It's that moment where David kills the entirety of that Promethean planet should have been the end of a second film. Should have been where, okay, I just betrayed Shaw, now I'm going to get rid of the entire planet. At the end of a film where you don't know what side he's on yet.
Yeah. That would have been a cliffhanger to end a second movie.
Fuck yeah!
and that's how you get people interested in a trilogy, you know? Because it's like, oh shit, where does he go from here?
Fuck yeah! Once again, it doesn't take a rocket science to tell you this shit, man. I'm not saying I'm better than the Hollywood writers or whatever. I'm sure they were forced or pushed or whatever. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there were clear things that could have been done, and they chose not to do it, in essence of simplifying and dumbing down the film, which makes it worse, considering the franchise that it's in. If this was a Friday the 13th film, no one would give a shit. But it's not.
Yeah, this would be passable.
Exactly, but it's not. It's an Alien film. And Alien is known for subverting your expectations and having strong, intelligent characters and writing. Just strong in every aspect, making timeless films. And Prometheus, while it isn't exactly an Alien 1 or Alien 2, it has definitely got traits of the originals that you can see. And it's original in its premise. You know, so once again, potential. And then when you see Covenant, you're just like, who the fuck got their grubby, piss-stained hands all over this thing? You know what I'm saying? Because it's a joke. It's a joke. It's a complete just ruining of the momentum of Prometheus. Yeah, it's just...
Yeah.
It's a joke.
And it's even stupider because it's like, you know, oh, Ridley Scott intended for this story to be a trilogy. You can tell with Covenant, they didn't know what the fuck they were trying to do. They were throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. And then Ridley Scott's just, oh, yeah, this is where the story's going. This is the direction.
Absolutely.
And it's like, why? This is not a proper sequel.
It feels like Ridley Scott felt like he wouldn't get a third film, which is crazy because Prometheus did numbers.
Yeah.
You know, like, and then you look at Covenant, where it's like, well, if they actually went with a similar model to what I'm bringing up, where it's like we get to see the Promethean planet, and it gets a big payoff at the end with a crazy ending, you know, it would have made money too, just like Romulus, how it has a crazy cool build up in the second and third acts, and has a crazy thing happen at the end to make audience buzz about it. Come on, guys, this is basic stuff that I'm talking about here. This is stuff that I'm sure they thought about initially and probably were shot down.
Yeah.
Because there's no way they landed on this.
Like you touched on before, like I wouldn't be surprised if the whole xenomorph thing was a studio mandate, and even just like the name Alien Covenant, because, you know, Prometheus doesn't have the alien name attached to it.
Right.
But it is an alien movie, at least for 2 seconds at the end. And so I wouldn't be surprised with Covenant. The studio is just like, we need an alien in this. But the thing is, I don't understand why you needed to get to that xenomorph at the end, when the neomorphs, I think, would have just been a fine substitute.
Yeah.
I was fine with the neomorphs.
I like them.
Bursting out that dude's back, bursting out of the
crazy
dude's mouth.
Cool body horror. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a little different. It's a little unique. They're like xenomorphs, but they're not. They're a little more cat-like. They're a bit quicker.
I think...
And so...
Go ahead.
I think like that just would have been fine. It's like if the studio wants us to call it Alien Covenant, yeah, you can put the alien name on it. It's whatever. But you don't need the xenomorph in this movie. That, to me, that feels rushed. That it's like, okay, we need to get to this point so people know it's a prequel. It's like, we already know it's a fucking prequel. Take your time and develop the shit and make it interesting.
And you know what scene would have been so much fucking better if it was in a third film rather than Covenant. Or rather, Covenant was the third film. Anyway, you get it. What scene would have benefited the most from having a film in the middle and then the third film happening here? Is that scene where David sees the birth of his xenomorph creation, and when the xenomorph is finally birthed, it looks at David, and David looks back, and it mimics David's movement. The birth of the xenomorph, the first ever created by an android to spite the gods that created him, or that created his creators. That is a powerful shot that is absolutely wasted on this film. Once again, just a complete joke. Covenant felt like it was trying to achieve 2 movies at once, and it was a complete amalgamation of terrible writing.
Yeah.
I wish that we got the Ridley trilogy. I really do. I really wish that the studio or whoever pushed them to do this shitty story would have grown some patience and grown some balls and understood that if you want a series that people are going to come back for again and again and again, you need to actually build these stories with proper care and patience. Not this fucking popcorn slasher bullshit, man. Not Alien. Not an Alien.
It's funny you say that this movie felt like 2 movies at once. Because it does feel like that, and simultaneously, nothing fucking happens in this movie.
Tell me about it! Say it again! Say it again!
Nothing fucking happens in this movie.
Yeah!
It feels like 2 movies at once, and also a short film for the last 20 minutes. This could have just been an Alien short film the last half hour, and I would have been fine with it.
This could have been an email.
This really could have been an email, bro. Alien Covenant is the most this could have been an email movie of the franchise.
So, yeah, I mean, there's so many small things that I could bring up, but brother, let's be honest. If I'm doing that, it's going to be in a complete review of the film, probably right after seeing it. This is just a tier list, goddammit. And if you guys really, and if you guys really want to know more, trust me, we'll go into further detail in the future. But for now, we have to place this bad boy on the list. And even with all of its flaws and how pissed off the film makes me, I cannot put it at F tier. I can't.
No, it's not F.
I don't think it's F, and I don't think it's the level of Prometheus, so it's got to be a solid D tier.
Yeah, I guess to talk about positives from, my perspective, obviously we got Michael Fassbender and Danny McBride. We already talked about that.
Absolutely.
The visuals are really fucking good.
I love
this movie looks really good.
Absolutely. I love the dynamic between Walter and David. I love the fact that David looks at Walter with disgust and wanted him to be more, but was disappointed by the fact he is just a mere slave. I love that dynamic. I love that theme. I love David's character. I just really fucking wish he got a second film in between those 3. All right? Go ahead.
I also really like, I like the first 10 or so minutes when they land on the planet. Basically, when the Neomorph kills a shit ton of people and then runs away and David comes and saves them. Cut from there, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The boring, the middle is boring. I can English. And then I like that third act when the Xenomorph is first introduced and wreaking havoc. Yeah, that's also fun.
I like him running around. I do not like I don't like the level of intelligence that the Xeno is playing with. For example, I remember when a big crane was attacking. Oh, como se dice? So they were on a big ship, right? And the main chick was on a rope hanging off the bottom of the ship while it was in midair shooting at the alien. And I just thought, okay, this is not Fast and the Furious, but I'll let him cook. And then when she gets back on the ship or whatever, apparently the alien is attacked by a big crane thing, and the alien thinks that it's alive and starts attacking the crane because it looks like a big mouth. So I guess the alien thought it was a monster, except that's not really how an alien registers threats. You know what I mean? But okay, an alien would just see that as a big piece of metal. But all right, who cares, right? you know, sure.
And even then, if the alien just saw like the lights and then, thought it was a big thing attacking him, it would have ran away.
Yeah.
It's a hit and run creature.
Yeah. That's another thing.
You literally see that in the scene when the neomorph is attacking the group of people. It kills someone, runs away.
Yeah.
Hides off in the bushes, comes back, kills someone, runs away. That's how the xenomorphs attack.
A complete contradiction. And the xenomorph did the same thing. Como se dice, in the xenomorph in the third act when it finally started wreaking havoc. It's a cool, satisfying thing. But if you think about the xenomorph in general, the xenomorph never does this. The xenomorph would have latched onto their ship and just stayed at the bottom. Just waited for them to get into the big ship, and then started killing one by one by one. Right? Like how he does. But why would he have this massive fucking moment where they're on the ship and they're the Xeno doesn't do that. They just wanted something for the trailers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that shower scene is just trailer
footage. Tell me about it. That really is trailer footage. One thing I want to mention at the end when they shot the alien out of that airlock. My thing is, did they depressurize the room first? Because it didn't look like they did. So what was stopping them from being shot out alongside the alien?
Especially the girl.
Yeah.
Because she was right next to the xenomorph when that happened.
He didn't even get shot out of the airlock. It was a thing where it's like, okay, we're going to open the doors now.
It was a cargo bay.
Yeah. And then like the alien got caught in something and then it pushed him away. Was that what it was? Either way, it wasn't depressurized, and it was an airlock that just opened. So every single alien film that's ever been made knows that when something gets fucked up in an alien ship and it's open space, it's a vacuum immediately. Whoosh, you know what I mean? And everything gets shot out, right? I mean, shit, we learned that in every alien film. In this one, I guess we just forgot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once again.
And what Alien Romulus told me is that the alien from Covenant is probably still out there somewhere.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now the Covenant's probably still alive. Even if he got speared through the chest, that don't matter. Motherfucker, he's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, because he got fucked up by that forklift right through the chest, but he was still alive. Shit. You never know.
Probably.
You never know.
Yeah. The thing is, xenomorphs just feel like it.
Yeah.
That's like the epitome of their being. They just feel like it. Why are you killing us? We feel like it.
I feel like it, yeah.
How are you still alive? I feel like it.
Yeah. Aliens don't give a fuck. Yeah. That's the truth.
Because I think of like Aliens, right? And it's like, they're shooting the shit out of these xenomorphs and killing them. And then I played like Alien Isolation. I got a revolver. A revolver's not like a smart gun or a pulse rifle. But, I shoot the alien. I expect something to happen. Nope, it's fucking bulletproof. He literally said, fuck you.
I just had an epiphany.
What's up?
Alien Covenant was not meant to be about the survivors. Alien Covenant, and I'm not reading this anywhere. Alien Covenant was meant to be about David. I know what you're thinking. Oh, well, what do you think? I'm saying that in the second film, it transfers from Shaw over to David, and we don't even really get the build-up scenes. We don't really get the made-up drama or these people are likable thing. And it makes the quote-unquote twist at the end of Covenant makes so much more sense because it doesn't feel like a twist. It doesn't even feel like a big reveal. It just feels like something that was supposed to happen because David had already planned it. David was supposed to be the main focus of Covenant because, once again, we already learned that he was a traitorous bastard in the second film. Instead, they try to ham-fist it with a corpse, you know what I mean, and try to give you a weird fake-out at the end, when really it shouldn't have been portrayed as a fake-out, but just something that was inevitable. Once again, a second film. I feel like there was a plan for a film in between Prometheus and Covenant. There must have been. There's no way that I look at it now, and I'm seeing that David's reveal at the end is so obvious and blatant and horribly hidden, is because that wasn't the original intention. But now it is. That's crazy. Yeah, no, I'm 100%. I believe now that there was a plan for a second film to be in between Prometheus and Covenant, and we never got it. Because we needed the Xeno right away. So Ridley had to rush it. Or the screenplay writers had to rush it, but you get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I get from all of this. Covenant is literally just the Rush version of the trilogy.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately.
Once again, the epitome of wasted potential. That's all I have to say about that.
All right, Forrest Gump.
Jenny.
Jenny.
Oh, Jesus. All right, we're going to talk about Romulus now. You think I cooked with that one? I think I cooked. That was a good one.
I think you cooked.
I made a lot of epiphanies there. That last one was real big for me. I'm like, oh, shit.
Epiphanies?
Yeah, no, that last one was like, wait a minute. Oh, shit. You know what I mean? Now that we're sitting here talking about it, it's like, you know what? Now it's like 100% at this point. You know what I mean? It's like, I was thinking there should have been, but now I'm thinking there was. You know? There was. Yeah. That's crazy. Wow. I love these conversations. Jeez. I'm smart. All right. Let's see here. So
I try to be when I can.
Yeah, right. I hear you. Yeah, no, I'm the one with the notes in front of me. You know what I mean? This is all I've been thinking about for like 3 weeks. So I'm like one of those crazy conspiracist guys with like all the pictures on the whiteboard and the red lines. So you see, this connects with the thing, right? You know,
bro's going insane thinking about Alien.
That's real. Because Romulus fucked me up, bro. Romulus fucked me up, bro. Alien Romulus. Oh boy. There's a lot to talk about with this one. This is going to be... Should we start with no spoilers and then on the later half talk about like with spoilers, or should we just go full regalia and say spoilers the whole thing?
I think just full speed ahead, really.
Full speed ahead. Okay, guys, so spoilers. Let me just talk about it really quickly before we get into spoilers. And that this film is a great fucking movie. If you enjoyed Alien 1 and 2, you are going to love Romulus. You may not like some of the egregious line stealing, but besides that, this film holds up very well, and Fede Alvarez has really created his opus so far. And he's made some decent movies. But this is his best work yet. In my humble opinion, and the majority of the internet's opinion. So if you haven't seen it yet, go watch it. What did you say, Sweeto?
I said it's peak.
I agree. All right. Full regalia. Full spoilers review of Alien Romulus. Review, retrospectives, gushing, whatever the fuck. Two grown-ass men talking about Alien. You ready?
Indubitably.
You gotta love it. All right. So Alien Romulus. The first time we viewed this was at Dolby Cinemas and AMC theaters. And, you know, I was hyped. I remember when Squeedo watched the first Alien. It was a couple years ago. And, you know, I was playing Alien Isolation. I was actually making a series of it on my channel, and he said he wanted to watch the OGs. So we finally watched the first Alien, and when he told me that he loved it and he was just as enthusiastic about it as I was at the time, it just, you know, it sealed the deal, baby. We're best friends now. You know, that's it. So, you know, it was fun to finally find somebody that's just as crazy about the Alien franchise that I was. Then he watched...
I have secretly hated Alien for 2 years. No,
a big ass reveal. Actually, fuck you. Yeah, that's it. No. But, you know, it was a crazy fucking... The first film is an absolute amazing masterpiece, and I'm glad that Squeedo saw that. I'm glad that he saw Aliens and also enjoyed it very much so, but he's also like me, where he prefers the horror vibe rather than the 80s action vibe, but it's still a really good movie, you know?
Indeed.
And then I told myself that I would never watch any of the Alien sequels. I have the first and second one, that's it. I don't need to watch them. The only reason why I watched them was because I saw Romulus and I wanted to make an entire tier list surrounding the Alien franchise. The amount of torture that I was put through for Alien Romulus is bar none. Will I say it's worth it? No, but that's not the movie's fault. All right. Alien Romulus is peak horror cinema and is right now contending with Furiosa for my film of the year. It is simply the best alien film since 1986, James Cameron's Aliens. That's it. Bar none. Ridley Scott's Prometheus be damned. I'm not saying that Prometheus wasn't good. Prometheus was all right. It wasn't amazing. It wasn't terrible. It had a really cool premise about the whole meeting our gods and what did they really want from us, and then finding out, oh, the gods didn't really care and they just made us because they could, and they're actually kind of assholes, that kind of thing. I love that dynamic, and it's an original idea. But Alien Romulus goes back to roots, and it really makes you feel not only nostalgia, because it is a legacy sequel, but it also surpasses in certain aspects the original two films. In particular, the unique sequences that takes place. One of the biggest ones that I can mention is the 0G gravity fight scene. I'm surprised that Alien, I never thought of this shit. The entirety of Alien, no one has ever thought of doing an alien fight in zero gravity. Maybe because they thought it was too fantastical. Maybe because they thought it was too much. And then, Covenant tried to do a whole, like, Terminator alien thing. And I guess we can do anything now. So Alien Romulus pulled something so crazy, so cool out of the bag with that fight scene. And not only did they make that scene look really satisfying and fun to watch, but they were able to ground it with the acid blood and make it work not only as a cool action scene, but as a plot device. It's masterful cinema. It really is. All right, you gush about it a little bit so I can build off you. Go ahead.
Well, one of the producers clearly played Dead Space, and we're like, put that in the fucking movie.
Fuck yeah!
With the whole 0G sequence, they're like, put that in the fucking movie.
Yeah, tonight's here.
Yeah, no, Alien Romulus is fucking cinema. It's also competing with my favorite movie of the year, Dune Part 2. I think it's going to remain in second place, though, like, the more I think about it, but I still fucking love Alien Romulus.
Dune Part 2 is like his bedfellow at this point. It's okay. It's all right.
That movie's peak. It is peak fiction.
I gotta watch it.
But, Romulus, they do so much right. And really what always sticks out to me with this movie and baffles me that some people don't like this part of the movie, it's the characters. I fucking love the characters in this movie, and that's important. Like we talked about with Covenant, I didn't give a shit about anyone in that movie. They're all cannon fodder. They're all there for the alien to die. Yeah. But in Romulus, you actually feel shit, and it's a smaller group of people. Covenant had, what would you say, about 10 people in the beginning?
A little more, something like that,
their crew, a little more than 10. Romulus has 6, total, for the entire movie. That's not a lot of people in a horror movie.
And one's an android.
Yeah, one's an android. So for a horror movie, that's not a lot of characters, but I like that because it allows you to, each character feels more distinct and allows you to grow more attached, is what I wanted to say. Grow more attached to these characters. And so I like it. I like this. I like the smaller group of people. I like that everyone feels different and unique from one another. I like that they all kind of have the same goal and motivation, and that's what leads the movie to, have the plot that it has. And unlike Covenant, where it's like, oh, we gotta, go find this signal on this planet that we don't know, and it's like, okay, well, your dumbass just got us killed by fucking aliens. And Romulus, everyone has the same goal, and it's not a dumb goal at all. They're trying to escape, the life that they are currently living. And so I like it. It's a character motivated film.
Right.
And I like that. It makes the movie so much more grounded, and you feel something, You feel something.
Throughout this conversation, you're going to see us address a lot of criticism, and the start of that is going to be people saying that the initial buildup is stupid. Why would they leave this perfectly functioning planet to go to God knows where on this ship just so they can go to God knows whatever the fuck planet because they have a sun, even though that their planet also has a sun? I don't know if you watched the first 20 minutes of the film, but
it literally says in big, bold words.
But it's almost as if you just skipped it, you know what I mean, and just didn't understand that the world that they are on is literally going to be the death of them. You know? Fede Alvarez made a nice comparison where he said the planet that they were on, where, you know, their parents were dying and they were forced to serve, that kind of thing, and the area that they lived in was horrible, was meant to be a reflection of the third world war-torn countries that Fede had lived and grown up in. You know, so that entire sequence was meant to be a reflection of the young generation's mindset at the time, which was, I can't become like my parents. I need to get out of here, no matter what, by any means necessary. And some kids didn't make that trip alive. You know, and that's what this entire first act was meant to be a reflection of, you know? These kids that are young, they're ambitious. I mean, one of them's a fucking pilot, you know what I mean? You know? Just these young, ambitious kids. The other one did all this research on guns and military protocol. You know, just absolutely ambitious kids learning how to get the hell out of their planet and actually, actually succeed outside of that planet. And you can tell every single person here, like you mentioned, is absolutely distinct, and they all carry their own weight in terms of storytelling. Not one of them feels like dead weight. Not even the pilot. They even made her seem unique, and she's in the film for like a total of 50 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So, you know.
Yeah, I love the characters in this movie.
Absolutely.
And that's, to me, as someone that loves slasher movies and horror movies, that's what, you know, draws me to your movie.
Absolutely.
The interesting characters. You can have cool kills and, you know, graphic, you know, gory violence all fucking day, but, you know, do I care?
Yeah, do I give a shit?
That's really the question, is do I give a shit about these characters dying or not? Because if not, then I'm watching Friday the 13th and I'm like, yeah, that was a cool kill.
You know, exactly. You know what's really cool? Body horror. You know what's even fucking cooler? Is when that body horror happens to somebody we actually care about. Like Kay, the pregnant chick at the end of Romulus. That crazy shit that happened to somebody we actually wanted to survive? Wait a minute. You know what I mean? That's the truth.
Yeah. It's insane, man, how some people are just, these characters were, you know, poor acting and uninteresting, not well written characters.
I 100% believe without a shadow of a doubt that a lot of the people who say that stuff, because a lot of the time when they say it, they just say it. They don't describe what they mean. They just say it. And so when they say it just like that and they don't describe what they mean, you know what I think? It's because they're young. That's it.
Yeah.
They're young teenagers. It fits the stereotype if the shoe fits. Did you not watch the same film that I did, bro? It sounds like you went in with your own predetermined bias and shut your brain off to the actual nuance that this film tries to project. Unfortunately, you couldn't keep up. Sorry, man. Listen, I'm not saying that everyone who dislikes the character is a fucking idiot. I just said, once again, that the people who didn't explain why, which was the majority of the people who had that criticism, probably share the same brain, right? That's it.
It's a hive mind, like the xenomorphs.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
They have a queen.
So yeah, this film has great characters. Let's start with that. All right, let's also talk about performances real quick. I mean, can we give a round of applause for my boy David Johnson? All right,
bro,
can we get a fucking round of applause for that guy?
It.
That dude is an android, and he was the heart and motherfucking soul of Alien Romulus. How do you do that? How do you do that?
How you do that? Explain that.
It's like saying you can make a face hugger sexy. I'm saying it's not possible. How does it work?
I mean, I think depending on who you ask,
you right.
They already are.
Immediately changed my mind. My bad.
It's the internet after all, you know. I'm sure there's one person out there that's like, damn, that face hugger could get it. What the fuck you say?
The face hugger hits the window. Yeah, I'd hit that. What? What do you mean? What the fuck? Wait a minute.
Smacks against the glass. He's just,
Oh.
He's like, whoa.
Aggressively gnaws on popcorn, bruh. Looks at AMC bucket a little weird.
Hey, yo.
That's sus, brother. Not gonna lie. I mean, there's a whole sexual thing with popcorn buckets nowadays. So, hey, you know. Yeah. Oh, shit.
Yeah, no, when they pull the face hugger off Navarro's face, I'm sure someone got turned on by that.
No, Oh, okay. I could go further with that one, but I'm not. I'm gonna leave it there. You know, I'm trying to get monetized. You know what I'm saying? It can't work. You know what I mean? If I say what I'm about to say, but damn it, I want to. Oh, you get it. I'm sure people who have half a brain understand what I'm trying to get at. Jesus.
Yeah.
That or a pair of balls, either one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I won't lie. Like, one of the first tweets I saw after we watched Alien Romulus was that the Xenomorph could get it. So, the internet is a cursed place, guys. I mean, like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, that's real. Why am I here? Why am I making videos for y'all fucking creeps? See what I'm saying? Jesus Christ.
I mean, I'm not saying they're wrong, but, like, damn.
Bro probably could, but I don't know if I would be the one. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not gonna try.
Yeah, that's real. That's real, because you never know.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, David Johnson. He's great, right?
Yeah, no, he's great in this film.
Yeah, he fucking killed it.
I don't think there's a single bad performance in this film. Nothing felt phoned in, and everything was strong. That being said, I kind of wish that Aileen Wu, Navarro, probably got some more to work with. But, you know, once again, it's just that's a nitpick, because what she was given, she did great. You know what I mean? But she wasn't given much.
Also, this is her first movie.
Yeah, which is crazy. Yeah. Her first feature-length film, and she's in, like, the movie of the year for me. So, hey, that's a good start.
Holy shit.
She's gonna get so much. She's gonna get so much work off of this. It's crazy.
Yeah, I fucking hope so.
Yeah, me too. Because I want to see more of her. Absolutely. I felt like if I do have a criticism, if I were to be a little constructive, I do think the
he's gonna be that guy.
Yeah, right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Listen, my bad. What's that guy's name for the on the judge table where he's always the asshole? What's his name?
Oh shit.
You guys know what I'm talking about. America's Got Talent. That's the guy.
Yeah.
Simon Cowell. Simon Cowell. Thank you. Simon Cowell. I'm pulling a Simon Cowell. My apologies, guys, but I gotta let you know, if I had to give her one bit of criticism, because I'm trying to, there's not a lot of cons in this film, is that the 80-yard scene where she's getting chest bursted and said, "Don't let me die." I didn't even see her lips moving. You know? So
she was telepathic. You missed that part of the movie.
You right, my bad. I must have not watched the first 20 minutes. My bad.
Yeah.
Why do you think she shaves her head? So she can get more, radio waves and shit. That makes sense.
Yeah. The hair was blocking her abilities.
My bad. So, that one line, I did like that line. I don't like the delivery. That's it. That's the only thing that I saw wrong with her performance. And besides that, she did great. I believed her. I believed her when she was scared. I believed her when she, like, for example, one of the standout moments of her performance is after they got the face hugger off of her and she woke up. When she woke up and it was a meeting, he's like, "Oh shit," because it felt like it was still happening to her. That terror, once again, I felt that terror felt real to me. And one of the reasons why it felt so real to me is not only just the performance, but the build up to it. Once again, it's the building up of the character. Okay, this is a cousin. She's praying right before she's gonna go into space. That kind of thing. That building of the character, making her feel human. And the fact that she's panicking as well, it adds to that,
Yeah.
So, como se dice? I mean, she's got the Ripley 3 haircut. That's another thing going for her, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she does.
So
that's how this movie ties back to Alien 3.
Interesting. Cinema.
It's connected.
It's all connected, which is another crazy good pro of this film. Somehow, Squeedo, they were able to make everything canon and tie everything up into one film. I don't know how they did it.
Impossible.
How?
Impossible.
Bruh,
it's not real.
It is unreal. It's impossible. It's impossible. There's no way. Somehow this film was able to tie in everything. And, it's not the big... and the thing is, it's not the big emphasis of the film, but for those who have seen the previous ones, there is a decent payoff for you in this one, goddammit, because they addressed everything. They really did.
Yeah, the movie is like, hey, you remember that shitty Alien movie from back in the day? It's
yeah.
Like, well, we do too. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
All you nerds out there, this one's for you. This 30-second scene. You're welcome. That's it. I do like... Go ahead.
All the fans are like Leonardo DiCaprio in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I want a whole theater of people just doing that the whole fucking movie. I prefer the term artificial person myself. Everyone. Literally the entire theater at once. That's all I want.
I didn't catch that the first time I watched it. I knew the line and I thought it was original. Then I watched Aliens. I'm like, oh shit! Wait a minute. Yeah, I watched Aliens again and I forgot he said that line. It reminds me of I'm something of a scientist myself.
Right? It just sounds so similar, especially the way they say it.
Yeah.
It's like the same, like beat for beat.
Absolutely. I love it. The thing is, a lot of people think that the lines, the stealing, quote unquote, the reuse of lines is a negative. And one thing I will agree with them with, it's egregious. It's definitely there, and it's definitely, como se dice, they definitely stole more than just a couple. It's more than just a wink. That being said, it doesn't bother me at all. Not even a little bit.
Look, if all the Terminator movies can do it, Alien can do it.
Goddamn right. Listen, and my thing is, right, is a lot of people look at that and think that, oh, this film is bankrupt of ideas. Like, no, it's not. It's a legacy sequel.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I love about this, one of the reasons why this film gets to get away with it rather than some other films is because Fede Alvarez, I've seen him in those interviews. He's a mega fan, bro. He's a mega fan. So when you see those lines being repeated, I'm not thinking, ooh, soulless cash grab. I'm thinking, oh shit, he got the opportunity to use that? Fuck yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, they let him do that? Fuck yeah, let's go. You know what I mean? It's just, for an Alien fan that has been starved for like just consistently good content for how many, 30 years now? 30?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yep.
Damn near 40 years now.
Yeah, very close to 40.
Yeah, damn near 40 years now. It is such a fucking just beautiful thing to see some of those reused lines. You know what I mean? Because I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I do agree it is a little egregious. It's a little overdone. Absolutely. It doesn't bother me. It's like being anti-fun. Why can't I reuse these lines? It's cool. You know what I mean? Like, for example, one criticism was like, it was egregious line stealing, and I really think that the worst case of this was when Andy shot that alien down the elevator shaft and said, "Get away from her, you," and then stuttered, "Bitch." And it's like, that just completely took the steam out of that entire elevator sequence. And I'm like, are you crazy? What do you mean it took... What do you mean it took the entire steam out of the film? Let me tell you something real quick, okay? Once again... That line does not bother me because I know it comes from a sincere place. This film, let's take Fede out. Let's take Fede, put him in a box, and ship him away for just a second. Yeah. All right? Not physically, but you get it. You know? Yeah. Let's put him away for a minute. This film screams, it eats, sleeps, and breathes love for the originals. And you can see that in the way that it's shot. For example, a nice nod to the original Aliens is when Kaylee Spaney, como se dice, her name is Rain. Yes, I forgot the name. Rain lets Kay go up into the elevator to get back to the ship while she goes back down to save Andy. And the way that is shot when she opens the door and she has the pulse rifle in front of her and she's walking down the hallway is a solid nod. Not a copy, a nod at Aliens. A copy would have been reintroducing the Queen and it being just herself or something along those lines. Or maybe there's a kid. Like that would have been too egregious. But just a little nod saying, I have a friend that I built up throughout the entirety of this film and I'll be damned if I leave him behind. Even if he's not human, he's human to me, damn it. And then that line, that she says, which is not from anyone else except this film, is like, oh, I can't let you get the chip, whatever. And it's like, if you don't let me replace the chip, it's not going to be in the best interest of the company, and it won't be in the best interest of me, or whatever the fuck that line was. And it's not mine either. Whatever it was, that line was great. And when I saw that, I was like, well, no, none of the other Alien movies used that shit. And nobody who was criticizing the film for stealing lines and saying that it lacked any original ideas mentioned that line. You know, it's once again, it's not a lack of talent. It's plenty of talent and a love for the original films. And a great way to articulate that point is those final, 15 minutes, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
That ending is... I have never, ever... I've watched this film 3 times in theaters. Every single time that final alien is revealed, the entire crowd gets quiet and gasp in fear. Every time. Not only did they look at the originals, make amazing homages and nods at them and continuously throughout the film that felt very tasteful, but at the end, they were able to completely recreate the vibe of the first one and the second one with the Queen, a whole new threat. A whole new threat that is completely unpredictable and looks fucking crazy.
It's the mystery that was really gone from Alien 3 to Covenant.
Yes.
Prometheus had it too. I will say Prometheus did have that sense of mystery there, mostly because that was its own individual thing. But in terms of like the actual Alien like movies, 3, 4, Covenant did not have that mystery. It's just, oh yeah, we know what a xenomorph is.
Right,
And
right.
Romulus knows that.
Prometheus is literally the only exception to this rule in saying that you never really felt the terror or the tension of a build-up to a massive reveal like you did in Alien Romulus. From Aliens to Romulus, so after Aliens, so 3 and up, all the way to Romulus, you had no such thing as this much of a build-up to a massive fucking reveal. And it's so out of left field. You know the needle's going to come back into play. You know something's going to happen. And then when they actually pull the trigger and she's birthing this alien, it's like, oh, maybe it's actually a baby, which is why Rain doesn't initially freeze it. Because, like, wait, it's human. You know, and then it fucking burns through the steel grate, and it's like, oh shit, well, I gotta go shoot it down anyway. And it grows so fucking fast. When that final reveal happens and Andy turns around to look at what's behind him, the music stops. And that shot is not only at a weird angle, but still has the animal, the alien, almost completely enshrouded in darkness.
Yep.
So
you just see like the silhouette, really.
You don't know what the fuck it is. What the fuck? You know, whenever I saw, bro, I'm telling you, the amount of memes that came from that one shot alone is crazy, bro. Every single person who saw that movie in that theater audibly gasped when they saw that movie, when they saw that end shot, when they saw that reveal. Everybody was on the edge of their seat because now we're in unexplored territory. They have already delivered on a consistently good Alien movie that is back to roots and is executed very, very well. But this is all territory that we're aware of. When it finally circumvents your expectations, which is what Alien is known for, in the last 10 to 15 minutes... You're finally going from, this is like a solid 8, I like this movie, it was a fun, nice ride, and you know, I'd watch it again, to, holy shit, this is poetic cinema, and I need to watch this immediately. Again, immediately.
Yep.
Which is exactly what we did. Me and Dorian were going to rewatch Deadpool and Wolverine after this, but when we saw Romulus and Dolby, we both looked at each other, and Dorian looked at me, and he said... You know we can't watch Deadpool and Wolverine after that, right? And it's like, no, you already know, bro. Book the tickets. And we watched Alien Romulus back to back.
And then I saw it again a few days later.
Yeah, and I saw it the next
Dolby.
weekend, baby. I saw it in RPX, Regal Theaters, and it was so fucking cool.
And I saw it in IMAX.
The person I went with was a complete drag, but good things he doesn't talk during the movie, so it's all right. You know, the film was just such a great watch. And now here's what I wanted to bring up on this film is that on my third rewatch is after the initial grace period of recency bias. It was a week after.
Yeah.
So after a week after, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go into this film. Let's see, because I was thinking, okay, it's like a solid 8 tier. It's an 8 out of 10. It was a decent movie, you know, but you know maybe I should lower my rating a little bit. You know, like let's be fair. And not to mention, on my third watch, I had been up for maybe 26 hours at the time. around 26 hours. So I was sleep deprived as fuck. And I was not in a physical condition to watch a movie and like pay attention to a film because I was tired as hell. So I took the first act as okay, I already know what happens. I've seen all of this before. It's great world building, but I'm going to skip it. I'm going to take a nap. I'm gonna let it, I'm gonna take a nap so I can recharge for the action, for the parts where it starts ramping up because I want to see what I missed, because I've already seen it twice, but you notice little things, and
yeah, of course. I
really paid attention to Archie Renault's performance as Tyler, the captain of this crew, and once the second act started and the action was started to pile up, there's something in the fucking water, all that shit.
Yeah.
Once that started, I woke right back up and I was glued to the screen from that point to the end. And by the end of the third act, I was at a solid. By the beginning of the third act, I was like, "This is a fucking 9. This is a great fucking movie." I was thinking this was like a mid to high 8. This is a solid 9. I love it. This is crazy. And then that finale, that ending, 10 out of 10. One of the best fucking films that I've seen in a long time. And that ending cemented this film for me right now as movie of the year. And Furiosa is a damn fine contender, but right now Romulus has to be my top of the year. Romulus is simply cinema. That's all I have. Cinema.
Yeah, it's peak cinema.
And,
peak fiction.
I definitely want to go more into, like, the royal jelly. I want to go into how this incorporates with the rest of the universe. I want to address more criticisms. But I think you know where I stand. And I definitely want to address more of the criticisms in a separate video. But this is a tier list, baby. Anything else for you, Squeedo? Anything else you have for this one? Anything I haven't said?
No. It's just a really memorable horror movie. Oh, yeah. And I think it's a solid standalone Alien movie as well. You don't got to watch the others to watch this one and enjoy it. It's still so fucking good.
Squeedo went with somebody who hadn't seen the OGs, and what was that like?
Yep. So she had never seen any of the Alien movies. She doesn't even know, like, what Alien is.
Pretty much, yeah.
She'd maybe seen Alien versus Predator when she was younger and doesn't remember it, but that's it. That's like the most, and she loved it. She likes horror like me, and so she thought Romulus was a solid, fun time. She said it wasn't scary, but it was good. she did say that one jump scare got her, and it was the face hugger coming from the water.
That was the water. Okay, fair. The one that got me.
She didn't watch any of the trailers.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
The one that got me was a couple of them got me, but one of the biggest ones that got me that I didn't expect was that temperature room, where as soon as the camera like zooms in on the room, it's like, oh my god, there's like 20 of them in there. Bam, right on the window. Fuck, god damn it. Why would you do that to me? And it's worse because it hit the window, so they lingered on it. If it landed on someone's face, they would cut really quickly. But no, it just landed on the window, so they let it fucking sit there for a couple seconds. It's like, oh, fuck you, man. Yeah. What is this shit, That got me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. But especially in Dolby, you hear that thud, you know what I'm saying? Oh, fuck that.
Oh, yeah. that one got me good on a first watch. The one that got me the most, though, I will say, is at the end.
Yes.
When she's climbing the rope.
Yes.
And she thinks, like, after dropping the cargo and you think the alien's gone and she's climbing the rope, it's silent because she's in space. All you hear is her breathing through the fucking space helmet.
Which cinema, bro! I love that!
And then all of a sudden, fucking BAM! Right in your fucking face. Bro. That shit felt like Alien Isolation, like a death animation.
Oh, yeah!
It was a first-person POV shot of, like, yeah.
Let me tell you something about that ending. I have actually listened to the soundtrack of this film, and I have those ending songs on repeat. Like, it's crazy how well calculated the horror sequence is in that ending. The music is memorable as hell, and it really amps up the atmosphere. There's a part in it. There's a part in the one of the tracks called, I think it was Collision Warning. Warning or the one before it. Either one. Como se dice? Where you can feel the tension build up and you hear the boom. bwong, you know what I mean? Like the loud bwongs and the synth strings as if it's an Insidious movie. But the best part of that was in between the buildup, you can hear something like tapping metal, dun, 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 while the strings were going and while the bwongs were happening, as if the tension was building up. And then reveal. You know, that table tapping, I don't know who did it, but it felt like somebody with like a weapon, a metal pipe in their hands, sliding it across a metal wall. That's what it sounded like. So it felt like, oh, he's lurking, he's looking for something to kill, and now he's making little noises against the wall, like in Terminator 2 when that motherfucker had the nightstick out and was just hitting shit on the side of the doors, you know, something like that, you know. So it was just, it's just crazy, really cool tension buildup. And yeah, that final jump scare was something out of a fucking fever dream. Holy shit.
Yeah.
He looked fucked up too. That alien looked fucked up.
He did.
Jesus.
I also love when she finally released the cargo hold and like the alien went crashing down like towards the rings with it. I just love that she just screams "Die, motherfucker" at the top of her lungs.
Oh yeah, because it's over. She got it. And that music, brother, I gotta send you that musical flourish. It's only 1 minute and 10 seconds long, and I've heard it at least 7 times. It's such a great musical flourish.
The composer for this movie was Benjamin Wallfisch.
Yes.
And I find that when his music is put at the forefront, right? When it's not just like deafened and in the background of like a scene, his music is really fucking good. He did It, Chapter 1 and 2, and to me, the soundtrack of those movies has always been fucking incredible. Like, it has like that sense of childlike wonder, you know, obviously because it's about kids in Chapter 1. And then, you know, you introduce Pennywise, and that fucking haunting music, like, just drowns out the rest. And it's like, holy shit. He also did The Invisible Man from 2020. I have his filmography right here. He did Mortal Kombat, the 2021 movie.
He did a lot of movies.
I don't remember that soundtrack. The Flash. He did Twisters. That one I didn't know.
Well, I feel like he just got hired on to do like a bunch of projects in this generation. I feel like people got wind of Romulus' soundtrack. You know what I mean? It's like, oh wait, this guy knows what he's doing. Oh boy, you know, high in demand. You know, I love. And
he also did Blade Runner 2049. Which
yes.
I do like that soundtrack as well.
I do remember like thinking I have to remember to mention that to you. You know, because he did do the Blade Runner 2049 soundtrack. Listen, I want you to listen. I want you to listen to that musical flourish. Just it's 1 minute long. It's not going to be on the pod. I just want you to hear it so you can get a first reaction. I want you guys to hear what he thinks of it. It's crazy. You know what I was thinking? Like near the end of it, Ghostbusters.
That's a weird one. But I'll take it.
You'll see. You'll see. Holy shit! Woo!
not even gonna lie, I got like goosebumps all over my body right now.
You know it's good. Shit. You know it's good when you have to clench the muscles up. You know what I'm saying? Oh,
yeah.
Man.
If there was a face hugger in my room right now, I'd be fucked with these goosebumps, bro.
Yeah, bro. Fuerza, way. That's what I was thinking throughout that entire flourish. Fuerza, power, force.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You see what I mean at the end though, where like you hear like the really like high note woman singing in the back. I felt like a weird Ghostbuster vibe right at the end of that flourish.
It is a bit ghostly, and I do remember the shot of that too, because it's when she's still holding onto the rope, and you see the cargo pod hit the rings, and in the distance, my favorite part of the shot is in the distance, you can still see the Romulus space station. It's not fully gone yet. It's that shit is still crashing into the rings.
Man.
It's so fucking good.
Dude, the cinema.
Such a good fucking ending.
The cinema. I know you just listened to the music and now you're emphatic, right? It's like, yeah. Just the music alone sold this scene so well. But then that beautiful cinematography and the performances behind it. Just that ending raised this film for me from a 9 to a fucking 10. It is crazy how good that ending is. An ending, I am a firm believer in an ending can make or break a film. And god damn it, this ending didn't make the film. It was already made. It transcended the film. That's exactly what the fuck this ending did. It's peak. And I urge every single person who has seen the movie before to go check out that soundtrack, because it is crazy good, especially those last few tracks. Oh my God. you just feel you feel like you're in it. For one, that music has such a great it's a great way to immerse you in that world. It complements the film so well. So I have to give a big shout out to the composer for that one. Oh my god.
Benjamin Wallfish, from the movies I've seen with him doing the music, he's killed it. He has fucking killed it,
dude. And that, I'm telling you, that 1 minute flourish, and there was a cut, but you guys, you noticed the difference. How emphatic we are now. Jeez.
Also, shout out to the legend of our podcast, David F. Sandberg. Benjamin Wallfish did the music for Lights Out and Shazam.
Fuck yeah!
So. Gotta mention David F. Sandberg.
Every time.
He's a legend on our podcast now.
I titled that reaction video "The Realist Director on YouTube." That's what I called it. The realist director on YouTube. That's our boy right there. But you look at this amazing fucking film with this young cast that is truly the future of cinema. All right, Isabella Merced, Kaylee Spaney, David Johnson. Those are 3 guaranteed futures of cinema. Archie Renault. I hope he gets more roles after this one because he did really good. As my highlight for this film was when he was begging for his sister's life. Open the fucking door. Open the door. Oh, but I had no choice. Yeah. You would if you just open the door. His performance goes from like, I'll try to get you out. It's okay. Reassuring her to like despair. Oh, it's pointless. And now he's begging on his knees. Like it's that what's the word? It's not just one emotion. It's a series of emotions. It's a train of emotions. Kind of like how Troy Baker acted when Joel lost his daughter in The Last of Us. It wasn't just one moment of loss. It was bargaining. Is this really happening? Look, I'm going to get you up. And then it slowly turned into, oh my God, I'm going to lose her. Baby, don't leave me, don't leave me. And then at the end, it was loss. It was the same thing with Archie Renault, where he's trying desperately to get her out, and then he depends on Andy. And Andy's not doing it. And now he knows that she's fucked no matter what. And he knows that Andy's probably right. And so he turns around and is just begging, like, oh, please don't let this happen. At that point, he's not really begging Andy for anything. He's begging to whatever God, please don't let nothing be happen. You know what I mean? Like at that point, he knows it's hopeless. And so Archie Renault pulled in a crazy good performance for that bit. Absolutely. You know?
Yeah, and his performance really makes that scene go from like, damn, that's crazy, to this is hard to watch.
Yeah, because that's his
like,
sister.
His performance make that shit hard to watch because it's like, damn, I could not be in that room.
Fuck that. Yeah, because that's his sister. Yeah. Fucking hell.
Yep.
Because you got to think about it, because then you got to put yourself in that situation. Because I got a sister. You know what I mean? I'm looking at that. I'm like, too. Damn, if I was, yeah, exactly. If I was in that position, fuck, what would I do? You know what I mean? Because I ain't got no weapons. I don't got nothing. I just have to see her die. Oh, fuck. You know what I mean? Like, it plays with that. You know what I mean? One thing that you mentioned off camera was the sibling dynamic. Talk about that.
Yeah, so I'm going to say this, especially with horror movies. Couples and, love interests are overrated. I feel like movies are always stronger when they have a sibling dynamic, especially horror. Because, there's something different about it, right? Something different about when it's your blood, it's your family, it's someone that you grew up alongside. You've known each other for fucking ever. And you know this person, just as much as you know yourself. And, I think with Alien Romulus, what I really loved about it was that it's the fact that, Rain and Andy are siblings, but he's an android.
Right.
And so I love that she's so protective of him, especially in the beginning, because I love the conversation of when, when they're telling her the whole plan of what they're going to go to the Romulus space station for and how they're going to leave, and then she's like, no, like I don't want to do it. And Bjorn says, all right, Rain's not coming, so you'll just let us take Andy then. And she's like, I'm not going to send my brother up there alone. And immediately he's like, yeah, but he's not your brother, is he? And she gets so defensive. She gets so mad to the point where she has to walk out of the room.
Oh yeah.
And it's like that connection that she has with Andy, and even the connection that Andy has to her, even though he's a synthetic, you can tell he cares about her. And it's just that level of trust is so, it's on a different level, man. Right. It's on a different playing field. And so when Andy gets that new module, and he becomes, his new directive is to do what's best for the company. I love when she says, "Andy, are you in there?"
Yeah.
Because he's a completely different person now. He's not even the same character he was 20 minutes ago.
But I do have to say, intelligent Andy is based as fuck. Not gonna lie. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Bro, when Andy grabbed that face hugger tail right before he was about to kill somebody, in my mind, I didn't scream it, but in my mind, I was screaming, "He is him! Andy is him!" Bro, the way he caught that face hugger, I'm like, we ain't never seen this shit in 10 fucking Alien films, however many. We never seen this shit, bro. He's a fucking monster. He's a killer. Look at him. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. Continue.
So, yeah, and I just, going to Kay and Tyler, that sibling dynamic, that scene with the door, you can tell is like, yeah, he wants to save her even though he can't. And then even when they're like in the hive and it's like, oh, maybe we should go find another way. It's like, that would be smart. And then they're all walking away and then he's like, wait, and you hear Kay's voice in the distance. He immediately runs for her. It's just like, because that connection, you can't explain.
That's his sister. I don't want to hear shit, because once again, it's like people saying like, for example, the Critical Drinker brought up a point, and we're not going to get too far into his criticisms. I feel like we might do a whole video on his reaction, on his review, but como se dice, let's bring up one, is that he mentioned that he's getting tired of characters doing dumb things just to drive the plot forward. The thing is, I think he probably mentioned one moment where someone did something stupid. I don't remember. I think he did one, but he didn't mention, he only mentioned one. And I'm pretty sure in his anecdote, he probably meant this one as well. And I'm not saying he did, I'm saying that he probably did, because if it was just one moment where, the chest burster happened in that ship and then it crashed into the other one, it crashed into the main ship, it's like, okay, I agree that was a stupid decision, but it's motivated by actual human emotions, because not only does that guy have his cousin who currently has a chest burster inside of her, but he also has his baby mama who's in that ship as well. You know what I mean? Yeah. So if we're thinking about this rationally, I mean, if anyone's ever going to make an emotional, like fucked up decision, it's going to be in that instance. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's going to be in that circumstance. And another one here is when Tyler ran into the hive to get his sister. That's the thing. It's his sister. His pregnant sister. Of course he's going to run in there. Yep. He's a fucking, he's a hero. He's a badass. He's going to run in there. Yeah. And unfortunately, he's punished for being that. But because it's the Alien universe. But, that's what you would do. You're telling me, Critical Drinker, that you wouldn't do that shit? If your sister's there, I mean, I'd be too fucking shit scared, so maybe not. But let's just say I'm a badass. You don't think I'd run in there? Fuck you. You know what I mean? I got an automatic weapon with 450 rounds with that auto aims at motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like, I might feel like I have some balls, and I'll go in there and I'll save my goddamn sister. Once again, it's a dumb decision that was forced to be made. Unfortunately, it was the only it's the only thing we could have done, because that's my fucking sister. I'm gonna go in there and save her. That's not a dumb decision at all.
Yeah, and it's even mentioned in the fucking movie. The android Rook tells Andy, it's like, look, with human emotions, they're not gonna process everything that basically I just fucking told you. So it's like it's up to you to prevent all of this.
Which is what he tries to do when that guy runs off into the ship with the chestburster girl, but unfortunately wasn't able to do it. Can I mention the Andy android? For me, it gives him Michael Fassbender a run for his money. I'm not gonna lie. I
would agree.
I think David is definitely an S-tier android, but I also think Andy is an S-tier android for two different reasons. David is someone that we love to hate. He's interesting. He's so well fleshed out. I love him. Andy is probably the most satisfying android to watch. Period. He, once again, you mentioned heart and soul, but one of the things that I loved about this one is that they used the android strength a lot more than they ever did in the previous Aliens. He was jamming. He was jamming an airlock door, and he caught an elevator while it was going down to protect Rain. You know?
Yeah.
Like, in those moments. And then at the end, he killed the fucking xenomorph. What? You know? I think those androids were synthesized. Yeah, they were synthesized for people working in the mines, and it was meant to protect the people there. So it makes sense that, you know, he's doing things that other androids aren't capable of, and one of them is killing alien species, you know?
Yeah.
That motherfucker's basically you know what I'd love to see? I would love a war android, not like Aliens, where he's just like, oh, I'm a tech guy, I'm helping. I want like an actual like android walking around with a smart gun. That's what I want to see. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
That's so true.
Fuck yeah. I need a colonial marine android. Give me that shit. Fuck yeah. Any day. But still, you know, I love Andy. I love his performance. David Johnson killed it as Andy.
He basically plays two characters in this movie.
Yes.
And it's great.
He plays the company, and he plays Andy. That's what it is.
The sympathetic Andy, for me, is really where his performance shines.
Absolutely.
Because you can even see in his facial expressions, like, literally everything he does is so, like, on purpose. It's such a specific performance. Because, you know, Andy is like a malfunctioning android. He's not perfect.
Right.
He has a lot of like weird tics and the way he moves and says things. He stutters a lot.
You can tell that he's trying to convey emotion, but he's not capable of it. You know, his facial expressions are showing that like he's trying to smile, he's trying to cry, he's trying to show fear, stuff like that. But it's just, it doesn't really come out. Every now and again it does, right? In big moments, right? Like a big payoff or whatever. But como se, so you could tell, especially at the beginning, that like he's telling jokes and he's telling them in like really rough, really fast-paced action, because he doesn't really know how to socialize. You know what I mean? At first, I thought he was learning disability. Like I didn't even know he was an android till they showed it. You know what I mean? Like I thought it was just like a social thing. You know, I was like, okay, he's on the spectrum, whatever, right? But like, no, he's an android. Oh, okay, and he's a malfunctioning android. Interesting. You know?
Yeah, it's such an interesting way to look at that, you know?
Yeah, because
I never would have thought about that in a million years.
Absolutely, because androids to us are perfect in every way. You know, they don't malfunction. They don't do this, that, this. So they don't. Como se dice? They're not imperfect like Andy. When we have an imperfect android turn perfect midway through the film, but lose a moral compass, we realize that we want the more human version of that android. And at the end of the film, we get exactly that. You know, and I think it's a crazy, cool dynamic that, I would have never thought of in a million years, you know? Which is crazy. It's so good. Which is crazy because me and him, we just fucking figured out, like, an entirely new solution to the Ridley Scott trilogy that would have worked. You know what I mean? So, like, you know, it's like we're not the smartest, but we're also not the dumbest. You know what I'm saying? We're smarter than them. So that's it. So... You know, como se dice, I'm being hyperbolic, obviously, but como se dice, Alien Romulus for me, the performances all well, nothing's phoned in, all of it's really well done. I don't like the criticisms that saying, the use of Rook the android was cheap, and it was just a way to get Alien fans to cheer because it's a member berry. It's like, you can say it's a member berry, sure, if you want to frame it that way, but why is it a bad thing? You mention it. Now, why is it a bad thing? Because in that universe, it makes way too much sense. Rook is a model, is the same model as Ash from the original, but he's a different android. It makes the most sense. Why is that a bad thing? They didn't force it at all. It's just another fucking android. Why do they have to hire another actor or whatever? Why not use the OG to garner some points? I mean, the OG, let's not even talk about points. Let's talk about the fact that the OG android, Ash, is the embodiment of that company greed. And so it makes sense that Ash's model works on that station. Let's just talk about it practically. It makes total sense that model of android works with those scientists, you know? Because
and so it makes it to where you're not even really surprised when that android is doing everything he can for the betterment of the company, and it's just like, that's what Ash would do.
Right.
That's what Ash did.
If it was a completely new android, it would be more of a shaky thing. I was like, I don't really know what his intentions are, but this film didn't need that. You know what I mean? It was already juggling a bunch of things. It didn't need that. What it needed was like a solid representation of the evil that Weyland Yutani is, because he's the antagonist. He's the main antagonist here. You know, besides the alien itself, he's the antagonist, and so we need that. And so a clear representation of a human, or you know, a human enough antagonist would be Rook. And I think it's a perfectly sound decision. Not only as a cool, fun moment, a little memorabilia, but practically it makes the most sense. And if you went another way, there'd be a bunch more variables that are just completely unnecessary. Rook is the best. Not only that, but they also consulted the family and asked them. A lot of studios wouldn't do that. A lot of studios wouldn't give a fuck. But they actually asked the family of the actor, and they agreed. They wanted to see him in another one. So yeah, do it because it was. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I mentioned that in my review, but I didn't really cite my sources. There is a quote from Screen Rant of the actor Ian Holm of his widow. She gave a quote talking about this movie. She said that Ian Holm felt like Hollywood had turned its back on him, and his widow felt that he would have loved to be a part of this. Yeah. He loved this character in particular. So, he loved playing Ash and Alien. I'm sure he would have loved being asked to be in Romulus if he was still alive. So I'm sure that, you know, this is all done in a respectful manner.
Absolutely.
And so therefore, I like it.
It doesn't feel like them resurrecting the dead for a quick buck. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like that at all. But Ian Holm coming back felt completely genuine. And when I heard that the studio actually went to the family to get the go-ahead, it felt even better. Because it's like, wow, they actually give a shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and you know what? That just goes to show, once again, that the team behind this film is so talented. Can we talk about the prosthetics for a minute? Talk about the prosthetics.
Oh my god, dude, it's so fucking good.
I have never seen facehuggers look better. Period.
Right, yeah.
You can do all...
these ones look like they're in the same room as you.
Right. You can do all the CGI bullshit you want. Yeah, I agree. Me too. I got arachnophobia, bro. I can't do it. Yeah, no. I think that the prosthetics in this one, the look of the facehugger is simply the best it's ever looked. All right, and they were not bad in the first two Aliens, not at all. They were great. They were legendary. They were revolutionary. Alien Romulus does it the best. Period. It's simply a mix of CGI along with really cool cinematic shots. For example, the facehugger, the first time that they're introduced, the facehugger's crawling on that like middle way, and the camera's upside down, and it turns right over the captain's face, and the facehugger jumps down, is about to get him, and then Andy grabs him. Like little things like that separate this film in terms of practicality. It looks so much better. That scene where they were walking through that room at like 98 degrees so the facehuggers wouldn't see them was so fucking good. The facehuggers in that scene look so fucking real. It's ridiculous because it's a practical set with practical prosthetics for the facehuggers, and the actors are in that room and it's all being shot practically. That's why it felt so real, because they gave a fuck. You know what I mean?
For sure. And, you know, it's really hard to beat practical. When everything's done in camera, it's just hard to beat it. We talked about how the visuals for Alien Covenant are really good, but the one thing that kind of threw me off rewatching it, especially recently, is how the xenomorph is all CGI the entire time.
I hate that.
That scene when the xenomorph is looking at the camera and getting closer, that looks like a video game shot to me. That does not look realistic.
I hated that shot where Tennessee was looking through the camera and saw that it was moving like down a ladder. I hated that. That looked horrible because once again, it's all CGI. It's like you're telling me the reason why it's all CGI is because the movie was rushed. I mean, you know. What do you want from me? You know what I mean? It's rushed. It's obvious. But this film, it didn't feel rushed at all. It felt like a finished product where every single plot point that was brought up was closed. It's an open and closed, completely finished film. And it feels that way. And it makes it so much better. You know?
Yeah. It's just great. I love how much this movie sets stuff up, too. Absolutely. Like, even just a little thing of, like, Andy messing with, like, the little hook that Rain uses at the end to stay attached to the ship. like that's like the smallest thing ever, but I love how it comes together eventually.
Meanwhile, Prometheus, oh my god, what is this med bay? Oh my god, that's crazy. There's only 12 of the you know what I mean? Like, come on, guys, god damn it. You know, like, it's such obvious setup, it's painful. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, guys, just all you have to do is like have it. You know what they could have done is they could have just walked in on somebody like getting repaired. You know what I mean? It's like somebody's in there. It's like, oh, he got fucked up, whatever, and like just have it going on in the background while you're talking to Charlize Theron. It's like, okay, so we have this briefing coming up, whatever, right? And it's like one moment, and then it's fixing them, and then whatever. You know what I mean? And then later on, it comes up. It just would have been better than just going up and poking it. You know what I mean? You know. Just make it seamless. You don't have to make it like hidden. You don't have to hide it, but just don't make it so fucking obvious. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Make it seamless. That's all I'm asking. Fuck. And this movie made it seamless. Fucking hell.
Yeah. I mean, like the scene I just mentioned, Andy grabs the hook, and then Bjorn is like, hey, stop touching shit. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
That's all the setup you get, and then later in the movie, it's like, oh, yeah, that's the hook that Rain attaches to her thing. That's cool.
There's another criticism I want to address. A lot of people were talking shit about that, why did Kay, the pregnant woman, inject herself with the needle? Because she's gonna fucking die, man. I mean, what else did you think was gonna happen? She's on that fucking elevator. She can't fucking move. She feels like she's dying, and then it shows her feeling her stomach and looking down. And so what that signifies is she's no longer thinking of just herself. She's thinking about that baby. It's like, oh fuck.
Nope.
I better take this needle because, she's losing a lot of blood. She's fucked up. It's like, oh, well, I might not make it to the ship. You see her, bro. She had to be helped to the elevator. Once she took that shot, she was able to walk her ass to the ship. So the only reason why she got to the fucking ship was because she hit the needle. That's it. Mm-hmm. There was no other way to get to that ship, and she didn't know that was injected with whatever the fuck. She heard Rain say, like, oh, I don't trust it, but that's it. There's no, like, evidence.
That's it.
That's it. There's no, like, thing where it's like, oh, I'm 100% sure. And so she took the chance, and she lost, because it's alien.
And as far as she knows, Andy's the one that suggested using it.
Right.
She doesn't know there's really anything wrong with Andy. She heard, Navarro say, oh, he's glitchy.
Right. She doesn't know. She hasn't seen the things that Andy's done yet.
Yeah. She doesn't know anything. She's the one character that hasn't been in the movie the whole time. She's been in the movie. She's on her own adventure, Right. She got her own things going on.
Which I love. The split perspectives is perfection. I love it. Because you want more Xeno, right? And so with the Xeno stalking her, oh, it's beautiful. And then they connect seamlessly. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. She was playing Alien Isolation. Everyone else was playing Alien Colonial Marines.
That's real. That's real as fuck. Oh my god. The fact that Fede said that, oh yeah, I was playing Alien Isolation while writing this, it was a big inspiration. Bro, you know how fucking happy I was? It's like, no way. No way you just said those words.
Bro's a gamer.
Yeah, I heard that. And then he was talking about, didn't he mention something? The Dina.
The Last of Us.
Yeah, go ahead, say that.
Yeah. So he was playing The Last of Us Part 2 while writing this movie, and so he liked Dina as a character, and he liked the whole aspect of, like, oh, she's pregnant. And then so for some reason, they gave him the inspiration to be like, okay, Kay should be pregnant. And then they cast Isabella to play Kay, and what a coinky dink, Isabella's also playing Dina in The Last of Us Part 2 show. So, what are the odds of that shit happening, right?
You gotta love it.
She's basically playing Dina twice.
Gotta love it. And, man, no offense to Bella Ramsey. I'm sure she was a decent Ellie. I haven't seen the first season. No offense to her, but she needs to make way for Kelly Spaney. I don't care. I've seen Kelly Spaney in interviews. I've seen her in this film. And, and I see the likeness for Ellie. I'm like, dude, there's no way. And, like, the way she talks, just her voice, like, sometimes I heard Ellie is like, are you in there? You know what I mean? That's it. So it's like, Bella, I'm sure you're cool and all, but Kaylee Spaney's it, dog. I'm just saying, that's it. She should have been casted that. That's the truth. Fuck me.
Yep. When I was watching this in IMAX, the entire time I was just thinking, that's fucking Ellie, bro.
Yeah.
That's fucking Ellie.
Yeah.
I can't, dude.
Oh man, I love seeing.
And then.
Well, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and then when, like, right before she leaves the elevator, when she leaves Kay on there, and then they, like, kind of, like, put their heads together, I'm like, that's Ellie and Dina, bro.
Oh yeah.
I want it now. I want it now.
Dude, I love the trailers leading up to it. The marketing. Let's talk about the marketing a little bit. The marketing was perfection. The marketing for this film hyped me up to no end. You know, I can't... Marketing is probably the most important thing when it comes to a film, which is crazy because you can have crazy good production, crazy good CGI, crazy good writers, everything. But if you get no marketing, everything gets plummeted to nothing. You know? Yep. That's it. You really need good marketing. Either that or great word of mouth. And unfortunately, for a movie like Alien Romulus that's part of a big franchise, you're not going to get outside of the Alien fans without good marketing. It is what it is.
Yeah.
It's not like an everything everywhere all at once. You know what I'm saying? Continue.
Yeah. Even then with Romulus, I feel like a lot of the negative, it's just the vocal minority.
Absolutely. Very vocal, but indeed minority.
Yeah. Yeah. Like they're loud because... You know, after Romulus came out, that's all my Twitter feed was. It's just nostalgia. It's a good movie. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, that's real. You know, that's all I constantly say is, like, you guys constantly bring up points, but then don't explain why those points are bad. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, they keep reusing lines. Okay, why? Why is that a bad thing? And every now and again, I get like, oh, because it felt hollow and it felt like a cash grab. It's like, you have no idea what this production was like. These guys are mega fans. Mm-hmm. It felt genuine. Did you watch the movie? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
then I'm not one to like respond to like hate tweets and shit. Mm-hmm. But I saw a tweet literally this morning saying that it was talking about the box office of Alien Romulus, how it made $225 million on a budget of $80 million, which is really fucking good. That's great. I'm so glad this movie's doing well. And then they were like, okay, good. Now they can use that money, bring back Michael Fassbender, and finish up the David trilogy. And then I immediately responded, yeah, and that shit can go straight to streaming because nobody's watching that shit.
Goddamn right. After Romulus, get him out of here. You had your chance, Ridley. Get him out of here. Shit, I hope to God he doesn't come in with his big balls and start swinging them around Fox again. I swear to God. Don't do it. Don't do it. The fact that we had to lose out on Alien 5, which was meant to be a Return to Roots sequel, for that shit, fuck off.
Yeah, at least now we finally have our official Alien 5 with Romulus.
Goddamn right. No, an official Alien 3. All right, Alien 1.5.
Yeah,
all right, that's You're what right. It is. All right, shit. You know, to be honest, I don't even mind Alien 3 that much. I mean, yeah, it's dull and boring, but it comes up with like a decent premise, and it's okay. All right, it's I don't even want to say okay. It's below average to me because of all the contradictory. Yeah. But, you know, if we're talking about just straight up alien films that'll leave your fucking jaw dropped and you speaking with your friend for 90 minutes, it's going to be Alien 1, 2, and Romulus. That's it. And maybe Prometheus if you want to debate on that. You know what I'm saying? But that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Romulus is very much like get a group of friends together, take a night and go to the movies and just fucking lose your minds.
You know, I remember seeing this one review. It was like a little TikTok review, and he says like, "Oh, yeah, I like the movie, but the first act was boring." I'm like, "Okay, you got ADHD out the yin yang." You know what I mean? There's no way.
That's the TikTok brain.
Yeah, that's really what it is, bro. There's not. Listen, all right, I'm not dissing people who have ADHD. That's fine. If you have it, you have it. That's fair. You're entitled to your opinion. But I think you're wrong. And let's talk about it. All right, so let's talk about it.
Have a civil discussion, guys. We can disagree here.
The first act was boring, and you didn't care about the characters. Okay, what were your predetermined biases going into this film? Because it has to be that. You go into this film...
Yeah, that plays a factor.
It really does. You go into this thinking it won't be better than the first two, then that's what you're going to get. Mm-hmm. If you go into this film thinking, I'm going to keep an open mind, I'm going to let this film consume me, and I'm going to be immersed in its world, then you're going to come out thinking it's a 10 out of 10, period.
Yep.
Yep.
That's how I walked into the movie, and deep down, I was like, I just need this to be the third best Alien movie, and I'm satisfied.
Yeah, and then after I saw the film, I'm like, Aliens is going to have to contend with this one. I'm just saying, fuck, you know what I mean? Now, that being said, I still think that Alien Romulus is the third best Alien movie, mainly because of how Alien 1 and 2 have stood the test of time, correct?
Yeah.
But Romulus is a damn good film for this time right now. And that's the truth.
I will say Romulus is the third best, but my second favorite.
Yeah, I agree. And if I had to give this a subjective rating, it would be a 10. An objective rating, it would be a high 9. That's the truth.
Yeah. I don't do objective. I only rate subjectively. Therefore, it is a 10.
Yeah, same.
And it is the second best Alien movie.
Yeah. I do really... And you know what that really boils down to, guys? And, you know, it's not a diss to Aliens because we both love it. the reason what that boils down to, guys, is the fact that we just prefer horror to 80s action. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
80s action's great. We love 80s action. We love Predator.
Yeah.
We love Terminator. You know, we love that shit.
Yeah. And that's not to say that Aliens is without horror. There are definitely some great moments in there.
That final act was something else. Yeah.
Exactly. But, you know, Romulus, it scratches that sweet spot that horror fan in me
That
needs.
45-year gap. Finally, we get something on the caliber. You know what I'm saying?
Like, I'm not even going to lie. This movie came out, I don't even know how long ago, but ever since seeing Romulus, I've been in just a horror vibe. I've been wanting to play horror games. I've been wanting to watch more horror movies. That it scratched the itch for me, and now I need more horror. I need more horrors.
That's true. That horrors. Yeah, I need.
Horrors.
We all need some of that. Anyway, Alien Romulus for me is peak Alien. There's so much more to talk about. But let's just get to the ranking before, you know, we already reach our time limit, because we've been on this for an hour. All right, we got plenty more to say about this film, but just 100%, if you haven't seen this film before, go see it. I mean, by the time this gets uploaded, it's probably getting released on. It won't be released on digital, but it'll probably be out of theaters.
That's crazy.
So it won't be released on digital. So it'll probably be out of theaters by then. We'll see. Or at least in the lower quadrants of the theaters, those fucking back rooms. You know what I'm saying? So my prescription to you is to get the 4K Blu-ray release. Don't watch it on streaming. I mean, go ahead, watch it on streaming when it comes out, when you have already bought the physical copy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, you know...
I'm buying the Steelbook.
Yeah, I'm buying the Steelbook day one. And sit down in the middle of at the end of a long day, sit down and just unwind to the greatest Alien film since 86. So, I think... And
a quick message to 20th Century Studios, because Romulus did well... Please put the next Predator movie in theaters. I would love to watch it on the big screen.
Goddamn right. We got to see Badlands, baby. And I think they will. I think with how much we're getting with Romulus, I feel like they'll be able to contend. Badlands is going to be decent. They just have to up the marketing. You know what I'm saying? That's it. They just got to make sure they up the marketing.
They just started filming today. I'm excited.
It should be a solid flick. I hope it's good.
Yeah. Hopefully it's good.
Alien Romulus.
Don't make it a Hulu original.
Yeah, they really deaded the momentum of Prey with that one. To be honest, as a business strategy, I see why they did it. Not because the movie's generic or whatever. It's because at the time, ain't nobody going out to see come on, say Predator at the time. It just is what it is. You know? It wasn't gonna make a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, the last Predator movie before that was The Predator, and that didn't really have a great track record.
Yeah,
I still like it.
Yeah. I hear you.
But that's for another time.
Eventually, when we do that tier list, I'm going to be like, you fucking made me do this, son of a bitch. Yeah, I got to watch all these films again. Jesus Christ. So, yeah, Alien Romulus. What are we thinking on the list?
S.
It's got to be S. And it's got to be ahead of Aliens. I know, controversial.
Yeah.
But I like it. You know, I think that's a great position. I can't put Prometheus up at B. I can't do it. Alien.
Who are we as humans if we don't feed on controversy?
Goddamn right. Hey, listen, Aliens. You know what? If there was a fucking, no. I can't put Aliens at A. Come on, no. Aliens is S, and it's there.
You know what? You want to be real controversial? Put Covenant on S.
There you go.
And put the rest on F.
That's real. My bad. Covenant was something else. Come on, guys. Best film ever made. Actually.
You know what you got to do? You just got it for the thumbnail. You have to have a completely different tier list. That's just all wrong.
Yeah. No, I've seen people.
It's like, damn, Alien 3 at S? What the fuck?
I've seen people employ that strategy. Yes, indeed. Yeah. I feel like Romulus at S is still going to get a few clicks, not going to lie.
Probably.
That's it. People are like, oh my god.
I mean, it shouldn't be surprising.
I need some...
At least to me, like, it just makes perfect sense.
I need some hate comments. That's my thing, right? Is I need some people to be losing their fucking mind. You put Romulus in that tier, but ain't the copy. Ugh, Jesus, shut up. Ew.
It's great because... You know, those hate comments, they never watch the video all the way through.
Yeah.
They watch the first 30 seconds, and as soon as you say something that they disagree with, they comment and leave.
Yeah, even because I didn't rectify it 2 minutes later. You know what I'm saying? It's a joke.
Yeah.
Or they don't even watch the video, they just respond to the title and they fuck off. Like, idiots. You know what I mean?
Like, I'm telling you, when we do that Predator tier list, if people watch that shit all the way through, we are gonna get hate comments because of The Predator, because people fucking hate that movie, and I'm like, it's cool.
I hear you. Yeah, I don't know what you see in it, bro. I'm gonna have to watch it again. I'm being honest.
Yeah. I mean, it's. I was looking at people on Twitter talking about it, and they like simplified the plot, and that shit actually made me laugh out loud. The predators came to Earth to steal autism, and I'm like, all right. I hate how accurate that is.
Yeah. It's like, are they wrong though? That's funny as fuck. Oh man,
they're gonna weaponize autism. Gotta love it.
Oh man. All right, Alien Romulus S tier. I don't think there's a debate here. If you guys think we're wrong, tell me in the comments. All right, don't be a dick about it. You know what I mean? Let's talk. I'm open-minded. I want to hear why you think it's worse than those two films, or hell, why you think Prometheus is better. I mean, I don't know why you would think that, but go ahead, and I won't insult you in the comments. Unless you insult me, then I might leave a little dig or two. You know, it's all good. It's all good. Let's go to work. S tier. Last, but certainly not least on the list, we have a bonus film. Actually, it's not a film. It's a video game. Yeah. But for me, it's cinema. All right. So let's...
for me, it's Alien 2.
Yeah. Goddamn right. This is what it is. Yeah. This is the timeline. Alien Isolation, Romulus, and Aliens. That's it. Perfect.
There you go.
That makes a lot of sense. Or is it after? What was it?
Romulus is 10 years after the original.
So Isolation's after.
Is it after? Is it longer than 20 years?
Because, como se dice? So Romulus, he said, is 10 years after. Alien, I think Ripley had her...
No, Romulus is 20.
Oh, okay. So this might be like in conjunction, like along the time. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. I don't know what fucking year exactly it is, but I know that Ripley's meant to be in like her early to mid 20s, you know. And in the original film, she was like a little kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's see. I'm googling this.
Yeah, you gotta Google that.
It's 15 years after. So Isolation is before Romulus.
That's crazy.
By 5 years.
That's crazy. So yeah, Romulus is there. So Alien Isolation. I've actually done a series on this one. I did a complete like a fully edited thing, a really cool video essay in between. You know, just it was like
link in the description.
Yeah, right. I'm not even gonna leave a link. I'm gonna say
you gotta.
What you guys don't understand. And considering this is gonna be at the end of like a 5-hour video, no one's ever gonna hear this. I'm just gonna private those videos, remaster them, and upload them when the new Alien sequel comes out. That's it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to repackage the fuck out of those videos, and I'm going to get so much praise for literally just watching back the footage and fixing some kinks. It's going to be great. Yeah. You know? That's it. Because those videos got no views. Fuck. Those videos got
shit, it'd be like
nothing. You know what I'm saying? I put a lot of work into them fucking things, too. It's sad. My heart. Anyway.
I mean, it's like they say, never have your dream project be your first movie.
Yeah, tell me about it. Fucking hell. Anyway. Alien Isolation, in general, I think is a very, 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 very strong narrative, very strong gameplay experience. It is the best Alien... movie. Jesus. We've been talking about movies all day. Alien Isolation is the best Alien film ever made, period. It really is. I don't think there's any Alien game that even comes close, remotely close. Aliens versus Predator, I think 3, it was like 2010. It was a decent one. I enjoyed it, but it's very, what's the word? It's very Aliens, right? And considering the Marine storyline is only like a couple hours at most, and the other stories are like shit, you know? Aliens versus Predator was a fine one, but Alien Isolation is literally just yoinking the vibe of the first Alien. It really is. Just that slow horror sci-fi feel. Alien Isolation is, first of all, let's talk about Amanda Ripley, the main chick. Her actress is amazing at what she does. I think her name's Andrea Deck. Let me see. Yes, Andrea Deck. She's great in this performance. Her voice acting is spectacular. I really feel that fear when an alien gets near her or anything dangerous gets near her, and she's like kind of like holding her breath, or she's kind of like she's kind of yelping out of fear. and she's trying to contain herself while an alien's literally like across the fucking room for her, and she's staring at it, but the alien's not going to turn around. That tension you feel in this game is bar none the most scariest experience you will ever have in any game. Not only that, but the alien AI is absolutely revolutionary. It's stupendous. It's the best like horror like monster AI that has ever been created ever. It hasn't been beaten. In 10 years it hasn't been beaten. This game's dynamic where you can't make any noise or the alien comes by and just fucking wrecks everything is great because you never feel like you can take a breather. There is no Resident Evil save rooms, you know what I'm saying? The graphics are still quite awesome looking 10 years later. Along with the character models, which really surprised me. A lot of games, like, they can look good light-wise or whatever, but the character models will always be the first thing that age. Alien Isolation still has really cool character models. They're just solid. I can tell how much time and effort was put into perfecting this game when it comes to polish. They really polished the hell out of it. That being said, there are its fair share of glitches. Oh boy. They're especially in the middle of the game when you got to deal with Joes and the like. I'm not going to spoil the game too much because I know Squeedo wants to play it. But if I'm talking about just purely narrative, it's got great gameplay, it's got great everything. If I'm just talking purely narrative, it's once again that feeling of return to roots, where you're dealing with one alien the entire game, and then eventually something crazy happens near the end that I won't spoil. And I have never been more scared playing a video game ever. I've never been more scared watching a video game ever. Alien Isolation. Alien Isolation, for me, is the best horror game ever made, and there's quite a few out there. Alien Isolation is top tier. The only contender I can see right now is Resident Evil 7. That is a really good fucking game, and I think it really just comes down to which aesthetic you prefer. And I prefer the sci-fi cold horror that Alien Isolation brings. So, long story short, Alien Isolation is superb in its gameplay execution, superb in its graphics, a little glitchy in gameplay, and it has a really cool story that kind of just draws you in. And they do drag it out a bit longer than it needs to be, but that's fine because in Alien Isolation, nothing ever works, and you're constantly having to fix shit, going back to check things. Oh, now I gotta save this person. Oh, it's still not done yet. Oh, I can't leave. Oh, you're gonna ambush me right before I end the game just so I have to play this game for another 30 minutes. Fuck that. You know what I mean? It's the game draws it out, but it doesn't feel too egregious, and that's fine with me. Alien Isolation, for all of its little kinks, is still a damn near flawless gameplay experience if you just let it work its magic. A lot of people were turned off by this game mainly because of its difficulty. IGN. Oh, God. IGN.
Of course.
IGN gave this game a 5.9.
Fucking morons.
Yeah. And they said Alien Isolation was too hard. Yeah, every single time IGN mentions Alien, they are reminded in their comment section on why Alien Isolation suffered greatly by that rating. And yeah, I can't imagine playing Alien Isolation and thinking it's a 5.9 out of 10. You kidding me? I'm thinking like if you're a hard critic, an 8 at the most. For me, it's a 10. But a hard critic, you could go 8 at the lowest. A 5.9 tells me that you're a gaming journalist that doesn't know how to play video games. You know what I'm saying? It's great. So with all that being said, Alien Isolation is simply peak horror game, peak sci-fi, peak alien storytelling, peak just almost in every regard. It's not perfect, but from the things that I've listed here, I feel comfortable putting Alien Isolation in a solid A tier. Alien Isolation is simply a game that refuses to age, and I like that.
It is one of the games of all time.
Yes, Squeedo hasn't completely played it yet, so you know it's not something it's in his wheelhouse too much, and it would be more.
I can't comment on it.
It would be more on my wheelhouse. It would be more on my wheelhouse if I actually played it recently. I haven't played it in, I think, a year and a half. But that time that I did for the channel was... it was glorious. It was beautiful. I will mention one thing. This is a spoiler. Just the video is ended. For people who don't want a spoiler, the video is done. You can leave. There is one spoiler that Squeedo knows about. Is the hive sequence near the end. That's a 10-minute clip that I have. That's a bit edited, so it's probably going to be more like 15-20 minutes of gameplay time. That is the scariest 10 minutes of any video game ever made, period. You can't get scarier, worse than that clip. I haven't even released that clip. The full episode is out, but that 10-minute clip has not been released, like, separately. And I might put it at the end of this. At the end of this clip, at the end of this tier list, because it is simply the most dread-filled, like, you can hear me hyperventilating in that clip. I've never been that scared in my life before. That game was able to make me so fucking scared, I sounded like the main protagonist. It was
bro was immersed.
And I try my best to play it at a high volume. I played it on hard difficulty, and I try not to pause. Because when you pause the game, you slow down everything. In fact, you cut the tension. And you don't want to do that. So I just kept playing and playing and playing. And I got to rewatch that clip again because I remember it being literal. I remember it being literal cinema from front to back. Like, it was crazy what was happening to me. The aliens were ambushing me. There were multiple of them. Oh my God. Fuck. I probably got the best version of that level that anyone has ever captured ever. It'd be hard to find a better version. I'm being honest. I'm not trying to hem myself up. I'm just saying, like, I was just lucky. I was the guy holding the camera. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Jeez. That was all one take, too. It was great. So, yeah. Utter Cinema, Alien Isolation, A tier. If you haven't played it, and if you're a fan of horror games, Alien Isolation will not only scratch the itch, but will be the itch, the scratching of the itch that you will be chasing for the rest of your life. That's period. You will never get the highs that you've gotten from Alien Isolation again. I'd be hard pressed to find them, and that's the truth. Fucking hell.
Okay. So the goal here is to burn any unopened eggs along with anything else that fucking moves. I'm not taking any chances. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Oh shit, I hear one. Oh, here he is. Fucking sit down. Unopened egg. Another one. Any more? Any more? No, they look open. Oh shit! That one gonna blow up? Yeah, okay. Christ. Loot, whatever. Conduit interface. Okay. Alright, we got one. And then the other side. Here we go. Okay. We gotta head back. What the fuck?
Going dark in the comms recorder. This isn't good.
Holy shit, Xenomorph's here too. Okay, he went up in the vents. This is not good. Holy shit! What the fuck? Christ on a crutch, this is too much. It's down there. That's an unopened egg. Anything else? Anything else? Oh, God! Jesus fucking Christ! We got him. We gotta go, though. There's no other way. Oh, Christ. We had to head in here, don't we? Oh. This is too fucking much, man. Oh. Christ. Oh, Christ. Oh, God, I hear one. Fuck you! Son of a bitch, I gotta hide, I gotta hide. Oh. Oh, God. Jesus, yeah, I see him. Oh, God. He's right fucking there. Yeah, I knew that noise from the flamethrower would attract him. Just gotta wait on him. Just gotta wait on him. Fucking hell. This is some bullshit, man. Holy shit! Where you going, motherfucker? Where you going? He's coming my way. Okay. Jesus H. Christ. This is too fucking much, man. Oh. Fucking Christ. Gotta move, gotta move. Oh, God. Okay. Spare scrap, spare bullshit. I don't give a fuck. Ah. Okay, he's not coming through there right now. Let's start it up. That's 1, 2, the fucking rule of 3 on Sevastopol Station. Okay. You wanna come in here, bitch? I'll fuck you up. Holy shit, there's 2 of them. I'm not sure what to do here. For fuck's sake. Oh, fucking son of a bitch. You wanna come in here and find out, motherfucker? I'll take you. I'll take you out to the fucking ball game. Come on. fucking Christ. I just can't get a fucking break, can I? I just can't get a fucking break. Okay. Okay, let's roll. Conduit interface. Overload the beta core. Roger that. And the lever has been pulled. Let's roll.
Fuck. I gotta get out of here.
Damn straight. Come on. Come on, you motherfuckers. Show yourselves. Or don't show up at all. That works too. Whichever one you want to fucking decide on. Oh, God. Just gotta go back the way we came. Right here. Oh, God, I hear on. Oh, fuck you! Oh, Jesus Christ. Just gotta keep it moving. Just gotta keep it moving. Don't stop. Just gotta keep going. Oh, Christ. Door's right there. Just gotta keep it moving. What the fuck? Oh, God! Fucking stay back, you son of a bitch! Oh my God.
All right, so that's the end of our alien film tier list. I'm liking the look of this. I really am. I don't think I changed anything. You?
No, I agree with pretty much the whole thing.
Yeah.
On some days, Covenant would be F, but it's not.
Mainly because Covenant...
Depends on the mood.
Mainly because Covenant has a couple cool characters. First of all, Michael Fassbender. I feel like Michael Fassbender is literally the only reason why it is an F. Literally.
Yeah, he saves the movie for sure.
It will saves, quote unquote. It goes through D. That's a passing grade, damn it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think I'm looking at this list. The AVP movies, they're not even rated. I'm not going to watch these films again until I watch the Predator films. And then we'll do a whole big tier list. We'll do the Predator films tier list, and then we'll do the Aliens and Predator tier list and combine it all. That'll be a fun one. Oh, shit. We're going to break some hearts. I know we're going to break some hearts. Because if you had to ask me if I prefer the first Predator or the first Alien, shit. You know where I'm going with that one, Chief. You know what I'm saying? And I love the first Predator. It is what it is. Anyway. Absolute cinema. If you actually made it to the end of this video, I mean, fucking, what is it going to be? Like a 5-hour video?
Yeah. What should they comment?
We need a safe word. Last time we said pineapple and coconut. Let's do mango. And if you watch to this part of the video, you'll say
Slime.
Slime. Got it. So mango is my code word, and Squito's code word is slime. Let's see if somebody comments that.
I was trying to think of something alien related, but I can only think of like their saliva and shit, and I'm like, it's slime.
Condensation.
Condensation. You made it to this part.
Condensation. You got 3 words, bitch. Do it.
Yep.
Oh, thank you for watching. Appreciate it. Click.